Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks for tuning in. It is... Oh, my voice is still not great. I feels like every stream that we do, we just send myself backwards 2 days of recovery, but we're like 90% there. How's everyone doing? April 15th, 2024. Really out of breath for some reason. It's the grid. How's everyone doing? It is technically the end of spoilers week for Null Signal Games. And so we're going to do a recap. Shout out to the Metropole Grid. Been going at least 1 week without playing a game of Netrunner. That's good. Getting roasted for that slightly. I feel like we're going to play at least 1 game of Netrunner today. That's for sure. Hey, Roshni, such good music. What was the last song? So the last song is called... Oh, the last song that just ended is called Movie, feat. Gabe Isaac. It's by Adam Turley. I found Adam Turley on Artlist, and Adam Turley's music usually has Adam Turley singing in it. Adam Turley also has a YouTube channel if you want to watch behind the scenes. He does like travel stuff, and regardless, I like the backing music a fair bit. So I have like 4 or 5 tracks from his work that just doesn't have him singing over it, just the instrumental, and that one's called Movie. Feat. Someone who probably sings in it, and we don't have it. Riding that BANGUN high. Hey, Lexi, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Good morning. Let me catch up on chat. We got a lot to talk about today, mind you. We had, I think, 2 big spoilers today. The last identities, we've now seen all 14 identities and a handful of cards from the upcoming set Elevation. As of tomorrow, Community Scoops season starts. So I believe tomorrow is Rapa Nui, GLC, and the Backroom Deals are having their community spoilers. And then from then, it's like every day there's something going on. Here in Montreal, we have our spoilers on the Monday, which I think is the 21st. So the week of launch, largely alongside both Bahram Wu and Neon Static. So it's going to be a pretty packed day. But there's been a lot going on. Hopefully you've been watching daily casts. I think daily casts have been popping off. There was Backroom Deals on Wednesday last night. Also, there was, what's it called? A Neon Static, and they actually proxied a bunch of the new cards, which was pretty fun. Makes Topon look really good. No, but I'm kidding. It's an absolute treat to see the cards in person. Hopefully y'all been enjoying it. I'm going to catch up on chat, and then we'll do some, we're going to be reading a lot of articles today. I don't think I can promise that I'll do a live read of all of the fiction pieces, because there's like 2 or 3 that were backlogged at this point, and they're all from great artists. Like it's our great writers, which is a bit of a bummer. So if you feel really strongly that you like the live reads, let me know, and maybe we can do them at another point. But it just feels like the time that we have today versus how long my voice can last. Probably not a good thing that we read every single article word for word, if you know what I mean. First, yes, face rest of the world. Hey, Ba, how's it going? Hopefully you're well. Hopefully you're excited for next Monday. Let's see what good stuff is up on the channel. We've seen 2 HPIDs. Yeah, we've seen 2 for everything. Jello, how's it going? We've seen Leo and we've seen Poétrï. We've definitely seen 2. Hey, Eric. Damn, you're good. Lazy, shout out to the stream stuff, folks. How you doing, Lazy? Hey, Jello, how's it going? It's party now. We got Jello shots. Hey, Jai. Hey, friendos. How's it go Scoop season? I just subscribed to the Jai Scoops recap text posts on my personal YouTube channel, which I realized I hadn't. I was like, why are these not popping off or popping up in my feeds? And I realized I was only subscribed to Jai on the Metropole Grid. So that'll be better, Jai. It's my favorite new elevator music. Oh, Eric, I was making coffee. I can't even tell which one that was. Hopefully it was good. This music is Plutus coded, not gonna lie. Yeah, Antoine, how's it going? Antoine, it's really good to hear you on it's actually, there's been a bunch of people that have been really good to hear them on daily casts. Again, daily casts. Sorry, Yusengren SC YouTube. We shouted this out already, but Yusengren has been doing this for a couple years now, that every spoiler season he'll have the show in which he invites people on, and it's people that you might know, people from the community, people from Null Signal Games, but also some people who, like, you know, don't have a platform and even maybe you've not heard before, maybe you've been only playing for a while, and it's been an absolute treat. I feel like every episode has been fantastic, and then there's a bunch of people that I've never heard their voices before or never seen them like participate in you know, the sort of like internet global conversation, and it's in a public space like this, and it's just been really, really cool. I really like a lot of your takes, Antoine. The episode you were on, the episode with Patrick Wendigo and Eric H was also fantastic. Yesterday's was also really good. I've never heard Meteor talk, and Meteor was it was nice to hear Meteor. I've only heard Meteor in chat. I'm not gonna lie, I heard Meteor's voice and was sure he's Whiteblade for a second. I didn't want to say that. I was like, this sounds like a British coded Whiteblade. It has a very similar way of talking, which is very, very, very funny. Cheap viewers? Ah, no chance, no chance. Hold on, let me catch up. Anyways, it's been fantastic. It's been really, really nice. Let's ban that really quickly. It was banned, so I didn't want to watch it. Sorry, Infusion. Cool. Let me just catch up on chat. We can go from there. Hey, Dave, how's it going? Oi, oi. What's up? I'm in chat today for once. Jaro, I'm on time today. Hopefully you're well. Doing well. Hey, salut, salut. How's it going? Salut from France. Hopefully you're well. Scoop season coming to an end. Tier list season will be upon us soon. I wonder how quickly we'll do the I'm assuming Jeff and I will do the tier list. We've like talked about it in passing. We always do our like launch tier list one weekend. I'll ask Jeff. Maybe we'll do it on the not the launch weekend, but the weekend after. So it might be 1 week in, which is usually the window in which we do things. So I'll have 1 week to do like public play testing. We'll be streaming, mind you, for the whole launch week. We'll be streaming every day, for about a week, and then we'll probably try and record it on the Saturday or Sunday. And then generally Jeff gets one side and I get one side, and we split it up on the channel. I'm not sure which side I'm owed, because we generally try to swap it, where like the last cycle he got the corp and I got the runner, and the one before it we like kept swapping. Excuse me. So I'm not sure what side I'm meant to be on. It's been a minute. Wait to cover the new corp ID. Hey Brendan, how's it going? Did you get an article up today, or was it yesterday? My playlist is fire as always. Glad you like it. Hey, good morning, Grid. Garrett, how's it going? Welcome to stream. Can't wait to hear what Andre thinks about the new Wayland ID. So we had a new Wayland ID that was announced today. The problem is we're going to go through things in chronological order. So like the Wayland ID is going to be one of the last things we talk about. Unfortunately, that's just like I have all my tabs open and we're ready. And so the new Wayland ID was like announced like maybe 3 hours ago. So it's going to take us a while to get there. So buckle up, unfortunately. Hey, Alec, how's it going? Riding the bank and high. Hey, Jamie, I'm here for chatting. I usually don't stick around long while games are happening. Yeah, it's become a podcast. Like, I do think we just become a podcast with like live interaction, which is a fun thing to do, right? Hey, Infusion, love you, man. Oh, that's very kind. Hopefully you're well. Hey, Andre, ignore the haters. I'm here for 3 hours of scoops hyphen digression. It's like, it's good because there's so much to talk about. And like, gameplay now at this point of the year is like kind of strange because the meta obviously changes in about a week. So it doesn't feel like there's a lot of relevance. Testing the new cards is only like, it's still very cool to see the new cards in action and there's a lot to learn, but it's obviously like a new meta. So like trying to play against an Aoko deck, you don't know what Aoko is capable of because we haven't seen a lot of the Jinteki cards. So it's hard. It's definitely hard there. Hey, Daujin, isn't there a neutral ID to come out? I thought there was a mention of this in daily casts. Oh no, Daujin, that was a joke. Yeah, it was definitely a joke about the 8th faction or whatever. It's a total joke. I actually did my own like forest flatline where I run through the numbers and try and figure out what slots we're missing, which I've no doubt people from GLC and other communities have been doing it. I think we're still owed a couple, I think 2 neutral corp cards. I think runner is spoken for. It looks like, my guess is that everybody's getting 2 IDs, or sorry, 2 agendas. They are getting 2 IDs, but it looks like every corp faction is getting 2 agendas. I think the slots call for. It looks like every faction is getting about like 2 assets, 2 operations, 1 upgrade, and then 2 or 3 ice. Like it seems to be pretty consistent. I think some of them are slightly different. I think some are on like 1 fewer asset, 1 more operation, but it seems to be pretty flat. So you can kind of have an idea, like if you're an HB enjoyer, you're going to get, 2 of this, 2 of this, 3 of this, 1 of this. But the agendas is the one thing we've seen literally nothing of. And I'm assuming it looks like we have 2 agendas because generally it goes ID, blank spot, asset. And so generally agenda goes in that slot. So unironically considering moving weekly therapy current 1-2 p.m. Tuesdays so I can catch uninterrupted Andre streams. Oh, no, Rusty, like, oh man, I appreciate the hustle, but like, obviously therapy is important, so do as you will, but hopefully it works out. I was lucky enough to do daily cast for the most fire scoops. Jai, which one were you on again? Heliopollux, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. We saw the second one for Wayland today, John. So we saw Bangun today, and we saw Zwicky a long time ago, and I've been told that you're meant to pronounce it like that, which pronunciation guide incoming. Great. Great writers, Andre outing himself that he hasn't read mine yet. You've read it. Yeah, the first was like one of the first ones, and then Bangun's the one of the last ones. Can you just get AI to read and you can pretend to move your mouth? I guess. I wouldn't say AI. We'll just get one of those like accessibility robot, like the text to speech. I guess we're saying the same thing. I just feel like AI is a bad term. I would say that your dramatic reading of the Plutus Kai story brought me so much joy. Glad to hear, Roshni. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You've been bamboozled. That's for sure. I'm not going to lie. I heard Mithr's voice. Sorry, I read that a while ago. Yes, I do agree. Yo, Laurie, how's it going? What up? How you doing? How's launch been? Don't let them bully you. This is a great podcast. Thank you, Connor. Dailycast isn't effective until release. Yeah, Dailycast is technically not banned until the 24th. I think the new ban list article actually failed to say what date it was legal on, but I think people understood. Maybe it didn't. I feel like I missed it. Bangun seems Bangun gaming. Sorry, it's a bad joke. No, I got it after Infusion. I totally missed it. You're right. I think I'm unreasonably excited about playing Bangun. Man, it's unfortunate because of the linearity of time is that the last thing that was just announced that people are super excited about, like the new Criminal and the new Wayland, we're going to be talking about in like an hour and a half, maybe. Who knows? Yo, Team KF, how you doing? Tediously Editing Elevation Revelations. Ah, that's a good name for it. Do you have a scoop day? I didn't check the schedule. Apologies if you don't. I'm assuming you do. Do you want to shout out a day here if you can? Remember to refresh each page before reading in case NSG sends you a personal message again. Oh man, that was so cool. So on Thursday, we got to spoil a new a card, and it was embedded into one of the articles. And after that, I got to talk to a bunch of the people behind the scenes from NSG that made that happen. And I don't know what I can spoil of it. It wasn't in like an immediate, it wasn't a plan from day one. It was something that they actually had to like kind of roll with the punches, and they realized, oh, we have a spot here, we can make something work. And I don't know whose original idea was. It might have been Pat's, but like a bunch of effort goes behind the scenes to make that happen, and it landed really, really well. Turns out my name at the top of the thing was there for like 20 minutes online. I don't know if anyone else found it. But it was just an absolute treat. So huge thank you to Null Signal Games for doing stuff like that, and Pat and all the folks. I think Izzy also behind the scenes did a bunch, but it was very, very, very funny. And like, I'm super hyped for Plutus. I think Plutus is a really cool card on top of it, which is great. Got to scoot for a work meeting. Be back in an hour. David, it was great to hear you on QTM. Enjoy your work. We'll see you in a bit. I was joking. Hey, Jeff. I've been trying really hard to leak anything. You've been trying really hard to leak anything. You've been trying not to. You've been trying to. Because like it's still my goal. I will promise you as a viewer of the Métropole Grid, my goal is to get Jeff to accidentally say the playtesting names of cards. Just so for the culture. That's all I want is like, I'm going to talk to Jeff, and then we'll do like a tier list video, and I'll be like, wait, what was the name of the card? That's not the name of the card. And then try and panic him to accidentally say the playtesting name. It's just good fun. 1 runner neutral, 4 corp neutrals. That's what it looks like. I think that's confirmed because we know the first corp card is like one of the HB identities. And then we know, it seems like we know the numbers. Well, you can just check here actually. Why do I have to be weird about it? Important work. It really is. It honestly is. And then I gotta make him say all the names that he can't say. Like, Jeff, what are all the shaper names? Can I open this button? Okay, I'll calm down. Hey, Lucy, how's it going? Lucy, I like the podcast thing, the video that you put up with the 3 other folks. That was really nice. The naming of all the people was like, actually, I have no doubt a lot of work. I imagine with like a Discord overlay, you can cut that work in half, but it's incredibly valuable because obviously I don't know your friends and your meta folks as well as you do. And so putting a face or like a name to a voice is something that I can struggle with. I thought that was really great. So like we can tell this, right? So card numbers. So Side Hustle is card 34, and then card 35 is Leo. And then mind you, Knickknack is 33. So it looks like there's only 1 neutral runner card. Now, I don't think every card is here. So like the cards revealed today aren't here yet. But if I'm not mistaken, yeah, we have Measured Response being an Operation 78. So that confirms that there's no Wayland upgrade in the set. And then in Fly Swatter 79, then we have Makota's 82. So clearly there's 2 cards we're missing. It could be Ice, Operation, and Upgrade are the only options. So there's going to be no neutral agendas, which is not surprising because System Gateway is chock full of neutral agendas. But it looks like we'll have another Ice. Another thing that I was surprised about, and I don't know how long it's been like this, but Null Signal Games actually does card ordering differently than FFG has, and they've been doing this for a while in a couple ways. So FFG orders cards by type, but alphabetically by type. So cards in a numbered set go identity, which has to go first as much as not alphabetical, then asset, then ice, then operation, then upgrade. FFG didn't do that. FFG usually did asset, then operation, then ice, then upgrade. I'm also pretty sure FFG sorted by card ice type, and they went barrier, code gate, sentry. And I think NSG just does by alphabetic. So like we know that we're looking at an upcoming Komodo dragon, which it means it can't be called Komodo because it would be after Kesselride between Kesselride and Shailendra, which is not happening. So that means it has to go first. So its name is pre-Kesselride. But I thought I was convinced it had to go barrier into code gate into sentry. I think at some point it used to do that, but that was an FFG time thing. There's definitely card type variation across factions. Yeah, I think this proves it. The fact that like Wayland doesn't have an upgrade, but here there's like a very clean slot for an HB upgrade. And I think that's going to be very relevant in the upcoming discussions from today. Hey, Bangun's banking. So sick. Hey, Bycat, how's it going? Jai was on HB. Okay, that tracks. That makes sense. Is proprio negation in the fan the only thing we've seen so far as agenda goes? CBs, yep. The only agenda we've seen a glimpse at is the Jinteki proprio negation, which will be card, I'm guessing 48 or 49. And there's a chance that we've seen art on the backs of cards. So like we think we've seen one of the Wayland agendas just because the art on the back is wiki. Looks like it has an agenda on it. You specifically requested HP from Jeff. Okay, cool. I'm a card draw enjoyer. Can't wait to play his wiki and mail myself out. Hey, in a world without Rashida, you need some card draw for sure. One day I'll type not what I mean to. Yeah, one day. It's like me, Jeff. One day I'll say what I'm trying to say instead of saying other words. Who knows? Maybe one day. It's the last name of a Swiss scientist, so the W's a V sound. Yeah, that's what I've heard. And that makes a lot of sense. From a family they're not Swiss, but like, I don't think my mom can say a W sound. She just says V's. That's just like the European thing to do. Can I please get a shout out that the Vancouver Megacity will have an alt art done by Amora, one of the Celeste artists? Yeah, yo, the alt arts from Vancouver Megacity, the artists seem really, really good. So hold on, we'll get back to this in a second. But one of the artists is Amora, the other is one of the, like, is it Jesse or Nels? It's Jesse, right? So the upcoming Megacity on June 22nd. June 22nd? Is it not up on ABR? No, it is. June 22nd. It was right. So there's going to be some alt arts here, exclusive, and the artist, one of them is Amora, who is one of the artists on the Celeste team, which is fantastic. And then the other one is been confirmed to be one of the old Terminal 7 people. Yeah, Jesse Juice Turner of Terminal 7. And if you look at Jesse Juice Turner's like art station, it's really good. It's like really, really fun. Like very, very, you know, Clay had this sort of style, but like getting an alt art in this sort of style would be absolutely just the most fun. But yeah, that's sick. I think that'd be really great. Again, this is the Vancouver Megacities, which happens on June 22nd out on the West Coast. It is one of Canada's 2 megacities. The second, I'm pretty sure, will be announced at some point in Toronto. I hope that's underway because we're not doing it in Montreal anymore. Everyone's diving to the BANGUN sauce. Is it illegal for elevation events rather than for specific date? It's illegal for elevation events. Oh, okay. It was definitely not Pat's idea. Pat was very much wanting to give you a break after how much anxiety his last couple of sneaky scoop antics gave you. I like appreciate the anxiety. The thing is, like, he keeps finding a way to get me in a way that I won't expect, which has been like just perfect. Get Jeff to say a slur challenge. Very easy. Hey, Ian. How's it going? Jokes on you. I don't even remember the old names. Can't spoil what I can't remember. Oh man, we'll get them. We'll get them. Some of the playtesting names I've already forgotten. Some of them are really hard not to say. I was leaked one of the playtesting names because I think one of the cards I have for scoops had a different name and was only changed at the last minute. And so when I bring it up with a lot of people, like reflexively have said the playtesting name, which might have not been the playtesting name, but the name that was given. But I'm pretty sure the name of one of the cards that I received was changed late in design. I feel like your illegal stream does leak all the cards and you make terrible lies about Adam being reprinted. Where can I see your things, Lucille? I think we're subscribed here, Dave. Let me show you. Lucille might have answered. But it's called Rigging Up. So it's just YouTube at Rigging Up. Oh, there's a new one. There's a new video from 20 hours ago. I didn't even know that. Let me just put it in chat. I'll catch up on chat. But yeah, this is Lucille and a couple of folks from Hermeta, which has been good. Hey, Laura, I may have died hitting my 4th snare and P this weekend, but it makes me extra ready for new cards. You're playing out in New York City, right? Did you go out to New Jersey this weekend? I think I've seen Alora in the standings. Hopefully it's been going well. I think FFG the same order. I don't think they did. Let me check. I'm pretty sure they didn't. This is not important to anyone besides me. Yo, Baza, how's it going? Happy Tuesday. It'll be tough to accidentally get a playtest name out of Pat. They're very different final names. Playtest names are like mean bastard. Yeah, I imagine the playtest names can be like pretty, you know, on the nose, but they're kind of meant to do that. And they're also meant to like encourage you to play the card in a certain way for better or for worse. I recall certain FFG packs will put the factions in different orders. Yes, I think that too. Like, I'm pretty sure the original core set didn't open with Anarch. No, I think Noise is card 1. Yeah, Noise is card 1. But like, hold on. You see, this is from the original core set. It went Identity, Agenda, Asset, Operation, Ice, Upgrade. And it didn't care about type. You're right. This is alphabetical. So it doesn't care about type, but this order is how my binders are ordered because that's how it used to be back in the day. It used to go Asset, Operation, Ice, Upgrade. I don't know why, but that kind of is intuitive to me. And that's how my binders are ordered. And now like, NSG's been throwing me for a loop for a while. It used to be like that. Yeah, you're right though that the ICE ordering didn't care about type. It was type agnostic. It was just alphabetical. I organized my binders by type, and then canonically it's barrier, code gate, sentry, which is also alphabetical on accident. My mind was blown discovering that Kessleroid is pronounced Kessleroid and not Kessleroid. Oh, really? Kessleroid? Kessler is a physicist, isn't it? Okay. I wanted to see the suitcases Google shopping. Okay, I give up. I don't know how Google works. I don't know how Google works. I'm closing this down. We're done. Why is Jeff not allowed to say playtest names? Am I allowed not to either? Panics. I've heard that NSG doesn't want to release playtest names because they worried that it will overtake the natural culture that will develop when people come up with their own fun nicknames for things. That's what I've heard, because I really want to know the playtest names. I think it's something that NSG would be okay releasing after the fact, like a year later after launch. But like, say that the jokey internal name for like Plutus comes out, and then people think that it's more fun than Plutus, and they just don't call the card Plutus anymore. They want to avoid that. They don't want to like taint the culture. All the whatever reason, the FFG faction boxes will put corp cards first. Oh yeah, that does sound kind of right, doesn't it? And by right I mean wrong, but that's what they did. Thanks for the shout out, but of course. Hey Warlock, how's it going? Finally a Tuesday stream. Hey Andre Frank, how you doing? Hopefully you're well. I had a great time at our district on Sunday. I got the chance to play both Sokka and Bridgman in the same tournament in my own town. What? Whoa, I guess that he's traveling. You're right, because last weekend Sokka was playing in the East Coast, so I guess he's out traveling again. That's pretty cool. Sokka and Bridgman in the same tournament in my own town. Warlock, you don't have to like dox yourself, but I'm assuming Northern Italy? FFG changed the order a few times. Ren, how's it going? That's what I remember. I do remember that. That it feels like the order changed up a fair bit. Turin District, it's wild. Yo, Cold Lava, how's it going? How's your event this weekend? Congrats on running an event on the first NPC this year. Always be running. Like, how stacked is this tournament? So it's like Warlock, Bridgman, Sokka, Tuno, I imagine, was playing. And there's a lot of other good players, like Koga, probably. I don't want to not like forget like great Italian players, well, European players, but like the Northern Italy scene is kind of absurd. Augie came in. King came in. Wait, what the hell is going on? Wait, what is this? Is this Council, maybe? Tuno, Armin, Council. This is Council. Bridgman, Sokka. Holy shit. Axu. Whoa, what's going on in Italy this weekend? That was incredible. What a tournament. That's a good tournament. Chris Jeebus as well. Porcobolo, Ruben Peters. These are absurd names. Every name here is incredible. Sorry, I'm just going to read everyone. Those are all very good players. Sokka and the King currently traveling around Europe. Oh, very, very cool. I think there's a couple players who are doing that right now in this modern season. And I think like hunting down a buy for some people actually does make a lot of sense. Redding Up would have been a cool channel name too. Did I read it right? Yeah, Lori, I think you're right that FFG switched between Corp and Runner first in each data pack. Yeah, wild. Decided to go to New Jersey last minute. Didn't get so hot, but good to get some more competitive experience. It's so different. Yeah, it's like going out and playing in person is an absolute treat. Particularly also like, you know, if you're in an area with a lot of sharks, it's like people are really nice. Competitive players are really, really nice. And there's a lot to learn. And just like having that experience is worth a lot. Even if you go back to casuals, right? And it's not like you're playing against a 2-time world champ. Like obviously that's still great, but it's cool. It's very, very cool. A local game club is called Rig, Reading Indie Gamers. So the rig and rigging up works really well. Oh, that's cute. See, my collection, I put Ice last. Jamie, that's where upgrades go. What are you talking about? Wait, Rototurds after Victor? Okay, I trust you on that. I've closed the tab at this point, but you might be right. Okay, maybe I don't know how the alphabet works. Maybe I feel like Sentries were last. Hey Tom, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Shitty Fingers Pan Pizza. Okay. What are you talking about? Jamie, you got something that you wrote got muted. I don't know what you did. I use Netrunner DB decklist order, person blue holding pencil emoji. Yeah, I try and avoid this. I do my own thing. Avatar, how's it going? The Dawn set is releasing soon. Yeah, next week on the 24th. You can pre-order if you're in certain markets, but it comes out on the 24th. So we're like, what is it? 9 days away? It's pretty soon. Did you see Bangun? Yes, I did. Google Kessler syndrome to find out info on Kessleroid. So I've been saying it wrong. It describes a situation in which the density of objects in low Earth orbit, that's what LEO means, becomes so high due to space pollution that collisions between these objects cascade exponentially, increasing the amount of space debris over time. LEO is low Earth orbit? It probably says it on the back of the card, right? Oh, that's kind of cool. Huh, neat. Too much shit in space is bad. Turns out we have traffic everywhere. That's good. The Turin district is stacked. It was pretty wild. Sokka's going to be in Reading for our Elevation release tournament. He's on tour. Very, very cool. Hey, JD, talking about names. I spent a whole tournament saying amped up instead of running hot and didn't realize until like 5 rounds in. For a bunch of newer players, JD, you seemed totally unhinged. For the older players, yeah, you seemed really cool and you bought yourself some good cachet there. So no stress, no stress. But everyone else thought you were weird. Coming up with wild pet answer cards is so much fun. Cranked, how's it going? Yeah, it'll happen. I feel like there's always a rush to like, you know, come up with a name that grabs like that like gets some sort of global buy-in. And I feel like that stress will show up sooner than later. Plutus's playtest name absolutely does not work with the final card. If the theme hadn't been a home run, there would likely be a hard one for playtesters to stop using it, but you know, rejoice executives. Hey droids, good to hear you on the what's it called? On the daily cast. It's gonna be definitely calling humanoid resources the Noid. I accidentally called Mystic Miami Mystique Summer Madison the other day and thought to myself, well, that's the only thing I'm ever gonna call that card for the rest of the time. I don't know what that is. Mystique Summers Madison? I'm flying back from Torino Bus. We speak. Had a great time. Ruben, how's it going? Yeah, that tournament looks stacked. Hopefully you had a good time. I've no doubt you did. Those are really great players, yourself included. Ice goes in different slots. Assets, operations, upgrades compete for the same kind of deck slots. Yeah, I guess. Hey, Joelman Rig mentioned. Probably wasn't going to mute it while I posted a link to Wikipedia for Kessler. Yeah, I probably ate that. Problem with fun names, I don't remember the real name of the baby or pancakes. I don't remember the baby name, but I also don't remember the modern baby name. That one's worse to me. I feel like there's an issue, and this hasn't happened, mind you, but I feel like there's an issue that is a very Andre issue, which not that NSG has to do anything about it, but NSG and FFG have a tendency sometimes to have these like really technical names that are just like 2 words. Like it took me years to remember the name of calibration testing. Like I would sit down for 20 minutes and just repeat the name in a dark corner of my apartment. And now I got it down. I feel like wage workers, working prototype, warm reception, those kind of fall in the same camp. As much as they're not technical, they also overlapped a bit too much in terms of the W thing. But so far from what we've seen in the new set, there aren't names like this, like regulatory capture or calibration testing, that just absolutely fall in one ear and out the other. The names have been more memorable, which is great. But yeah, like verbal plasticity is actually like a really cool name, but it falls into that same camp of a name I just can't remember, no matter how much I try. I just can't do it. They're building from LEO down, hence the top-down solutions. Yes. The LEO idea is clearly a continuation of astrological sign cards like Sagittarius and Gemini. My screen is like flickering really bad. Do people see that on the stream? Let's go. Don't click on it. See how they run, earning the worst nickname award. Yes, I think maybe NSG could have seen that coming, but it's everyone just calls it shitter and not even unintentionally sometimes. Like it just is easier to talk about it. Gonna have to stop saying pawning cards. We're knacking them. I'm still gonna say pawn, I'm pretty sure. Pancakes is chronotypes? Yeah. Baby is symmetrical visage, yes. Symmetrical visage falls into that same camp of 2 words, can't figure it out. But adjusted chronotype is cool. Like, I think that's just a really fun name. In Torino, the king introduced me to monikers for the companions that are absolutely sinful. Oh my god, I thought you were talking about the game monikers. Introduced me to the names of the companions, yes. KBO falls into the category for me. Magnos, I can believe it. The problem is, for somebody who worked in the industries I worked in, yeah, my screen is flickering, isn't it? This is a term that comes up a heck of a lot. There's a lot of people who work in corpo businesses where this term comes up a laughable amount, but it is a useful term, right? Like, so when I worked in community, I worked in video, understanding what your KPIs were, like what your goals and your targets were for any individual piece of content that you make is really important. And then this term comes up kind of like a silly amount of time in like, you know, meetings with higher ups and stuff like that. So this is like just a really funny loaded word to me and a lot of people, because it is just absolute, technically necessary, but it is just corporate jargon in kind of the worst way. But KPI is fun. KPI is actually a really, really fun name. This card is looking so much better than when it was released or when it was spoiled at Worlds, just because there's actually a lot of use cases for this card. That's actually one of the things that I'm finding very, very charming about what we've seen from Elevation so far. There's a lot of cards that actually have multi-use across most of the new identities, right? Like, for instance, can we find Plutus on here? Plutus works really well in basically so many of the identities that come out in the set, right? Like, obviously, Plutus works in Zwicky. Does Plutus work in BANGUN? Maybe. We'll talk about that when it comes up. But, like, Plutus technically works with Oko in a way. Plutus is a nice way to get cards out of your hand if you're playing the other one, P2 and Chan. Like, it just feels like everything it does. Is Plutus really good in the new NBN we haven't talked about? In the talent agency one? Yeah, right? Like, it just... a lot of the cards are actually very, very flexible amongst the ideas that are presented. I don't know if that was intentional or that just showed up to be the way. I don't know if that's more than other sets, but like, it does seem like there's actually a lot of synergy across faction. And I don't know if that was intentional or not. It looks good. KPI is one of those cards too. Like, KPI makes sense in a lot of different things because of a lot of the operation synergy. Like, the set just has a lot of operation synergy. Sitting in the corner in the dark alone, rocking back and forth, muttering calibration testing over and over. And it's rotating in like 9 days. Like, what was it worth? Did we enjoy our one op deck? There's definitely not a problem with similar names and criminal IDs or anarch weird cards for dealing with ice. The criminal one actually like really does bother me. We'll come to that in a second. We'll catch up on chat. I love Red Cap as a name though. I like Red Cap as a name once I understood what the theme was because I didn't know what this term was. I think Jeff explained the term really well. And it's a really good term, really good theme as well. But it's a name that if it wasn't shorted to Reg Cap consistently, I would not know the name of this. I would just struggle. Will Elevation get shipped on release date, or how's it going, As Devil, prior to where we can hope to receive on release date? I don't know because I'm not Null Signal Games. I would hope that someone could answer that. I would be very excited. I pre-ordered if I could get the cards on day one so we could stream, but Pat and I are making sure that at a minimum we'll be able to like proxy. But I honestly don't know. I think things are also a bit different than they were maybe a month ago because of the tariff situation in the States, that the shipping might be a bit slower than people thought it might have been. But I honestly don't know. If someone could answer that, I'd be excited. But I don't know myself. It was Coke that started it. Ian has the end all be all name for wage workers. Oh no. Rental Sansan? I mean, that's more words. Did the king also teach you his lore for when they have 3 credits? No. I can't keep KPI and BAU straight. Oh, I can, but KPI is like boardroom, business as usual is murder. I feel like they don't fall that similarly. Business is indicated. KPIs are the MacGuffins of the corporate world. Yeah, the term shows up a lot more than you think it does, but it is like, it's also like the most annoying thing for people who've worked in, that sort of business, where like anybody can do a really bad job at something, but then invent KPIs in which they look like they did a good job. And it is so damn frustrating. I have no doubt anybody who's worked in any sort of business has seen that, where like someone definitely shits the bed, but they can produce key performance indicators, which proves that it was a success. It is just like the most annoying thing. Is anyone concerned with the new set ideas being too wordy, not super easy for the first time players? The set is definitely designed to be simpler enough, right? It's meant to be a lot of people's second Netrunner set. And I would agree, like Zwicky is a very good example of that. Like Zwicky is very straightforward. I think the new Wayland is very straightforward. The NBNs are very straightforward. I think the only thing that makes that not the case is the Jinteki IDs. So far, I've not really liked the Jinteki IDs, but I don't think they're either very straightforward. I think there's a lot of words. I don't think I read this and have a strong understanding of what it wants me to do, or what like how this even thematically really impacts, like interacts with the identity. So like the Jinteki ones I think are kind of the most messy, but everything else has been like pretty good. Like LEO is also one sentence, and it's like, okay, everyone can grok what that wants to be. So I would say it's not the case. I think the runner side's also been pretty straightforward, as much as like some of them require you to do a lot of work. I'm looking at you, Dewey. Turns out clicklessly playing operations and gaining money works well with many corps. Yeah, it does, but like really quite well. Load bearing, red level clearance. I think it hits a good balance between complexity between system, gateway, and the other sets, since it's supposed to be the next thing you pick up after gateway. Yeah, I think it actually is on the more simpler side. Another thing that I do want to shout out that I think we've only seen a bit of a difference between System Gateway and Elevation is that, for instance, System Gateway has no cards that really care about instant speed, barring Spin Doctor. That might not be entirely true, but very few of these cards actually use the instant speed paid ability windows in a way that new players can grok it without having to look at the 79-page rules document. And barring Spin Doctor, which has a lot of very, very powerful implications at instant speed, System Gateway is like the fact that Chiriboga exists. And for what it's worth, the person who made Chiriboga hadn't played a lot of Netrunner before that point. They were like a relatively new player to the game. Shout out to Chiriboga, it's pretty sick. The idea that System Gateway works like that is wild. I think Elevation is going to be a step above that. I think we haven't seen too many weird like instant abilities, paid speed stuff that's going to be a bit more technical. Like it's not like we're going to see Arasana. And for what it's worth, if you want to compare Arasana to Baz, you can, but Baz's timing is a lot more straightforward. But yeah, this is a very straightforward set for what it's worth. And Elevation seems to be slightly a bit above that, but way less than like Liberation Cycle, which I think is very, very complicated for newer players. Kind of funny to see what a jargon is and when it's commonplace for different folks. As someone who's done space research, LEO is standard, but KPI was completely unknown to me. Yeah. Unfortunately, I worked for a very big company for many years. You have to respect the meta narrative that we're all slightly odd and worship towards Plutus. I respect the card. Is big energy to keep things simple as a technical reset of the game? It's meant to be a new player. Like, what's important is if you're watching this and you're engaged in Netrunner, fantastic. Obviously, that's great. But there's a lot of people who are only going to play Netrunner as either System Gateway or System Gateway plus Elevation. And that is going to be like their board game experience. They're not going to go out to stores. They're not going to net deck. They're not going to do any of that sort of stuff. And so this product has to be good for that audience. And I have no doubt so far it's looking like it is. System Gateway is fantastic as like a standalone board game. And then adding an extra 80 cards, especially agendas for each faction, I think is going to do a lot. Did the king tell you equals not safe for work in the best kind of ways? Off the therapy, catch you on Thursday. Enjoy it, Rushni. We'll see you then. OKRs is the new hotness. Yeah, OKRs is also pretty annoying. On a completely unrelated note to bogus KPIs, did you hear how much the stock market rallied the other day? Kind of, sort of. Not really. I'm pretty pessimistic about that whole space, but Elios text is on the paid ability cost. Like it's in paid ability speed. Yeah, it is, but like it's fine. Do not get me started on LEO construction, making my most hated design Netrunner. Okay, hold on. We gotta like get to the actual spoilers so we can start talking about things in earnest. What do you think I think about LEO Cranked? I think a lot of people have an idea what I think about LEO, which is pretty funny. As a first-time player, people are too scared on behalf of first-time players. Complicated things are exciting, but there are more than enough simple ones. Yeah, Nori, that's a good like shout out too. It's like I don't think that newer players need to be like babied. Like they can take some complex stuff, that's for sure. But it's one thing to be like your first identity is Arasana versus one thing to be your first identity is Lat. So I do agree. But yeah, for sure. I don't think they all have to be super, super straightforward. Instructions unclear, build Poétrï. Icy Hawk. Hey, Zoe. I don't know about most, but I'm concerned. There's a reference card in the remastered SG about paid abilities. I don't have that. In remastered, no, I do have that. I do have remastered System Gateway. I probably do have that. Shit the bed at Wayland operation. Mitra Aman is pretty intuitive timing wise. I think Mitra Aman's ability is incredibly complex, but the new timing structure that supports it is very straightforward. Like a lot of people will biff it and they'll like res, you know, they'll like, when can I res my my Managarm, and they'll not do a great job all the time. Like that timing is not super intuitive for newer players. But the good thing about Mitra is that like you can basically just do it when it makes sense. Like the only time that it makes sense, you're legally now allowed to res it, which good change to the rules, it seems. Hey, Dan, how's it going? Happy Scoopsmas. And Sigs, Crab. Hey, Jerron. Knocking off now. Have a great stream, y'all. Jai, enjoy your sleep. We'll see you in the next one, huh? Dev head on. In Elevation, we assume that players are familiar with System Gateway, and thus we tried intentionally pushing the boundary of the concepts they are learning. So we've made a better smartware distributor. That's another 2-word card name I'll never remember. Never remember. Straightforward timing. Can Baz install a card and grip before or after taking the damage from an enemy res? Straightforward answered. The active player does their triggers first. So if they're running, because it's their turn, there's 2 triggers that fire on res, so the runner goes first. That is the rule for basically everything in this game. If 2 things have the same timing, the active player has to do all their abilities first. They do as many as they want to, have to do all their mandatory, and then they pass priority. So the same idea is that when you do a when scored or when stolen ability, if the runner stole the agenda by running, they have to do Hermes first, and then the corporation can do the when stolen ability. You can't choose the order. Runner always goes first. Don't crow me. Hey, Kyle. Listen, I'm not saying that LEO is broken. I'm just saying that constricting your own design space for Bioroids is certainly a choice. Yeah, and the article is very clear that it's going to restrict the design space of Bioroids. Should be before, right? Both triggers on res and it's the runner's turn? Yes, runner's turn goes first. Hey, so big. I think Leo is weak, but I don't want to play in the meta where it's a top 3 corpse. Yeah, I could see that being stifling. I'm guessing you dislike Leo. I think a lot of people would guess I dislike Leo. I think that is the easy called shot. I think Baz goes before Corp even pitches the card, but it's a weird because it's still Corp's priority window. Yeah, the Corp doesn't have to pitch the card. So like in theory, if they jack out, you can still, I don't think, wait, if you jack out with a flip switch, can you hit them with anemone? Because it's not during a run anymore, right? Hey, what's the ruling there? Because you can only use the anemone when it's res during a run. And it was res during a run, but if the run ends because you jacked out with a flip switch that you used immediately. Oh, but there's no paid ability window to use the flip switch because you can only install the flip switch. Yeah, there's no paw there. Yeah, for sure. So you can install the flip switch, but you can't jack out until the next paid ability window, which would be after the corporation hands you back priority after they finished resolving the res. Yeah. Apology. Yeah, I forgot this was paid ability. Have we talked about the unforgivable simulchip buff? No, not yet. We've talked about nothing. Rules Crow has rotated. Rules Crow will never rotate. Oh man, that crow is annoying. Let's go Cybersend. Duckland, Cybersend is actually probably worth looking at, which is kind of frightening, honestly. Andre, you can't fire the flip switch unless the reaction window is done. Yeah, for sure. That makes sense. Are there any more Bioroids releasing? Right now, it's quite small pool. I'm not much sure how much Leo can do with them. My guess is that we're going to get a Bioroid upgrade. I'd be surprised if we didn't. And I think upgrades are actually the best part of Leo. I do think we haven't seen any HB ice, and we're expecting somewhere between 2 to 3 HB ice. And it would be pretty bizarre if there wasn't a Bioroid ice in there at a minimum, because while System Gateway does come with 2 Bioroid ice, I'm assuming we'll see a mid-range, like 3 to 5 cost Bioroid ice that every player who has System Gateway plus Elevation will have at least 1 more Bioroid than standard. Than if they only had Gateway, excuse me. Can you explain the rules change? Yeah, Alec, we'll get to it. Sorry, we have a whole list of things to get through. I'm just catching up on chat so we can do that. But we're going to run through the whole gamut of spoilers. I think the rules change happens somewhere down here, so we have a bit to get to. I've actually pre-opened tabs, so we're gaming. Baz installing from a Hush on the hand, freshly resident enemy. That Baz can install programs, but that would work in theory. You'd have to do other tricks. Leo's great and all, but imagine if all the fire dice at plus one strength. All right. Trash a wage workers, yeah, so they don't have to trash it. You get a trash what's it called, a bass and gain 2 clicks. Am I right? Give us a 6 credit Bioroid code gate with 3 subroutines. Fairchild 3. Okay, before we dive in, very important news at the top. Hey, this just went up on Monday. Montreal Continental Championship. This is the America's Continental, sponsored by Null Signal Games. I put up the ABR. This is happening on August 22nd to 24th. This is the Continentals me and a bunch of other folks here in Montreal were running. Shout out to all the other organizers like Oda Nuvo and Kate, and then a bunch of other folks behind the scenes. Firstly, I posted this art. No one's asked me about this art yet. I want to be very clear. This art is not in the Continentals prize support as far as I know. We don't know what the Continentals prize support package is just yet, but this is actually a spoiler card that will be up on this channel. Shout out to Kira Nguyen did this art, which is so wild because this art is like very same framing as another Kira art, which is this distributed tracing, which shows a stall on the right, 2 people on the left, and someone in the middle clasping at their kind of at their collar. And it's the same sort of idea here, which I think is just great, as much as his art is much more colorful than the dark, gritty tone of Thule. American Continental Championship, we're running this in Montreal. It's a 3-day event. On Friday, there'll be a team tournament. Whatever the format is, we'll let you know. And then Saturday and Sunday is Swiss, and then, of course, the Swiss Top Cut. Alongside that, on Sunday, we'll have a startup side tournament, and we're going to have Learn to Play events. Tickets are up, actually. If you want to grab your tickets, I would recommend grabbing them sooner than later. We do have a cap on the room. We're capped at about 100 plus players, around 100, and I do think we'd be very excited to sell out. Tickets are up, and notably, if you buy a ticket in the near future, between now and I think June 30th is the cutoff date. Not only is the ticket $10 cheaper, which is 60 Canadian, but you also get an exclusive alt art if you order before that time. After that point, tickets will be on sale for 70 Canadian, which for a 3-day event. So get your tickets sooner than later. It also does help organizers a lot. If you're also going, by the way, if you want to just hit going here on this bottom page, it helps a heck of a lot to bring hype for the events. And there's a whole bunch of links here. Another thing I do need a shout out for sure is Artist Colony. So if you're at Worlds, there was this table where artists could bring their stuff and then the organizers would sell their stuff on behalf of them, or technically as an artist, you could sit there and sell your stuff. We're doing the exact same thing. This is something Oda Nuvo is entirely running. He's really excited to run this because he helped run this at Worlds. So the short of the longest is if you're coming to Montreal in the summer and you have some Netrunner related art, alt arts, cards, items, merch, whatever you want, you can sit there at the table and you can sell it, or the organizers, we can sell it on your behalf and we take a 0 cut. This is just so you can have your stuff out there so it can make more sense for you to travel, all this sort of other stuff. Also, if you're not coming to Montreal, which that's a bummer for sure, we'll also still sell your stuff at the artist colony. Definitely look at the form here to figure out what that covers, but basically you have to ship your stuff there. We'll ship your stuff back to you. You're going to pay for all that shipping costs, but same thing, we can sell your stuff on your behalf. We don't take a cut whatsoever. There are definitely rules about what you can and can't sell. Obviously code of conduct, no AI art, that sort of stuff. So like that'll all be in there if you hit the form. But if you're an artist and you are going to be there or you're not going to be there and you want to have your stuff sold at this event, there is a way to do it, and that's pretty hype. This is also an NPC event, and so there's going to be some extra NPC prizing. We saw the Charlotte Casador art, the participation prize. There's going to be some dice, and then maybe some other stuff too, but that's going to be sick. But it's going to be a massive event for sure. We'll let you know more as soon as we know more about the team tournament, what's the format's going to be. We also, how many rounds of Swiss on Saturday depends on how many people are showing up. Currently, the jumping point between, I think it's like 9 and 10 rounds. I forget, 10 and 11 rounds. It depends on the amount of players we have. And top 8 or top 16, I think, changes around 60 to 70 players. I forget the numbers, but these are a bit in the air, excuse me, for now. Anyways, that is this summer. I'm very excited for this. This is going to be, we're looking for the biggest Netrunner event in all of North America this year, because of course Worlds, mind you, is on the other side of the ocean. If you want to travel in, love to have you. Montreal in the summer is incredible. It's honestly like it's easy for someone to say this is the best city, but like legitimately Montreal in the summer is incredibly special as a North American city. If you want to travel in now, if you're an American, we'd love to have you. Our borders are super open, that's for sure. If you want to get your passport, try and get your passport now for sure. If you're looking at places to stay, the hotel that we're having this ballroom at is the Best Western. They have hotel rooms and we will have a block, it seems. I'm not sure if we're going to have like a cheaper rate or not. We'll let you know. But otherwise, we're in a downtown area by Concordia University. And so there is a lot of places you can stay around there. Little in Montreal is very, very accessible, both by bike, by you can drive, you can take an Uber, but also the public transport is kind of the best. So if you find an Airbnb somewhere off in like Magdalene, the Plateau, like you have no problem coming down to this. This is like very much downtown. It's very easy to travel to. Ticket bought. Yo, thank you. Huge, huge, huge. Excited to see you too, by the way. Ian, it's going to be great. But yeah, it's going to be a massive event. I'm hoping we're going to have a lot of folks travel in. I know we have a bunch of folks coming in from the West Coast already, but yeah, if you want to buy your tickets sooner than later, it really helps us organize because there's a lot of stuff that has to be done behind the scenes. That's for sure. Oh shoot, the line's up when I'm heading back to the US and I haven't bought my tickets yet. I'm very tempted. So maybe I go to this on my way back to Cali. That would be really cool, Harp. It'd be exciting to have you, but it's I think it's going to be an absolute hype event. A lot of work goes on behind the scenes. And if you want to grab a ticket, we'd love to have you for sure. We're also looking for some volunteers. This is for sure. There will be a streamed event as well. So I think we're looking for maybe 1 or 2 more judges. If we have another person who wants to do some commentary on the stream, if you want to just volunteer at any of the tables or do any of the many roles, we'll have a more structured form for volunteers. So it's been really nice. We've been reached out by a bunch of folks being like, hey, I'd like to do this. Do you need help with this? Do you need help with this? If you're interested in volunteering at all, even if it's just one of the days, let us know. Because we do need to get that locked down. We have some time, obviously. This is in August, but the sooner that you know, the more you can plan around it. And I will be making a video highlighting this specifically also once we have some like alt arts and like hype stuff to show off. But you got a couple months to plan this. I think it's going to be a fantastic event. And we're going to have some cool alt arts, that's for sure. That will be exclusive to this event. And we're waiting for Elevation to come out before we lock down what those are for obvious reasons. I'm actually be in the US around the time, so this is actually doable. The travel up is like really not that bad at all. There's buses that come up. The trains are not very easy because when you take a train from the States to Canada, they do the border check at the border. So if you take like what's meant to be a 5 to 6 hour train, if you technically did, a crow's flight train from say New York City to Montreal, it should be 6 hours. It ends up taking somewhere between 10 to 12 because you're stuck at the border for like 3-4 hours while the border officials go and individually check everybody in the train before the train can progress. It's a bit backwards for sure. The train is really pleasant, like riding through that area, the northeast of the States and Canada is really quite nice. But yeah, we have obviously an airport. Getting to Montreal is not very far off from a lot of folks. Let me catch up on chat. I genuinely thought people would call it "Sigh How They Run." See how they run could have disqualified me from being narrative director. I'm so sorry, Pat. Obviously, people are clamoring for you to handle your backlog like a stack. Handle most recent things first and go backwards. That might be right, honestly, Gyro. We'll probably do it. I think we will do it. You've convinced me. We'll go backwards. We'll start the new stuff and we'll go backwards. Leo plus Managarm seems a bit unhealthy for no longer need to use a lot of influence for Anoetic Void. Tom, you can't use Managarm. You can't use Leo's ability after you file Managarm. Just so that we're clear, obviously they still work together, but as soon as you're firing cards like Managarm and Anoetic Void and the breach is actually happening, you're no longer allowed to use paid abilities. So you can't force the runner to pay 5 clicks or 2 clicks or 5 credits, and then you can't just end the run. It doesn't work like that. Very, very important. The art got discovered on Kira's art station a while back. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Nobody's asked me about that. Maybe that makes sense. Bummer. Startup mentions. Yeah, we'll have startup for sure. Artist Colony is one of the best parts of Worlds. Glad to see it showing up at bigger tournaments. Yeah, again, shout out to Nick. Nick was one of the big organizers. Mind you, Nick is part of the Null Signal Games organized play people, the team, and he's like really loves Artist Colony. And so Nick and Amanda are going to be running this booth the whole time. We'll also have Learn to Play events. I probably shouted this out already. The Learn to Play is free. So if you have people who you want to bring in who are traveling with you or in Montreal and you want to come in and play, hopefully some of the new Learn to Play decks, those we'll be having all weekend. You can come in. You don't have to buy a ticket for that if you just want to come in and learn how to play the game. Hopefully things line up and I can make it out to Montreal. I've been working on alt arts, but I'm not sure if I'll be printing them for this or in the future. Oh, Lady Ducklin. Hopefully we get to see you, let alone that your alt arts come out. That'd be really nice if you can make it up. Going to Canada is never the problem. It's getting back to the US that's worrisome. Yeah, I hear you. I definitely hear you about that. Like the border crossing is a bit more tense than it has been probably in our lifetimes, that's for sure. And obviously don't do anything that makes you uncomfortable. I'm aware of the situation. It's not the best we could ask for sure. Hey, Cool Kids Club. I have a question. I've literally played maybe 2 or 3 games of Netrunner. Should I go to this event if there's going to be no one like training, teaching, practicing? Should you go to this event? Sort of. My caveat for going to Netrunner events, if you're not a competitive player and you don't win games, like you have a very bad win rate and you're like, you don't know what you're doing, going to Netrunner events is still really, really good. A lot of times this is going to be like a big event and the majority of people who are showing up at this event are just having an excuse to come up, get some cool prize support and hang out for a weekend, making new friends or with their Netrunner friends who now have an excuse to travel. The only caveat I would say, the only gatekeeping I would do is that if you can play a Netrunner game in 40 minutes, that is the only rule. If you're struggling to get through a single Netrunner game in less than 40 minutes, then I would be a bit nervous sometimes of going to a tournament because you do have to just play games in 40 minutes and going to time is not exactly what you want to do. But if you can play a game in 40 minutes and you know the rules, and even if you're like really bad at the game, definitely come out. Because the way also that tournament structures work is if round 1 you play against a random opponent and you lose that game, round 2 you'll pair it against somebody who also lost round 1. And then round 3, if you lose that game, you'll be paired against someone who lost round 1 and 2. And so the longer the day goes, and specifically for a tournament like this, which will be 10 to 11 rounds, you'll be playing against people that have the same score as you. So you will be amongst friends and family very quickly. But for real, everyone is nice in this game. Even if you lose your games, you're going to have a fantastic time. The only thing I would watch out is you need to be able to probably close a game in under 40 minutes because you are under time constraints. If you can do that, totally great. Please come out. If you want to come out and just get some games in on the side and like do Learn to Play and hang out on the Sunday tournament and play startup and stuff like that, you can do that as well. But that is the only concern about Saturday for competitive tournaments is like you really need to get a game in 40 minutes. A lot of people can do that. Some people that take some time because you're still reading cards. But between now and August, if you want to come to Montreal Continentals, there are so many great ways you can get enough reps in where that is not going to be a problem whatsoever. So don't stress about that too much because you have a lot of time. But yeah, just watch out. You just need to get a game in 40 minutes. Should be fine. Might actually be in the US. Oh, I read that. Excuse me. Hey, Veronica. I just got back from work. Chowed down some dinner, then made a post on Substack about BANGUN. Would be lovely if you could show it on the stream, but obviously not necessary. Veronica, I don't know if I got the link from you yet. I know I brought this up in other things, but I don't think I have the link. If you can share it on like Discord, I'll pull it up. Excuse me. You should go. Folks are really nice. Yes. And I want to be very clear. Winning a Netrunner game doesn't matter. Folks are really, really, really nice. I would just be a bit stressed because I would get stressed if I was in a tournament and I was struggling to close a game or lose a game in 40 minutes, whatever it is. That's the only thing that would stress me out. If you've heard me talk on this channel, I'm very, very pro anybody coming out to whatever organized play they can. That is the only concern. I would not be stressed about it though. I was wrong about the Shaper ID. Yeah, Tron, I still want to know what you were talking about. Hoping to make it out to the event. Baz, would be really great to see you. I now have to go find the VOD to prove I didn't go. Yeah, I don't know, Toronto. If you can find it, I'd be happy to hear it. Don't think I'll ever play in tourney. I mull over my moves too much. Lexi, it comes with time. Again, the more comfort you get into the game, the less that is a worry. You can mull over your moves. Sometimes you just have to make a play and hope it's the best play. And the more that you do that, also the kind of the more well-oiled the machine comes. If you've even somewhat competitive about it, tournaments become a test in endurance very quickly. Yes, these can be long days. Like 10 rounds is a lot. That is for sure. So like there is just like this inherent endurance element to all players at the event. That's for sure. So have to come in and watch out. Even if you lose every game, Andre calling me out by name again. Hey, Izzy, how's it going? Links in your Discord. Thank you. Yeah, tournaments are fun though, so thinking is fine. You just need to be familiar with your deck. Yeah. 10 rounds, SSS for sure. I don't think I'll ever run a DSS tournament anymore. We go to tournaments, they can feel stressful for the first couple times, but they're a ton of fun too. I have not heard, and maybe this is like some sort of weird survivor bias, I haven't heard a player who's come out of tournament, specifically like I've talked to people who came out for their first tournament and it was like a world championship, and I've not heard anyone who said it wasn't a great idea. Like, it's maybe slightly different than what you expected it to be, and that's usually how the world is. But everyone who's come out that I've talked to who's gone out to their first tournament, and even if their first tournament has been like a big, organized, competitive, large-scale thing, they've been like, this was a treat. It's just kind of very, very special. Thankfully, Andre's one of the best TOs at scheduling an event with reasonable break timings. Oh, thank you, Izzy. Quite Izzy. David, I feel like I missed a message from you a while ago. I know I saw your name, and I don't remember reading the thing. Again, it was nice to hear you on QTM's last episode. Just send it vibes-based Netrunner is the best. Yeah, I wouldn't stress about it too much. Okay, let me open a link really quickly and then we'll start backwards. We'll do things backwards, okay? We're going to start the newest thing today and go backwards. This is from Veronica's blog. Okay. So Veronica has been doing a blog writing about every card that's been released. I haven't read this yet. I haven't actually read any of these quite yet, but I'm going to go looking back into these for sure. Ooh, there's the new old PSF art. So you see my screen flickering? Something's weird, right? You see that too? That can't be good. Like, that can't be healthy. Why is that happening? Okay, let's do this. Let's start backwards. Okay, really backwards. Here at the top, there was a new article that came in today. Let's do a Scoops recovery. This was a piece that came up. This was the art for the last article that came up that talked about the last criminal identity. This art is labeled Lilo. I'm assuming that's what the name of this criminal card is. We're assuming it's criminal because it does have big T here. And that is the name of one of the cards in my custom set. And I'm pretty upset about it because that's a really good name for a criminal card. I am assuming that this card itself does some amount of recovery, whether it's actually more criminal card draw, whether it's like quality time. This feels like quality time to me. Like, this reeks of quality time. A name Lilo. So I don't know whether it's also tag removals technically within the name pie of that idea, but the sort of like sitting back and just like chilling is exactly what this card is named after. So I'm assuming it'll do something like that. Change your cards to lie lower. These are like Japanese capsule hotels. Yeah, they do look like these. They do look like capsule hotels. Hold on, we can close that. Let's close that. We're not going to need that. But very, very cool. These also could just be relaxing booths, but I do think these are capsule hotels. This character too, we'll see here. I'm assuming there's a card with this character on it. I don't know if it's a console or anything like that. Also, all these being like digital representations makes a lot of sense when we look at this. I am not, unfortunately, going to read this. My voice is not holding up that well. It's been kind of bad, but this is from Calvin Wong. Calvin Wong, you might know as both a game designer and also an actor. Calvin Wong has done some like pretty large some roles and some pretty well-known things. You can look up Calvin Wong's name, but Calvin Wong has been doing a fair bit of writing classically over the last couple of years of NSG stuff, generally every launch season coming in and dropping a story. The last story, which I haven't read this one yet, was the one that was about in Liberation, about the sort of, was it a Bioroid or a clone who was basically pretending to be part of the in-group of the corporations and reading about a raid that was going on when the people who were being raided were their partner. It was a pretty dire piece. I liked it a lot. Let's you and your opponent take a quick nap. Just a little quick nap. Just a quick nap. It's quitters talk. Hey, this image, I've been in my profile picture for a while on GLC. I wonder why I have that. Wait, which one? This one? I'm not on GLC too much. The Lilo one? Substack was a mistake? Sorry? I've been making some comments about BANGUN plus Asia for life and getting more First Nations artists to make alt arts. Oh, cool. Lilo, I was thinking that the name was Lilo, like a Disney Hawaiian girl face. Oh, like Lilo? Hey, Nacho. Could be quality time, but it draws from the bottom of your deck. That's really, really cool. That is definitely some low lying. I do not know why my screen is doing that. Only slightly concerned. Welcome to MuslihaT, the multifarious marketeer. She, her pronouns. This is great art from Marlon Ruiz. It looks like the identities are, I think, bouncing between Zafania and Marlon, which are, this one's quite nice. I like that jacket a lot. This jacket reminds me a lot of the sort of like art direction that you got from the FFG era of like the Matt Zellinger kind of shapes and colors and textures on clothing. Also, these are these projections of different folks, which makes sense. This person is a marketeer, so understanding their psychographics is great. And we have this little animal, which I don't know what it is. It does have a little snoot. I'm assuming it's a rodent. It could be a marsupial. Natural Identity 4515. When your turn begins, look at the top card of your stack. If that card is an icebreaker or a run event, you may reveal it so both players get to see it, and then you add it to your grip. Peer pressure works. Notably, you add, you don't draw it, so this won't fire any card draw synergies. But the idea is that it is criminal with card draw, technically card draw, legally distinct card draw, which is something that's been a big old problem with the faction classically. This has been a faction that has had access to only one card draw, playable card draw card in the format, which is Class Act. And Class Act technically does kind of butt up against this identity. Class Act is still a really good card, but obviously if you're playing MuslihaT, you want to be playing some amount of icebreakers and a large amount of run events. Icebreakers is a really weird subtype on this thing. I would be really excited if this was just programs, because I think playing utility programs has been a hard thing for criminals to do. But generally, a lot of criminal decks are only running one of each icebreaker. So there's usually like maybe 3, maybe 4 slots in a criminal deck for icebreakers. And so it feels like a run event is going to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Now, it's not like we've seen any new criminal icebreakers. If the set has something that is like another revolver, which is an icebreaker that's looking pretty good into the modern meta, but something that has like limited uses that you are somewhat encouraged to run multiple copies of, then I think you can run multiple copies of them. But if you're just running one, Fractor, one Killer, one AI, one Decoder, I don't think it makes a lot of sense. I do want to shout out that Matryoshka is actually probably worth something here. And clicklessly drawing your Matryoshkas, let alone this will be at least 6 slots in your decks on average, that actually could make some amount of sense. And Matryoshkas actually really work well with run events, because it's the sort of thing that once you get 2 Matryoshkas down, you can make a run event on HQ almost no matter what, as much as you have to fear for like very niche cards like Hagen, technically sort of, but I think you run into the worst case scenario is what's it called, the Sentry, the 6-cost Sentry. Hammer is really bad for you, but I do think Matryoshka can be looked at. Otherwise, what are you doing? I think you're just running a whole bunch of run events, and that's probably fine. We do lose a bunch of really good run events, and by really good events, I mean we lose Dirty Laundry, which definitely hurts. We're expected to get another account siphon, I'm pretty sure, so that seems like a 3 of in every deck. I don't know what other run events we've seen in this set so far. Is Illumination, I think, is a run event, as much as it doesn't make a lot of sense with this deck, if I'm not mistaken, because you're running a lot of run events. I'm not a big fan. I think people are going to be interested in playing Concerto, and like I don't like Concerto, let alone if your deck is mostly run events. Concerto is unlikely to do that much because run events are generally relatively cheap, and so this card kind of scales really poorly as it does with other Concertos. How's it going, Safer? This card reads like a what I wanted as to be. You think? How many cards do you need to draw for this to be worth it? I think that's a good question. And I think like one of the problems with MuslihaT is that MuslihaT's not going to be very exciting, but I think like it's just going to be very value good. The same way that Sable can just be very value good, but at least Sable is like you're interacting a bit more. But just getting free card draw and playing free run events is like going to be something you can build around consistently. Also, if the deck runs that many run events, I don't know why my screen is doing that. Like Debbie Downtown gets a fair bit better. I think you're likely to also want to play things like Mystic Miami, which means you're probably playing the twinning. And that makes a lot of sense because then your multi-axis is attached to playing run events, which you want to do inherently. So this is not looking that different than like a good run-based criminal. The thing is like you're going to be like a Ken deck and like the sort of Ken deck that runs 20 run events. Praxis is kind of fun, but doesn't really make that much sense. Like maybe you can do Praxis and then you can like recur your class acts for burst draw, but I feel like that's not fantastic. I don't think Katurga is worth a lot. That's another like very good flexible run event, but it's like 3 influence, so I don't know. Prognostic Synergy, I disagree with that. So I've heard people talk about Prognostic Synergy so you can see the top of your deck to set it up. But the problem is if your deck is mostly, run events, Prognostic is actually really quite bad. Like this doesn't do anything unless your deck has like a large portion of programs or hardware. So I'm imagining running Prognostic is actually like kind of rough. And then you're better off just like playing better cards in that slot and just hoping the top of your deck works out. I don't know. I don't see this working well. When your deck is 25 run events, like this doesn't seem like a good thing to be doing. For what it's worth, if we had Paragon, like then maybe that gets a bit better, but like obviously this thing rotates. It's an old FFG card, so that's gone. I do think the console slot's also fascinating because like Hermes is just, good. And we're assuming there's a new console in the new, maybe at least one, definitely one, maybe at least 2 is what I'm trying to say in the new console slot. Maybe it cares about run events specifically. I think that'd be pretty slick, but also like you can just play Swift, and Swift makes a lot of sense when your deck is like 20, 25 run events. The question is which of these is going to be better? Who knows? I honestly can't tell. You can Q-Loop to install cards off the top and then have the idea to draw away the few events. Yeah, sure. But like how many times is Q-Loop going to fire when your deck is like 25? Like the majority of your deck for Q-Loop to be good needs to be majority hardware and programs. And this deck is not going to be that. I do think it's it is a trap. I think it's going to feel good. And then like just setting it up is going to be a lot of work and it's not going to be worth it. Run 15 Rising Tides. Yeah, I guess so. I got to see Rising Tide in action the other day on the Neon Static stream, and it like technically broke everything for like cleaver money, which seemed okay. But you can run like extra programs, extra icebreakers. So I think Revolver makes sense, Rising Tide makes sense, Matryoshka makes immediate sense. But there's not a lot of other programs I want to run extra copies of in my deck, right? Like we're talking about the Mutual Favor faction. I don't know whether you just run 2 of each breakers and then just get more card draw and not run Mutual Favor, which inherently doesn't work with MuslihaT really well. Can't tell. Really can't tell. You can skip over and draw cards and get more events or programs. I like her. Well, Kenya, for what's worth, you can skip over draw cards when you're playing Criminal in general. And that is the basic idea. You just get free card draw, which is like definitely good. There's no way that that's bad. Feels like Glad. It feels like Glad, but you don't have to play the mini game, right? Like you can just be super, super aggressive. Vishal, how's it going? Right? Like with Lat, you have to think about your turn. You have to look at your opponent. You have to figure out how to line up your turn with their turn in a way that's disruptive. This, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to play like very cleverly. You just get free card draw. And obviously that's going to be good for you. It's hard to imagine that this doesn't give you an extra 10 cards every game. Feel like Concerto synergizes really well. It kind of does, but then Concerto synergizes really poorly with all the other cards you're running, right? Like, is this a Criminal deck that's actually going to run Overclock? Maybe. That's really not good. Are you going to be running Biobands? Yeah, I imagine you are running Biobands. This one actually might be a bit tenuous. I think Biobands, this text on Biobands is going to be a bit better in the future because we're losing Miss Bones in Criminal, so trashing cards is going to be important. But installing cards is probably something this deck doesn't do as often as some of the other decks. So I don't know if you run Cheswa. Maybe you do, because Biobands is very good. Oh, reveals? Evil on, how's it going? What do you mean? Concerto underrated? I think Concerto's pretty rated. I don't like Concerto that much. We literally just start looking. Yeah, we just started. Hey, Ryan, considering how we complain about the Ashes runners, I'm really surprised how many Elevation IDs got to have card draw. Yeah, but for what it's worth, like we'll get to it when we talk about the Shapers. I think this is something we really haven't seen Criminal. Like if I'm not mistaken, we've never seen a Criminal card draw identity in the history of the game. I do think there's a chance that MuslihaT is going to compete against the same decks that like play Zaya relatively consistently, right? Like drawing 10 to 15 cards is really quite good, that's for sure. But Zaya gets the click compression in a different way. Sable gets a click compression in a different way. So like, I do think what's going to change the MuslihaT decks is how are you able to leverage 25 run events or like 8 icebreakers or whatever it is in a cogent game plan. And that is going to be a bit more interesting. But I do think that this doesn't force you to do anything that's that different than Reg Criminal. And in some matchups, this will be the best Reg Criminal you have. And others, you'll probably like 40 cards in Zaya. I don't know. Doesn't feel like it pulls me in any strong direction. It's a mouse deer, a conceal. Oh, cute little guy. What is the English name for a conceal? It's a lesser mouse deer. Oh, that's a cute little guy. Yeah, I take it is not rodent if it's a deer, right? An even-toed ungulate. What an ugly name. Mouse deer is widely caught Southeast Asia in Indochina, Myanmar, Brunei, Cambodia, China. Very, very cool. Smallest known hoofed mammals. Its mature size being as little as 45 centimeters. Oh my God, little guy. Hey, little guy. Just a little guy. Very cute. Some kind of disposable breaker. Yeah, I would be really excited if MuslihaT has like some sort of thing like we had back in the day, like Shiv and Crowbar and Spike. But it just doesn't seem like Elevation, the size of the Elevation set, can support a breaker suite like this. But if we have some sort of like, you know, cheap, trashable breaker suites that pushes yourself forward, that makes a lot of sense. I just don't think we have enough card slots to make a thing like this. I don't know. The face around her face are her astroturfing bots. Oh, that could make sense too, right? Like sock puppet counts. It's not of their target audiences, their false accounts profiles. I need to read their card back because the card back is really good. Hold on, I scrolled up, so I have to scroll down. I really hope that there will be some interesting consoles, but I doubt anything will trump Hermes until it rotates. I think that's a hard problem that we're going to be running into with Criminal, is that Hermes is not only so cheap, but it is just so impactful on just about every board state. There's very few corporations that don't have a big Hermes problem. And so I don't know what it takes to print a console that will unseat Hermes very easily. It either has to build into a certain play pattern so aggressively, or has to be such a meta call, or we could be in a world where you play 2 consoles. I'm actually looking forward to that. There's a chance we could be in a world where criminals can actually play multi-console and then change consoles based off of board state and based off of matchup. How do the face-up agendas counter Hermes? They don't get Hermes. You can only bounce unresed cards. Face-up cards are resed. Notably, we used to have reminder text. So when it comes to Bangun, like this is actually a reason why Hermes gets less good. But if Bangun's playing Wayland, they'll still have ice. It says agenda is neither resed nor unresed. So very, very good. It cannot be bounced. Very good Hermes tech against face-up stuff. You run 1/3 events, not 2/3 if you're playing Q-Loop. I don't think it's good. I still don't think it's good. I think you're making the deck too complicated. It's like feeling like playing As with Q-Loop. It's just like, oh, the events are the worst part of that deck suddenly. One thing interesting is with Concerto is that once you can build your deck so the Concerto is so good when your ID trigger misses. I mean, yeah, maybe. Rohit, how's it going? The idea is that like, oh, you hit your sure gamble, you gain 5 credits. But so the problems with Concerto is that it's Concerto. But secondly, you need to have a way to use the credits, right? That means you need to have your breakers down. That means you have to be able to run and confidently need your breakers. Maybe that makes more sense in a world of Matryoshka. That I could believe, where like you can get 2 breakers down and actually have a breaker suite as soon as turn 1, and then you can Matryoshka R&D, and then if they rise, you're fine. I just think this is a very low value card slot. I do think there's a chance if you just need enough run events, but I'm imagining this could be the worst run event in any deck. You play Hermes over Swift and MuslihaT, you're a coward? No, I think you could do either. Revealing when you draw icebreakers is really risky for criminal. It is. Like, well, sort of. It's not good to show them that you have it. I imagine it'll hit the table sooner than later. For what it's worth, revealing is like definitely a downside that has to be taken seriously. We did have, mind you, what's it called? Truth. Find the Truth, which forced you to reveal every single card in your hand that you drew from turn 1 after mulligan. And this wasn't a massive downside because people kind of expected your deck to do what your deck is going to do. I do think that there are going to be some other cards that make a lot of sense in this deck. The more I see it, the more I actually really like Reprise. I think Reprise is technically a run event, right? And Reprise is just very, very good. And there's a chance that you can play Reprise instead of playing Hermes. I think there's a small chance of that. But like, you just need enough run events in your deck. So I'm hoping that we see at least 2 other really good run events in the set to hit that mass 25 that you need to play, or whatever the number is. I think Concerto works because you know the top of the deck. Just hold it until you see a class act or gamble. Still not sure I rate it. Oh, I see what you mean, because you can look at the top and then you don't reveal it if it's not a program, and so you can set up the Concerto. Yeah, okay, that's probably the best use case for Concerto, because you can see the top of your deck when you fail to fire your ability, but I'm still not convinced it's worth it. We could be wrong. Concerto into high stakes job. Conrad, how's it going? One the console of the set will be for Baz. Seems Swift works really well with this lady. I think Baz could use more. I think Baz has more to gain from a console slot than MuslihaT does. Like, MuslihaT is kind of set up. For what it's worth, Baz is kind of set up, but Baz does seem like you can print a couple more cards that are Baz tricks. MuslihaT is like totally fine and playable on day 1. I've been checking any new cards. Oh, there's some stuff. Geist. Yo, I've been playing Marvel Champions every Friday, and we did a good stream on last Friday, and we were playing Black Widow, and I totally forgot to mention Black Widow is just Geist, which is why I like Black Widow so much. Mr. Lee? Hey, Ian. What about Mr. Lee? Byban's tag clause is funky with Synapse? Yes, but everything's funky with Synapse. Oh, Liza. Sorry, you're right. Okay, there are card draw on identities. Liza was busted, and Geist does have card draw. I totally forgot about that. How can I forget about that? Man, I do not know why my screen is doing that. I'm scared. Grandma Talking Thunder would like a word with you, young man. Yeah, I forgot. She was only around for like a couple months. But yeah, there is some card draw for sure. For sure. Only the best Crim IDs ever printed. You're not wrong. Ian Sterling is a card draw ID. It's right there in the basic actions. I think I've heard people talk about how this actually like in color and tone reminds about Ian Sterling, but I think Ian Sterling also has like the glowing yellow, the same sort of like color palette. Just the orange glow, I guess, get you there. I like Ian. I think we have another older man now back in the game, which is good. Good old man support. Bangun doesn't have a Hermes problem? No, but it's Icewill. I love the flavor of this runner with all the net space alter egos. I really like the flavor of this, so let's just read this really quickly. Sorry about the screen. MuslihaT multifarious marketeer. I showed this to my partner who works in marketing, and she found this offensive. The name to be like, what do you mean she's a criminal? I was like, no, come on, it's not, marketing's bad. Well, MuslihaT graduated from KKU with top marks. She never expected to be rejected from her dream job at NBN. She tried again, rejected, and the same time from every other megacorp. So she set up her own one-woman marketing firm. Using botnets, aliases, and borrowed avatars, the local businesses she promoted suddenly gained traction. Meanwhile, their competitors experienced scathing reviews and faulty orders. MuslihaT was out to prove herself. She'd be plucky, clever, and win against the powerful, just like her beloved Sang Cancel. I love this flavor that like she was rejected from doing the things that she wants to do. And the idea is that criminals run because they have self-interest. It's just saying, F it, I'm gonna be the best marketeer. I'm gonna get in everywhere. I'm gonna sell everything. And is doing it for just like selfish, personal, like self-interest. I think that's absolutely sick. And for sure, these are just like, you know, fake reviews, her bot puppet accounts, and she's getting to work. I really like the flavor a heck of a lot to be like, okay, fine, I'll do it myself. I don't care. And she's not like, you know, doing anything too big. Oh, her earrings are also the deer mouse. Very, very cool. I also like Concerto for that reason. Plus, you also get on average 2 credits. The thing is, like, you need to use the 2 credits. You know, like it's hard. It's kind of hard. You could reprint Desperado and would unseat Hermes. Might not actually be true. I think it definitely would be true. It is very, very good, and I'm assuming we're going to see a fair bit of assets in the new set. New Wayland ID dabs on Hermes. You play Lobby Orca, MuslihaT, and Concerto has fun. It's a banging name. Concerto credits might have more value in a post-Bones world. Yeah, maybe they will. Maybe that is worth something. That like just trashing a 2-cost, 3-cost asset is like worth something, and you get the cantrip. Is it optional to reveal? Yes, you may reveal. That being said, if you don't reveal it, you can't draw it. Because you may reveal it and add it to your grip. Technically, I think this is worded the way Netrunner is, but like you should read as you may reveal it and then add it to your grip. Like these are attached clauses. Unbanned trick shot. I mean, trick shot in criminal is not even that good. Baz's console's masterwork. Let's be real. I think Baz can play like 5 different consoles. I think Baz is actually really flexible. Orange net stuff, I see the resemblance. Also, reminder, maintenance access is a run event. Yes, the sneak door beta thing is a run event. That's going to help. I'm pretty sure there's another run event I'm aware of. I think it's pronounced MuslihaT. Her real name is Musliha. Maybe that is, I'm saying dear wrong situation though. Yeah, I think the T is last name maybe, but Musliha is the name. I've heard people say big T. MuslihaT is the way that people are saying, but I think it is, that's a handle. It's MuslihaT. I love that the runner that reveals the top of the deck is an NBN reject. Hey Mitra, how's it going? It's good to hear you on the thing the other day on the daily casts. Deer is said as in the animal, not DR. Yeah, deer is like deer. Is Moosey the other person leaving a review on Side Hustle, you think? I think that's really funny. It's signed. I forget who signs it. It has a signing on it. I'm not sure if it's actually good or not, but I think Baz Penny Shaver has a good argument. Yes, I do think there's a good argument to that because Baz needs a reason to run. And I think corporations are kind of on it, disincentivized from rezzing. But if that's the case, I do think Hermes gets you there. So it's kind of hard. Swift would definitely work for her, Lexi. I think Swift is totally reasonable. It's going to be up to you to figure out if Swift or Hermes works better or whether we get a new console. But if you're running like 20 run events, why would you not play Swift to some extent? Daily cast where I quaked in fear at Mitra. I'm curious what you think of Mitra. We'll get there. We're going in reverse order, but Mitra is on like only a couple cards from now. Emily, how's it going? A deck that entirely runs on icebreakers doesn't seem that impossible. It doesn't seem super impossible. You just need enough quality cards, which I think with a couple more cards we're expected to see, you can get there. You also do need a win condition though, because for what it's worth, we're losing a lot of run multi-axis. Like, is this deck running Jailbreak? Yeah, maybe I actually like Jailbreak more than Concerto. I can't tell. But like we don't have Jailbreak. We don't have Maker's Eye. Sorry, we don't have Legwork, we don't have Maker's Eye. So we'll see if there's actually other run events. I do think at the end of the day, like you're probably going to end up playing Mystic Miami, which is really good. You're probably going to be playing Debbie Downtown, which is really good. And you're going to be playing Twinning, which is really good. And that makes a lot of sense. Like MuslihaT has everything that she needs to be a competent runner in basically every format, I think. Just read the Side Hustle flavor stars. Ouch, only 4 out of 5 stars. A customer service of death. Yeah, it is. It's a bit of a joke too. It's like perfect review, 4 out of 5 stars. The problem is run cards that work with runs that are unsuccessful, maybe not enough. Yeah, that's why I'm actually like kind of interested why, if you do end up playing Matryoshka, because it's one of the setups which is like, once you have this down, you can make sure your successful run events are going through. You don't need to find the right breaker. You don't need to have a boomerang. You can just say, okay, I have 2 Matryoshka. I'm going to run R&D. It'll be successful no matter what. We lose wraparound, we lose swordsman, we lose whoredom. So it doesn't seem like there's a lot of anti-AI in the game right now, besides like specifically hammer. Can you show Ian Sterling to show the resemblance? It's not that big of a resemblance. It's just I think it's just a bit of the orange accents. This is Ian. The anagram of thus male. All right, let's close some tabs. and we'll go backwards. Shout out again to Veronica's. I'll link this. I'll close this. I can link this. This is from Evil Brennan introducing BANGUN. This is the last identity we saw. This only came out a couple hours ago. This is Evil Brennan from the visual team. Let's talk about my favorite identity of Elevation, BANGUN. So we heard this name before, and I thought we would see this sooner. Agency Pembangunan Pasca Benkana, better known as BANGUN, in a public company that started out as a search and rescue corporation. So I thought I accidentally leaked this before, but I'm pretty sure we read that one of the themes in the set was going to be about emergency response. Also, this name came up in the article before that mentioned the person that they were working with, who was like a local consultant. And the idea is that this name is obviously a handful for a lot of people to say, and this would be contracted or shortened to BANGUN, and that actually made a lot of sense. And that was like the Indonesian, I think was what it was said, way of doing that. Southeast Asian is home to many island countries, and BANGUN had their work cut out for them. Coastal erosion, landslides, flooding, earthquakes, and wildfires frequently battered the region, but BANGUN was there to answer the call. Taken to the air, their flying headquarters of Vimana, named after the mythological flying palaces, BANGUN hovers over disaster areas and launches rescue pods full of well-trained operators, equipment, survival supplies, and medical aid. Cool. Obviously you can read the article. You should. These articles are really great, and it talks about how we got here and kind of what it's mimicking. And so we have our last Wayland identity. Mind you, Vicky is the first one. This is when disaster strikes BANGUN. You see that sort of like massive ship. This is a Vitaly Ostachenko. This is another thing that we shows up in one of the other identities I really like, but it's sometimes hard to tell the scope of the things that you see in Netrunner cards, because obviously there's no like horse or banana to judge it against, but people is one of the nicest ways. Vitaly also did the slash and burn art where you see the very, very small people, and it tells you like how big this kind of like Quinn carrier thing is. And it's absolutely massive, dropping off drop pods in a city that seems to be a bit earthquaked up at this point. So 4515 Identity Corp. You may install agendas face up, so this does not make their abilities active. Also, they're neither res nor unresed, so you can't bounce them with Hermes. And whenever the runner accesses the face up installed agendas, so only one of your face up agendas, and currently in the game there'll be no face up agendas if I'm not mistaken. So all the face up agendas have rotated out of standard again, if I'm not mistaken. So the only way you can do this is by doing BANGUN text. So it has to be installed, and you have to choose to install it face up, which is an option. And if that's the case, do 2 meat damage and give the runner 1 tag when the card is accessed. Not as an additional cost to steal. So that means this goes before, if they can trash it somehow, they can't, and they have to do that, and then they can steal the card. So if they have 1 card in hand, they're going to run the winning agenda, they will flatline. So you need to have that to win the game for sure. I missed Argus for sure. Will be there is the line. I think I need to blow my nose. Give me 1 second. And so for those who don't know, this is Argus. And Argus was a relatively competitive identity for almost all of its life that came out in Order and Chaos back in 2015, I want to say. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to find Kleenex. I'll be back in a second. Kleenex search. Kleenex search. Thank you for your patience. This is Argus. It says whenever the runner steals an agenda, and that doesn't have to be face up, it doesn't have to be installed. In archives, this works. They must take 1 tag or choose to suffer 2 meat damage. And this was a totally fine ability. Throughout the history of the game, we've talked about this idea of modernism, a Wayland deck that rushes out, and then based off of the runner not having enough money or cards in hand or having 1 too many tags, you flatline them. And that is an archetype that's really struggled in modern Netrunner, because the only card that really cares about how many cards in hand and tags the runner has classically been end of the line. And it's just really hard to line all this stuff up. And that's why Argus is really good. Because either if they had the tag, you can hurt them. If they had too few cards in hand, you could hurt them. And this just really worked very well. I'm out of breath now. Is Whistleblower actually playable? I mean, it's a run event, right? And turning off MuslihaT's ability is actually not that big of a deal, right? Wait, is Whistleblower really good? How many identities make Whistleblower? And like, you got to do the Whistleblower check for the new set, because this is a run event you can play over and over again, right? Because you shuffle this back into your deck. Oh wait, no, I'm not thinking Whistleblower. What's the one I'm thinking of that turns off their ability? I'm thinking of Direct Access. Sorry, I wouldn't do Whistleblower. I would do this. This is better. Because this isn't a run event that MuslihaT can play infinitely. It costs 1 influence. It costs 1 credit, which means it's infinite twinning charges. But run any server when the run ends, you basically don't have ID boxes, which you don't care about. So I'd actually rather play Direct Access for sure. Does it make it playable? Does it beat it? Yes. Yeah, this is actually much better, I think. Direct access stonks, whistleblower, and binder. Yeah, I do think this is a reasonable payout. So this doesn't care about Zwicky. This doesn't care about the NBNs. This does care about Leo. This does with Leo really, really well, actually. And this does actually care about Poétrï. So I would say it's reasonable. Okay, where are we? Too many tabs, hold on. What do I think about this? As someone who wants to play Wayland Kill and Wayland Modernism, this helps a heck of a lot. We did get measured response, which also in context really cares about how much money you have, let alone cards in hand. The big thing when we played into Argus is that understanding what the right choice was depended on your faction. Early on in the game, people would end up taking a tag and then clearing the tag. Later on in the game, people realized I'm playing Anarch, I'll just take 2 meat damage and it makes me more powerful. When you hit my Steelskin Scarrings, my I've Had Worses, hit my Paperclip into the bin, it made me more powerful. Certain factions can't take the damage. Like if you're a criminal and you have your breaker in hand, you can't risk the 2 meat damage, so you have to take the tag, which functionally means you have to spend a click and 2 credits, and you're still, with this, you have to take the meat damage, which makes it a lot worse for sure. I do think there was always the idea that when you played Argus, you could play a lot of small agendas, and then Argus would fire a lot when you ran central servers or you ran archives, and this doesn't do that. And I think while BANGUN is really good at putting a problem in the remote server, I think the big question to me is what is the actual problem in the remote server? Can't fake out a clearinghouse though? You can. You just install it face down, which is not a thing you want to do, if you know what I mean. Like, what agenda are you putting in the remote server that you actually really care about? That if the runner can just ignore and go centrals? Like, I honestly don't know. Right? Like, if you put an SDS on the table, right, it's still an SDS, and that's going to be a problem for you for sure. But it's not like it's an Atlas. Like, one of the best things you could do in Argus was put an Atlas on the table and then get the Atlas with an advancement counter, which means all of your kill combos are so much tighter because you always have the last card that you don't have in your hand. Project Atlas historically has just been one of the best Wayland agendas, specifically for modernism, because it is a card, it's a deck that wants to hit you with a 2 to 3 card combo, and having, you know, the flexible Joker card is obviously very, very important for that. I'm pretty worried to some extent that if BANGUN's on the table, you can ignore the remote server and just put on enough pressure on centrals, because on centrals, this text doesn't really matter. We don't have Snare anymore, and Snare is also very important for this sort of play style because it's the same sort of thing. It gives a tag and a meat damage, so you have to make a choice. But it really does come down to what is the agendas that go into the remote server to make this a problem, because I'm not sure what they are. This feels like a get got by deep dive ID. Yeah, this feels like a lose on central ID. And I think that's going to be tricky. Yeah, to be fair, we haven't seen any new agendas exactly. And I think the agendas are going to do a lot of heavy lifting here. Because the question is how quickly can BANGUN score out? I'm not sure. If you get to know when all their agendas are on the table, like that definitely does help you for a lot. You can't Hermes them. It's hard to interact with them. You can't trash them. And we have no way in the format to trash them. But this does seem like if you're going to play modernism, I think playing BANGUN makes sense. But I also think playing Zwicky is also really fine too. Zwicky's pretty good. Eminent feels like a decent threat. Eminent does feel like a decent threat. But if they put an Eminent on turn 1, I think I'd be more scared if they put it face down. Because I think on turn 1, the tag and 2 meat damage is less likely for them to have the punishment attached to it. Notably too, if you're playing around measured response, you need to be on threat 4. But Eminent Domain into a Komodo Dragon is probably the worst case. But I'm pretty sure if that's what I'm doing on the table, I'll probably install the Eminent face down and let it eat a pinhole threading. Like, for real. I would rather actually not use BANGUN's text. Turn 1, install 3 Eminence and unprotected remotes. Yeah, that's a thing you can do. You can put a bunch on the table too, like just face ups. I wonder if we're going to see Argus security, Argus Crackdown, see more play. I think people started playing this in PE decks for the last bit of this modern meta. But like, this makes sense. That means if you want to run the agenda, it's 4 meat damage and a tag. Like, that is an absurd amount of damage. So I have no doubt this is going to see slightly more play than it used to. You can also play more of these. Like, you can play NABD Contract, which I think is actually, sorry, Cordon, which I actually think is pretty reasonable as well in some of the other abilities, we've seen so far. And this means that if you want to steal the agenda, it's going to be like 6 credits and 2 meat damage and a tag. Like, there's some things you can do, but I think it's really up to you to put agendas on the table that force the game forward. Otherwise, you're going to lose on centrals. So I run tier and everything. I love Eminent into tier on R&D with this ID. Yeah, like, I think you have to make your centrals a bit protected. And for what it's worth too, this is like another big winner of Shailendra. Shailendra has this really goofy subroutine. And for what it's worth, I do think Shailendra is a bit messed up. Like, this card is massively undercosted. And for what it's worth, it doesn't end the run. But this is really good subroutines for what this identity cares about. The runner having less credits and less cards in hand is exactly what they want to do. So this is the sort of thing that ends up on R&D or an HQ, or having, you can even put this on the remote server for whatever it's worth, right? If they have to run through this and take, 3 net damage, take a tag and lose 2 credits, like it doesn't keep them out. But that's actually, for what it's worth, kind of the BANGUN thing. It's not about keeping them out. It's about them wanting to stay out for sure. But this card is actually really, really quite good in BANGUN, more so than Zwicky by a mile. I think you can't focus so hard on making the remote even worse because you just lose on centrals. Yeah, I think you're going to have to like eminent something in the remote server because you can, like, there's a chance you can play iceless. The issue is measured response is threat 4. So you honestly don't have real threat as soon as like turn 1, unless they have, public trail and to end the line and you don't have enough money and you don't have enough cards in hand, which might be the case. My guess is BANGUN will get to 5 points and lose the game. Like, I think we're going to see the quintessential Wayland 5-point problem, but at least when BANGUN is on 5 points, any agenda they put on the table, the runner has to interact with. And that's maybe when you start installing things face down. I honestly don't know. I think that's really funny text that you might actually install things face down because they think everything that you install is face up. Oh, Behold is really good too. Yeah. If we don't have Snare, at least we have Behold, and that's worth something. Angelique is maybe all you need in the remote server. Yes, Angelique's going to help a lot. I think Angelique also just makes more sense in context of measured response, where a lot of people might just keep 4 cards in hand. And if you do Angelique from hand, because it also has the same threat threshold, if not, sorry, lower threat threshold, is that you can do a 5 damage burst. And that actually really matters. But Angelique on the table does make a lot of sense. Other things that people want to do is, unfortunately, the set seems to really want you to play anemones over and over and over again. And I think we're seeing that too. While you can put an enemy on the remote server and people run into it and suddenly blow up, you can also do like Tucana. And then when they steal the agenda, they take 2 meat damage, and then you Tucana an enemy and they take 2 more net damage. Like, there's a lot of really rude things you can do that are all about like surprise damage at the last minute. Is Bring Them Home good in BANGUN? Bring Them Home is kind of a messed up card. Oh, my voice is really going. I can't stream that much longer. I have to really recover. This is not a good idea. Maybe. It's 2 influence. The thing is, this is for trashing, and I don't know how often they're going to do that. Like, I'm assuming you're still playing Antil Excavator. Runner Stole could matter, but this is a terminal, so it's not like you have to basically use this as the sort of tempo play. I'm pretty sure Bring Them Home is as good, if not like very comparable to Crackdown. And the good thing about Crackdown is it protects all servers that are iced. Right, and it's a whenever clause. So this is the sort of thing where you put a Shylendra on R&D, a Shylendra on HQ, some sort of ice on the remote server, and then you play Crackdown, and then you're probably in a better spot than Bring Them Home. That's my guess. Divested Trust is real. I think people are trying to play Divested Trust because it's one of the few agendas that works in Zwicky, and like, I don't think this card is that good at all. I think there's a real cost of putting 1-pointers. I do think if you're playing, what's it called? If you're playing measured response, 3-pointers don't immediately make a lot of sense, because that means the runner will spend less time on threat 4, where if they're on threat 4 and you're only playing 2-pointers, they have to steal 2 agendas. But if they're on threat, if they steal 2 3-pointers, they're on threat 6, and then the window is very, very marginal. I mean, this technically could work because it could fire their ability again, but like, I don't know. I think this card is very, very expensive. I think the cost of playing this card is hidden, and then when it fires, it feels good, but then you realize you just traded 1 point to like lose the agenda in HQ the next turn. Divested makes sense with SDS. Yes, SDS, anything that has an additional cost to steal, but that's kind of like BANGUN. Like, BANGUN SDS is really expensive, right? Like, if you put it in the remote server again, they need to take 2 meat damage, take a tag, trash one of their programs. They have to do that twice. And that's where I would probably just say you can score the SDS. I don't care. And I think BANGUN really needs to have agendas on the table that do control the game, and SDS does fall in that camp. Not Again has promised the subject of Boston meta to be Divested Trust, IP Enforcement, SDS.deck. I imagine that deck will be miserable, and it can win games for sure. I think if you're playing Simulchip and you're playing Shaper, or you're playing like, Ryu and you have like 2 Ashens, it's going to be rough, but it is going to be a grind for sure. Can't wait for that to be deck of the week. Yeah. Yeah, Oppo's also interesting. Mind you, Oppo as like a tempo play makes a lot of sense, because then they have a lot of problems to deal with. If you do Oppo and put an agenda on the table with BANGUN, like, they can't clear all the tags. It's basically impossible unless we see some cool tag tech in the set. But yeah, I think BANGUN is definitely going to be a modernism identity. Obviously it is. I think it really needs the right agendas to push this thing forward. I think we do have the ice to make this work. I'm not a big Kessleroid fan, that's for sure. I do think Shylendra is kind of messed up, and I'm hoping that the Komodo is playable to some extent. And I'm imagining the Komodo is going to be mean something like this. Eminent and IP Enforcement is going to be awful. I don't know. IP Enforcement is very expensive to play. It's 5 influence. I feel like Bangun can do so much better with like Behold in it or some sort of like an enemy. Like I feel like there's more you can do. And because if they're playing IP enforcements, that means that they're not playing public trail. And if you're not playing public trail, you don't have to worry about end of line. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's a lot of influence. You might need off-world office or something to stay on top of tempo without being able to bluff. I think, Emily, that's like a reasonable idea, is like putting off-world in the remote server and advancing it and saying like, I'll get 7 credits. And for what it's worth, I'll probably let them get 7 credits on turn 1. Maybe I'll take it. It's kind of the issue, is like turn 1, you don't have to respect their ability. You don't have to respect their ability really when you're on threat 4. I want an altar to Bangun printed on a mini plastic first aid kit. That'd be actually really cool. People love playing modernism, so I'm glad it'll be a core set for a while. Yeah, I do think this will work out better than BTL. BTL does give you some smoothing, and for what it's worth, this is not an economic ability. And I need to emphasize, like, you need a lot of money to do your thing. Like, if your thing is play double measured response, like that is 10 credits on top of everything else. And so understanding how to fix the economic hole is going to be a problem. This is expensive. And the big thing about BTL is that it gave you the finances to push the modernism play style forward while having enough money to still, score out agendas and do things like that. So there's a bunch of things that I think you have to solve with this. I think there's a chance it's good. It's exciting. And I'm glad that we have something like Argus back. I do think there's problems with this. Ooh, let's talk about how cool the art is. Just the chat. Yeah, I want to see this. Like, oh man, I feel like there's some sort of art styles like Vitaly's style that is very there's a lot of, I want to say like abstract paint lines. Like there's a lot of where you can look at it and you can clearly tell it's painted, like you see the lines. And in the scan that we get here, which is like very low resolution, it does not do the art well. This is the sort of thing that on 600 DPI, we can actually look at the detail work of what's in the ship and the people down there. I think that's where I'm going to be a lot more hype. I do not think this art, especially because it has so many darks, does well in this low resolution, unfortunately. I still don't really know what modernism means. So Harp, that's fine. That's a good question. And I'm too afraid to ask. Super modernism is this archetype that goes back to like 2014, 2013. I don't know the players who put it out. I don't think they play anymore. But the idea is it's a deck archetype that goes back all the way from early Netrunner, in which you play Wayland, you attempt to rush agendas while also threatening the runner with Scorched Earth, which is just end the line. And then you often do have some amount of cheap end the runs and program destruction. So like Archer. So the idea is that you just push agendas fast, and then if the runner steps out of line because they're keeping up with your speed, either you destroy all their programs and that's a problem, or you end their line by doing public trail into end the line. That's all modernism is. It's just basically Wayland rush, aggro Wayland. Value prime citizens, your productivity is being rescued. How's it going, Sailor Hawks? Yeah, it's just I'm going to score fast. I don't know where the name exactly comes from. Besides that, I'm fond of ubiquitous and daily quests, but you got to defend those. Yeah, I don't think those cards make a lot of sense in Bangun. I think as soon as you advance ubiquitous Vig, it's pretty bad. I don't think you need daily quests anymore. We do have like pretty good Wayland assets. I think Antail Excavators is huge, but you are going to need money. That's for sure. Someone's going to make a joke version of this with a gun with a little flag that says bang coming from it. Oh, for sure. I think at some point Andre mentioned making his own custom Netrunner set with an ID focused on playing face-up agendas. Is it any way connected to Bangun? No. So the last iteration, and mind you, I've done no playtesting. The last Wayland identity has the same top line. You may install agendas face up. But then my payoff was like, once per turn, when the runner breaches HQ, as long as you have installed face-up agenda, you can set aside a card from HQ. So for the access, that card is not available. Obviously with less words than that. But the idea is that you're both public and you're both private. And then I had a lot of really annoying 3-1s and like 4-2s that scaled with being public. I'm interested to see if we'll see any agendas that actually care about being public, which will be kind of cool. Vig is bad even in prop. Yeah, I'm not a big Vig fan. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. We should read the back. Yeah, we should, shouldn't we? Oh, sorry about that screen. New art. Cool. Looks like it is AI. That's Baz in the background, mind you. Yeah, that's Baz. Bangun, when disaster strikes. As part of Ocean's efforts to fund the Makota Lengit, many government-owned companies were sold to corporate interests. Among those were the agency Pembangunan Pasca Bencana, renamed Bangun by its adopted parent company. At one time, Bangun had been Indonesia's disaster response agency, supporting victims and rebuilding communities in the aftermath of the tragedy. Thankfully, and with the efficiency to be expected of a privatized public service, Bangun now arrives even before the disaster strikes. Again, measured response. We know who's causing the disaster. This, mind you, is an Oli Bolador that we haven't seen yet, a Wayland card. It looks like it is focusing on a character. I don't think we have an upgrade slot, so maybe an asset. I'm not sure, but clearly we're talking with the Trimorph, which is pretty wild. The idea of showing up before the disaster strikes, I don't know, like highway, what's it called? Tow truck operators, but pretty wild. Vig maybe becomes better now that there's less trash tech. Just like financially, Vig doesn't make sense. Unless you get every advancement for free, then Vig becomes something. But every time you advance Vig, it becomes worse for you. The 14 cost Komodo Dragon Ice isn't, there's just one slot left. Hopefully Agendi, but I was imagining more of a hostile replacement. Phil, I think there's 2 slots for agendas. I feel like it looks like every corporation will have 2 agendas. So Wayland has, hold on, we can look at it really quickly. So if we go to sets, shout out to NRDB being updated every day. So the Wayland slots, so we know Zwicky is 69, nice. Bangun is 70? 68, okay, so 68, 69 makes sense. And that means we have 70 and 71 can be agendas easily. Then we have 72, 73, 74 is Komodo, 75, 76, 77, 78. So we're only missing 2 Wayland cards, which my guess is 2 agendas. And I think they just about have to be agendas because they go between identity and asset, unless there's another asset that starts with A or something before Antil, which is exceedingly unlikely. And it does look like most of, I guess you can see an HB2, like it fits that same sort of idea, that 35 and 36 are identities. Then there's 2 card gap, 37, 38, and then 39 is an asset. So my guess is everybody gets 2 agendas. It'd be really weird if Wayland were like FU1 agenda. It's like, why would you do that? That seems kind of strange. 3-2 and 2-1 is my guess. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I think all the 3-2s leaving. Like, for what it's worth, 3-2s look really good in the set. Just about every faction has an identity that can score out a 3-2 from hand. And obviously, we're losing just about every 3-2. Wayland will still have his Yef. Chinteki will still, unfortunately, have Project Yagi Uda. But, like, we lose Beal, we lose Atlas, we lose Vitruvius, we lose whatever one I'm forgetting. I guess Chinteki doesn't lose one, but it seems like a very big hole to deal with. I think we're going to need some asset tech for the set. Otherwise, it'll be a problem. I'm in that camp. What is cool, though, and the fact that we're doing this backwards makes this seem a bit nicer, but the set was really top loaded with asset spam cards. I do think we're now starting to see cards that are not asset spam based. This corporation does not care about assets, obviously. Now, that being said, we could still play like hostile architecture and other stuff, or hostile architecture. Yeah, that's the one. So you could, but like, I do think that the releases have really prioritized showing you the strength of assets. There's a pinhole style card they implied. It might be Shred. It might be Shred. I'm assuming it's Shred. The turn after you click it, it pays for itself, then it's pure profit. I get that it can't be blown up, but I'm struggling to process why tossing a spare credit on is bad. Opportunity cost, Lexi. So check this out. So this is Ubiquitous Vig. You res it for 1. Say that you res it for 1 and it gave you a credit a turn. That means on that turn that you installed this and resed it, you go down a click and a credit and you got the credit back. So it's technically neutral. That's fine. And then from that turn forward, it gets better and better and better. After 5 turns, it becomes sure gamble, and that's very valuable, but the runner can interact with it, but that's fine. However, the problem is you have to advance this. Every advancement is not only you losing a click, but it's you losing a credit, which means you're technically down about 2 credits because you can add a minimum click for a credit on your turn, right? So if I install Ubiquitous Vig and then res it, and then I install and advance it, that means functionally I'm paying about 4 credits for this thing, right? Because your clicks are worth credits, which are also costing you credits because advancing costs you a credit. So it's 1 to install this, which again, every asset has to install it. So you can ignore that. But as soon as you advance, you lose a click and you lose a credit. And with that click, you could have clicked for a credit plus. So in theory, this costs about 3 to 4 credits to res, which means if you say that this is worth about 3 to 4 credits to res, it pays off financially in 9 turns, which is kind of the entire game. Right? Compare it to Pad Campaign, and I do think Zoe roasted Pad Campaign recently in one of the articles, and Pad Campaign was a fine card for many competitive seasons, but this is a 2-4. This thing pays off financially, mind you, in like 4 or 5 turns, and this is considered to be bad. Now, if you get the advancements for free because people are running and you're putting the counters on Ubiquitous Vig with Vlad, like then it makes sense. But just advancing is one of the most expensive actions in the whole damn game, and people kind of undervalue that a lot of times. It's like, there's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of like weird tech cards that don't get a lot of value. Advancing is just very expensive in this game. It's not only the credit you have to spend, but it's the click you have to spend. Advancing cards is the most expensive action Corps can do. Look at the big hands. Yeah, look at the hands. They're good hands. It's Adam Doyle proving to everyone that he is in fact not AI. Mitosis loves this. I still think it's pretty low value, but yeah, that's at least a nice way to get your credits free. All right, again, we're walking backwards here. Elevation rules update. Shout out from Jamie. Elevation's release on April 24th will be accompanied by an update to the Netrunner comprehensive rules document. I have that open. It's like 90 pages. It's a lot of work. For a lot of folks, it's not that easy to read. I do want to shout out, if people don't know that, if you're ever looking for the Netrunner rules, they did a really good job last year making the rules website better. There is a PDF document that is uploaded on Null Signal Games website if you go here. But if you just type rules.nullsignal.games, it opens this document that is really good. Not only does, I think they got rid of did they get rid of the, oh, there's no index on this, bummer. But one of the coolest things about this, obviously you can control F into a thing, but if you ever need to share something, so say you want to find the timing structure, just so you know, if you click on 5.1.4, hold on, let's find the structure of a run, because we're going to need to look at it. If you ever click on this, so if you ever click on one of these numbers, it generates a hyperlink and you can copy paste that hyperlink in, and it just is a nice hyperlink that jumps you straight to this. So you feel free to bookmark parts of the rules document that you like. Unfortunately, there's no like index here, so you have to kind of know what you're looking for. Control F is your friend, but the rules document is really quite good. But otherwise there is a PDF that does have an index. It's just a PDF and it doesn't have this cool automation. Thanks for the stream. Hey, thanks for dropping by, Lexi. Okay. I've also won games against 12 events vig, and just saying you have infinite money doesn't scare me. It's like, yeah, it doesn't win games, but its money is good for sure. Indexes the 3 end lines at the top left. Wait, did I miss it? Oh, it does. Never mind. It's here the whole time. Thank you. Huge stuff. I didn't know that. It has an index. Great. Have a good one, folks. Andre, hope you take care of yourself and feel better. Yeah, Conrad, I probably shouldn't stream for that much longer. Thank you. Congrats on the launch stuff. It's been looking really great so far. Okay, so there's some changes. I think for the majority of Netrunner players, these changes aren't going to matter, but it's nice to know what they are. There's some pretty rules weedy stuff. There is 1 or 2 changes that I do think are actually important to understand that can open up some play patterns that are good. But firstly, NCIGS is being reformed. The short of the long is that this is a holdover from old Fantasy Flight Games world, and I played Marvel Champions on Friday and I violated the NCIGS because I'm so used to not having to worry about NCIGS, but I did make a rules mistake because of NCIGS in a different game. But NCIGS is the acronym for no change in game state. And no change in game state basically just says that you classically, as of a couple of years ago, could not make a play in the game. You could not trash a card. You could not fire an ability unless the ability itself can have the ability to change the game state, right? So it doesn't care about the cost you paid to do the thing. It cares about the outcome of the thing. So if I just say say I have no cards left in my deck, and I had a card that says trash this to draw 2 cards, you might think, well, trashing that changes the game state because trashing that card means the card is now in my heap instead of on the table. That changes the game state. But the fact is that the result of the card doesn't change the game state because you can't draw cards if you have no cards, means that you're not allowed to trash it. So very importantly, no change in game state cares about the result of the action, not paying the cost of the action. So very, very strange. And this matters more in certain decks than others. There's some pain points about NCIGS, but NSG has said for a while now they're trying to remove no change in game states, and that is a bit complicated to do. And they've finally done it. So the short or long is you can do anything you want all the time. It's fine as long as you can pay for the cost. You largely can get away with it. That's a simplification. And they shout out some things that actually do really matter that I thought they would change in different ways, but they actually didn't, because there is some weird ramifications of removing NCIGS entirely. The one that comes up a lot, this is Simulchip, and this one's a bit of a nightmare. Jamie just DM'd me to say that someone's Twitch settings changed and locked them out of chatting, which is relevant maybe to let them back in. Hold on. Why is Jamie banned? Jamie posted a link. It didn't tell me. Good shout out. I am not very good on the mod tools. Let me check really quickly. Roles manager? No. How do I check who's been like removed? Why would they? So sorry. Okay, hold on. Moderation. I did not ban Jamie. I like Jamie a lot. Give me 1 second. Banned chatters? I don't know what's going on. Banned for talking about rules. I'm looking at my banned chatters and they're only what's it called? They're only the bots I've banned. There is no Jamie here. No rule zone. It wasn't banned. I got set to verified counts only. I didn't make any changes on my side. I don't know what that is, Izzy. I'd have to look into it. I'm not sure what that is. Verified accounts only. That might have been just a twist change behind the scene that happened at this time, but I didn't do anything, I promise. That's very strange. Good to know, but I'm not sure what that's about. That's an absolute bummer. Jamie's very useful for these conversations, let alone Jamie's great. I got by Simulchip NCIGS with the first couple of weeks of playing. Yeah, we all have. They can come to YouTube. Yeah, YouTube you need like an account though, for sure. Can you explain if and why asset spam is a good design for the game? John, yeah, we can for sure. Like, assets is just another question that the game's asking you, which are cards on the table matter that are not agendas. That does matter. I think people don't think assets are awful. They think it's a problem when assets become the majority of archetypes you run into in any event or local play style. But like, assets inherently ask the same sort of questions ice do. It's just people don't like them as much, right? Like if I put ice on the table, I'm going to res this and you have to pay money to get through it. That's fine. It's the same idea as if I put a pad campaign on the table. If you want to deal with it, you have to trash it. It costs you 4 credits. Would you feel weird if you spend 4 credits breaking ice? No. But the idea is that these things go horizontal and you don't have so many clicks in a turn. I think the opportunity cost of putting a card on the table for the corporation and not spending money resing it while the runner has to run it and has to trash it is actually a winning trade for the corporation. I think the game rules also made more complex on Jinteki where there's less communication, like committing to access. Jaina does a good job actually doing the commit to access bit. People just like have to implicitly or explicitly consent to it by hitting go to the next step. I think people don't understand what they're doing, but all the like proper steps for communication are there. But I agree, a lot of people talk less on Jaina than person. Give the shady corporation your private info so they can verify your account. What's the problem? Assets allow for a much larger variety of gameplay patterns than just ice upgrades agendas. Agree, yeah, like assets are good. I think the problem with assets are when we end up with decks that have like 25 assets and you spend most of your time just being like, most of the game doesn't matter besides getting your economy up and trashing cards over and over again. And then they recur those stuff. Like there's a fine balance to it, but there's nothing inherently wrong with assets. There needs to be cards in the game that change how the game plays, but there aren't agendas for sure. Otherwise, it comes down to how cheaply can you break ice. And that's also a problem sometimes. Okay, so Simulchip. The problem with Simulchip, it says, as an additional cost to use this hardware, trash an installed program. So I'll ignore this cost if you already trashed a program this turn. And what does this thing do? You can trash it to install a program from your heap, paying 3 credits less. Now, what this technically means is that say that you haven't trashed a program this turn and you want to recur a program, you can technically pay the cost here, which is trash a program. So you can trash program A, and then you can reinstall program A because now it's in the bin. And so then when you do this cost, you also trash the program A, and then you can reinstall a fresh program A, hopefully for free. The issue is with NCIGS, you can only do that where you trash A to recur A, as long as there's a program B already in your heap. And that's because you have to be able to satisfy this before you fire the cost, because the effect of the card has to be able to change the game state, which means if you only had one program on the game in the whole game that's already installed on the table and you want to flicker that program by trashing it to Simulchip to reinstall it, if there was no program in the heap, you're not technically allowed to do that, which is a very easy thing to miss because Simulchip was not a legal thing you can fire because it couldn't change the game state. Before you check for costs, there was no program in the heap, so you can't fire a card for fun. You're not allowed to do that. And this is the big Simulchip kerfuffle, which means if you want to cycle A to reinstall A, there had to be at least a program B in the heap for you to be able to fire this. It's super unintuitive. It gets people by surprise. This actually does go all the way back to FFG times where they had a card very similar to Simulchip in some extent. But this sort of check is commonly missed. JNet does enforce it, which can be kind of surprising. It does add this like extra layer of forward thinking sometimes, which is fun in like mulch-like decks where you have to overinstall and trash your programs ahead of time to be able to set up an NCIGS issue. But at this point, it's totally gone. And that means it's very easy to play Simulchip, easier than it's ever been, which does help a lot of people. Anybody who wants to play recursion, of course, that's like half the factions, if not more. So that's good. That's just an easy thing that you don't have to worry about. This card works the way that you think it works. So no stress about that. Now, notably, it means that also you can just fire any paid ability window whenever you want, largely. That's kind of the N6 change, is that if there's... Oh man, without Jamie here, I'm worrying I'm saying something that's incorrect, and I usually am slightly wrong. You can just kind of do things whenever you want. One of the N6 things that came up that they're saying doesn't work is that you can only use paid abilities or refer to ice when the runner is encountering ice. This is something that I was not sure was going to happen, and that actually had huge implications. This is Aquaceris Crew. And Aquaceris Crew says that you can take a tag and it says the ice you're encountering gets -2 strength. In theory, in a world without NCIGS, you could technically take the tag whenever you wanted, even if you're not encountering ice, because you don't actually have to care whether the effect of the ability does anything, because that's what N6 was promising us, is that just pay the cost. We don't care. The result doesn't matter. Now, that's not the case. It turns out when they were defining what N6 is, they said that actually any ability that cares about encountering ice can only be fired while you were encountering ice. And that actually did matter, because there was a world with N6 was removed that if you're playing Seb, you could just fire Aquaceris Crew whenever you wanted, including on the corporation's turn on the after their last click, which means that you can install a connection from your hand, let alone fire, technically you could set it up to fire amanuensis. That doesn't work, which is a problem. Dashboard settings modernization phone verification. Hold on, Izzy. Dashboard. I think I'm there. I'm not very used to Twitch. Dashboard. Account settings. Moderation phone verification. Moderation phone verification. Chat verification, email verification, phone verification's off. No, so my verification says that email verification off and phone verification is off. The way I've set it up should not be blocking. I'm not sure what's going on. It's below the minimum recommendation for Twitch, it's reminding me, which is not good. But yeah, those are all settings are off. Sorry, Jamie. Thank you, Izzy. Hey, Eris, how's it going? I'm not sure what's going on. Settings stream? Yeah, we have some issues, unfortunately. The mostly impacted in my life in the form of a rules discussion between interrupting the game before we decided we were probably doing it right and moving on with our lives. Glad to see it go. Yeah, it's just a lot easier. The fact that also like you can't fire Aquasaris crew whenever you want is like super intuitive. There is now only one thing that's a bit unintuitive and actually really does matter. So what else is here? You can use paid abilities to refer to ice. The runner is approaching while a piece of ice is being approached. You can only use paid abilities that refer to approaching ice. Great. And additionally, if the paid ability refers to the runner encountering, approaching, breaking subroutine of a piece of ice with specific characteristics, such as having a particular subtype, the ability can only be used. I don't think anyone's going to get that part wrong. Basically, NCIGS doesn't matter, but if a card just says you can only use this while approaching ice, you can only use it while approaching ice. That matters. Now, this means that there's actually one implication that can matter. This is Cybersand Harvester. And Cybersand Harvester is actually like a fascinating card. It has seen generally like no competitive play. But Cybersand Harvester says that you can trash this at instant speed to take all credits from this asset. And the way that NCIGS works is that if I res a Cybersand Harvester and it doesn't have any credits on it and it gains credits, mind you, when it's resed and it sees other cards getting resed or pieces of ice explicitly being resed, you would get the credits. Technically, trashing this at 2 cost means if you're playing Ob says once per turn when you trash a 2-cost card, you can go search your deck and install and res for free a 1-cost card from your deck. However, for Cybersand Harvester to be able to trash it to go search for a 1-cost or an Ob, it needed to have credits on it before NCIGS. Because if there's no credits on it, technically trashing it does change the game state, but the result of what it's doing doesn't change the game state. So you are not allowed to trash the Cybersand Harvester for fun. That has now been changed. So you can just flat res your Cybersand Harvester in any paid ability window to go and trash this at any paid ability window, even if there's no credits on it, to go get a 1-cost on instant speed. Does that matter? Yeah, it actually can matter. It means that you can do things like get an Amaze Amusements at instant speed. That's kind of gross to put it underneath a runner after they've committed to access. It means also you can grab things like Malapert Data Vault. So you can grab any card from your deck at 1 cost. That's not an agenda. It means you technically can grab a Tithe. We're losing Ice Wall, but there's like some really weird things you can do. I think grabbing a Tranquility as like a tempo play makes a lot of sense in Ob. And I think while Ob is looking like it's losing a lot of cards with the rotation, this is actually like a relatively okay buff to the deck. I'm not going to talk about Eternal. I think it does matter in Eternal, but this being a 4-cost card that like runners technically have to consider trashing on site is like kind of silly. But yeah, this is a big number on a trash cost. And I think that Op actually will play Cybersand to some extent. Oh, Hearts and Minds is a really big one. Yeah. And you can grab Hearts and Minds at instant speed right before the trigger on Hearts and Minds would fire. So you can get Hearts and Minds on the table. This is actually like a really substantial buff, it feels like, to Wayland assets. Where you have a 4-cost asset that can become a Hearts and Minds at instant speed where the runner can interact with it. Cybersand stocks upgraded from liability to penny stock. I think it's better than penny stock. I think it's actually like legitimately interesting. The fact that Cybersand is trash 4, I think makes this actually pretty good. Yeah, because nobody can really afford to trash a trash 4. We're like beyond Prisha, we're beyond Miss Bones. Trash 4 is like an absurd amount, and it can actually get a lot of really viable cards. I'm kind of scared about this. Again, I said this before, I'm glad that we've seen a couple more cards, but it does seem like there's a lot of asset support in the upcoming set. Cool. There's some other conversations about other things going on. That's fine. Great. This is the one other big change, which I don't actually think is a really big change. The short of the long is they're giving a window when you approach a piece of ice that you can res a thing that cares about the approach. In theory, if you look at the timing chart, if the runner runs on a server, notice that once the runner is like approaching the ice, that's the first time that you can actually res cards. Notably, the corporation cannot res cards during the encounter. That's often missed. But if the corporation can res cards during an approach, and that actually matters. That comes up a heck of a lot. That's usually when you're like purge a virus, or you can like pre-res your Tranquility home grid because you think the drafter is going to fire. There's a lot of different things you can do. But the problem is if you have a card that says this card needs to be rezzed during the approach, there is no window to res it before the run starts. So they basically wanted to design cards that said when the runner approaches, you can trash this card or this will impact the approach step, but there was no time to res it. So you have to pre-res it before the runner makes a run. And we've had cards like that in the history of the game and they're very, very awkward. This is not exactly it, but we've seen this sort of thing before where we had cards that had this window. Whenever the runner passes all of the ice protecting the server, they must take a tag or end the run. More commonly than KP was Caprice Nase. Whenever the runner passes all the ice protecting the server, they play a side game to end the run. What happens if there's no ice on the server? There's actually no window to res this thing. So if you just have a Caprice on your like Near Earth Hub remote server, you actually have to res the Caprice before they initiate the run because there's just no window within the structure to get this resed if there's no ice. This is not exactly the same instance. In fact, it doesn't actually matter, but this is the sort of thing where you technically had to pre-res your stuff before they made a run because there's just no timing structure in which it made relevant for the text of the card. Technically quite different from what is being called out here, but kind of the same idea. And then we see this card, sorry about the screen, called Mitra Aman. This is our first Jinteki non-identity we see. It's unique clone upgrade. It's 3 to trash, 2 influence, so a lot to trash and very splashable. Whenever the runner approaches a piece of ice protecting this server, you may trash this upgrade. If you do, gain 3 credits. Technically, you can just do that. You don't have to do everything else, but you can just technically gain 3 credits. But also, you may swap the ice being approached with a piece of ice from Archives or HQ. Notably, swap is install. So when you swap 2 cards, you can technically hit a first time you install churn trigger, which means Atea can fire, which is super important. Also, the card that you swap is enters play unresed. So you don't get a swap for a face-up card. That means that it's still the approach step. That means you can still res the ice. The runner can't actually jack out if it's the first ice they're approaching because the runner can't jack out on approach. In fact, they can never jack out, sorry, because you only jack out on movement. So if Mitra fires and you put an ice in front of the runner that's like pretty bad for them, they can't jack out. They're just going to have to hit it. This card does a lot. It does money. It does a Midori type effect where you get to swap ice around and put something unexpected. And it is one of the best ice recursion cards we've seen in the history of the game. I think this card is going to get banned. I don't fully get this. I feel like this card violates a lot of what we expect from Netrunner. I feel like this card sounds like it was an effect that was probably underwhelming. And I would bet a lot of money that this card was kind of buffed later on in playtesting. And this is being released in the really buffed form. Like this kind of does remind me of Tributary, which I think is a similar kind of situation where getting the balance on this card was pretty difficult. And then they ended up at the last minute buffing it and releasing it. And to me, this reminds me of Tributary. I think this card is just like massively messed up. I think it's just an absolutely messed up card. It's 2 influence. This card is so goofy. This is really, really rough. Let me catch up on chat. Hey Santa, Cyber Sand is trash 4. It makes it pretty good. Yes, I think I read that before, but yeah, very, 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 very good. KP Lynn, the first Jasminder hater. Technically, I think, yeah, I forget how Data Raven worked. Funhouse was worse. Are we talking about the new Jinteki upgrade? Yeah, we're just opening it up. It's Mitra. How's it going, by the way, floating? When Mitra trigger, can the runner jack out before encountering the ice? No, you can't jack out on an approach. You can only jack out on the movement step. So you have to hit the ice. Shout out to the Uber legend for putting a bass hat on it and renaming it Mitra. There's a potential massive odd buff here. Sounds like this paid ability window happens before the check for ice protecting the server, so you can opt for an ice to add to the server. I'm not sure if you're allowed to put ice in front of the runner. I don't think you can, but I think that's the structure of how a run works. Free the Seisenton, play around the Seisenton will kill you all the same. I think it's one thing. The idea is that like this card does so much. It's a 3 credit econ button. And it means, of course, that the runner corporation can put the worst ice in front of you so they can see your board state and be like, okay, you don't have a killer. And for what it's worth, you should probably be running with a killer into Jinteki. But the fact that now any unresed card can be a +3 credits and an ice swap is absurd, right? Like imagine the corporation is on 2 credits and you run the remote server and the remote server is like a fly swatter they resed as an early ice. And you're like, okay, they're on 2 credits. That's fine. And then you run this. And mind you, this can happen functionally in any faction. And then they return the fly swatter back into their hand to refresh it. And then they install a Seisenton from hand and then they res it because they went from 2 credits immediately to 5 credits. I don't know how I meant to play around a corporation that can get any ice from hand or bin at instant speed before I can jack out on top of like a +3 credit boon. Like Doesn't even need to be unresed. Exactly. Like resed is actually kind of worse. Like you see, this is like inherently a Netrunner thing. Once the ice is resed, you know what the ice is. You made your decision based off of their credit threshold and what the board state looks like. And this card says, I don't care. It says, oops, I'm suddenly up 3 credits, and now I'm going to make you run into the same anemone over and over and over again. And not only the anemone, they just return to their hand, so now they have another anemone that they're going to set on the table for the future. This card does so much for a slot that is just so inherently difficult to interact with. Right? Like generally the Jinteki upgrades have been really strong, like Anoetic. They give you some angle to interact with it. This does nothing. Like denying their credits doesn't work. Whatever ice will come down, like ideally you have all your breakers before you're face checking, but like this is just like, it's absurd. And I think this is going to like, it's one thing to do the trick trap, which at some point won't matter because the runner will have all their breakers. But for 2 influence, like what deck doesn't want to play this? It's pings over and over again. It resets your ping and puts a second ping on the table. It resets a blade of barriers. Tattoo Bola now becomes absurd because you bounce an ice, so you have another tattoo. Like, how? What am I meant to do around this? It's 3 to trash. It's like one of the most expensive trash cards in the game, and you don't want to let the runner corporation draw this. Light the fire stock's going up. I mean, I guess. But like, how are you going to light the fire run this? You're going to take a core damage into Jinteki when they're playing the Nenemi dot deck? Like, help yourself. What this does to Boomerang, this eats Boomerang, this eats Botulus. Anything that's pre-installed will just be bounced. Like, there is very little to no counterplay against this. And for what it's worth, this ability has been on other cards before, and they've all been trash. Like, Midori is a really fun idea, and this idea has been around since ONR, but the ability to move around ice, right? Whenever the runner approaches a piece of ice protecting the server, you may swap that with a piece of ice from HQ, not from archives, from HQ, and then the runner can jack out. Uses ability once per turn, same numbers, 0 res, 3 trash costs. Midori didn't see any play, because you can just swap the ice, the runner would just walk away. But not only does this give you credits, not only does it swap the card, but it's recursion? I don't get it. 3 pinhole meta doesn't even make sense to me. This is a 3 trash cost card. Like, it is one of the most expensive pinhole targets in the modern format. Because the position is set before the window, so new ice is installed. Okay, that tracks. Such a shame Anansi's out of rotation. I don't even think Anansi matters. Like, it's one thing to put Anansi in front of them, like, oh, they're on 5, suddenly they're on 8, but I'm worried about Sai Santan. I'm worried about, like, Ping and a Blade of Recursion. I'm worried about Anemone Recursion. I don't care that they put Anansi in front of me. If they do that and they functionally spend 5 for Anansi, like, whatever. But you know what I mean? It's like, I think Anansi's a bit overrated, but I don't know. I'm worried about Sisyphus. I'm worried about whatever new ice we're going to see in the set. This card is mega messed up. I don't feel like I have enough ways to play around this. It can show up in every faction because the baseline of just gain 3 credits or them trash it for 3 is fine. But this is just hyper playable. Am I allowed to clip this in a month? Totally safer. And I don't know the whole set, but like, there's no way that this is not going to be an issue. Mitra have been cloudier from archives at effective 5 cost. I mean, I don't think I'm worried about that. I think I'm worried about the small numbers. But imagine that, right? Like, you're running the remote server, they're on like, you know, 4 credits or whatever, a Tattoo Bola swaps, Mitra fires, and suddenly it's like a Cloud Eater. It's like, what am I meant to do? I feel like it's getting frustratingly difficult to be able to shut down like Jinteki, running into Jinteki. At some point, it was really frustrating because you just took nit damage, right? Like Kakugo, you know, no matter what you did, you lost cards. And obviously that wasn't healthy. But now it feels like in a world with Tattoo Bola and maybe with Mitra, it's like, how do you keep them out of the credits? Everything you do to interact with them gives them credits. And then the only thing that you can do against Tattoo Bola is like hush it, but then Mitra just says, okay, the hush is gone. I trashed it. I Tattoo Bola back into my hand. Right? Like, I don't understand how I meant to interact with Jinteki. Now, this card's really good, mind you. It makes Atea really busted, does some really wild stuff. You can put this on any server, largely, it's fine. Op wants to play this a fair bit. They're trashing their stuff. Like, hell, it's a new Vang card. It's 2 influence. You can play this anywhere. But this ability is just kind of wild. Like, imagine you Mitra and Nuvim to go get, you know, a logjam when it matters. It seems really, really, really good. I don't understand this. It's an upgrade that like gets installed on any server, and all it does so much. It does so much in a small slot. I don't understand it. It feels like it violates the basic, like, so much of what Netrunner is built around. And I do want to be very clear that these sort of like knee-jerk feelings, we've seen them for other cards that turned out to be arguably okay, right? Like, I played Netrunner when Marcus Batty came out, and Marcus Batty was the same idea. What do you mean? I'm going to lose a side game and you can fire a subroutine? You're going to trash my icebreakers, and I'm going to face check into it, and it's going to suck. I'd argue that Marcus Batty didn't mess up the game massively, but it did suck ass. Like, I did not like playing Marcus Batty decks, but we did see this before. I think another card that fell into this camp to some extent was MCA austerity policy, which is also a thing. Like, wait, you want to make me lose clicks and also get a payoff? Like, that's unprecedented. And I feel like this is another card that is unprecedented, massively unprecedented. This just seems messed up that I can't run rezzed ice without it becoming everything else in the game. So weird. Can we ban this on unbanned Nanocivic since Egg Infusion is gone? No, the problem with Nanocivic isn't exactly Egg Infusion. It's the fact that you can put Nanocivic on archives. If N6 doesn't really matter anymore, could NSG unban Rococo for a week and could it fetch Rashida and Op? Yes, it could, and yes, it could. It could also fetch Snare, so have fun. The fact that makes you money is just silly. Would it be good even without that? Without it, it would be a lot more reasonable, but I think like without it, then we'd have the rules of Netrunner where it's like, oh, the corporation doesn't have money, I can financially pressure them. But the fact is you cannot financially pressure a Mitra. On any board state, they should be able to get a 3-cost ice. But at the end of the day, this also costs 3 to trash. Like, this seems like quintessential Anoetic. Like, you need to protect this, this is valuable, but it's 3 to trash. Like, that's a massive number. That's one of the highest in the game going forward. Yeah, you can't put ice in front of the runner. Keeling did many things wrong, but that's why we love her. Like, I don't think I even felt that strongly about Keeling. I looked at Keeling and I thought like, oh, that's going to be not fun to lose to, which I do think was largely true. Why does Mitra Aman is 0 credits and +3 and recurrence and 3 trash costs and switch ice on approach? I don't know. It does too much. It does way too much. I'm behind on chat. I love this is a sync a boomerang. Yeah, the fact that you pre-install a boomerang, it's just going to be lost. It's really, really rough. You can also just have this stay without swap and get 3 credits multiple times per turn. No, you have to trash it. You have to trash the Mitra to fire it. So the Mitra fires once. So like it's not unending. So it's a one-time shot. So how valuable is that? I honestly don't know. But it's like, again, we didn't mention it, but it's kind of Mati Mukundo. And Mati Mukundo did get banned, but Mati Mukundo didn't need ice. This needs ice. But with Mati Mukundo, they can jack out. So obviously this is important from turn 1, but also this is only from HQ. So I don't know. Should at least RFG? I mean, maybe. I don't think it moves the dial too much. If people are just recurring the Mitra because they don't want to recur the anemone because they always want to have the anemone in the bin, congratulations. Yeah, you're going to run into like 7 anemones in a game and it's going to suck ass. I don't see a way around this. This is also really good, mind you, for Thunderbolt. It's really good for Stegodon to some extent. Like this just helps a lot of the stuff I like the least in Netrunner. It's really good when they think they're playing around their Sisyphus and then you just put a Vampiranass in front of them for 4 credits. Like I don't know what to do with this. It fires any utility ice again. So Fly Swatter goes again, Ping, Ablative. Like it just, all of the math on ice that only fires when rezzed can now be fired over and over and over again. As much as it is one-time shot, right? Like maybe I'm overselling it, but it seems wild. I also do think this means we're not getting a border control reprint, but we've seen all the Wayland ice it looks like. An internal, can you timely public release ice in front of the runner? No, there's no way to get ice in front of a runner. I'm really behind in chat. Put Mitra Maitea and beamed someone with my Saisentan already. It was wonderful. Yeah, I don't like losing to ice. This is fine. My heart is still hardened by Mati. Based on the chart we're seeing, the upgrade has to be res before the approach. No, that's what they changed, Esteban. So now the idea is that if the runner runs an ice, when they're approaching the ice, while they have priority, after that, you can res Mitra and then you can swap Mitra immediately. So my understanding is this change means that you don't have to pre-res Mitra before the run starts. So Mitra works in the best way possible, which is just, oh, the runner's currently approaching, so I can res Mitra. It just makes it super, super easy to use. It eats like, what's it called? Physarum. Like it just eats Trojans. I don't know what you're meant to do about this. Ablative recurs this card? Yeah, very easily. And that's the thing, is like, you don't have to recur ice, just recur this. Admittedly, it's going to stay in one position, but like, say that you're playing crew, obviously, like that's a bad matchup for like Jinteki modernly, they're playing ice, but like you just recur this thing. I don't know if you're going to get this back with your sports, what's it called? Clearance? I don't know. Ablative from Mitra to Ablative Mitra? Yeah, exactly. But Ablative you have to put into a different server, so it's slightly trickier. Virus that lets you host cards from archives on it, maybe? Yeah, like are you heliampering their anemones because you don't want to do their shit? Finally, a real corp card. Yeah, Jason, for what it's worth, like I think this is one of the first, okay, it's like one of the second or third cards we might have seen in the set that like really cares about ice and scoring out, which like I was worried because we saw a lot of acid spam support, but this does really genuinely care about ice. So funny to see all the safety valves they put on measure response, and there's absolutely just this thing with absolutely zero guardrails. That's what I'm like so tributary pilled about this thing. Is like the amount of consideration of like, I don't think measure response is going to play out to be that strong of a card because there's so many guardrails. This has literally no guardrails on it. It is as few guardrails as possible. It just does everything all at once. I don't get it. Just use bones credits. Okay. Tread Lightly is good here. I mean, you trash this for 3 credits. I don't know. For what it's worth, like the constant res and derez synergy with like Tattoo Bola is already going to be a very funny into Baz, but Tread Lightly is good against every ice. I don't feel like that moves it at all. If it swaps from archives, does it already installed ice go to archives? Oh yeah, I guess it goes to archives. Oh, that's weird. I didn't realize that. If you swap the ice, you swap it from archives. Notably, if the ice is face down, you don't have to reveal it. You just put it in. But yeah, I guess you do swap it with the ice in archives. So if it's a face up ice, it goes face up into archives. So you do actually go down in ice. That does help a bit. Yeah, 7-string Stavka over and over again. Like, how do you play op when they can Mitra for a 7-cost Stavka? Like, what do you do? Oops, every ice is Stavka suddenly. Like, huh? And then you have obviously extract the Stavka, and then every time they run into Mitra, it's a 7-string Stavka again. I don't get it. Sengren was pointing out during Daily Cast that there's another card that destroys Arasana. Oh, wild. Can you just swap in a Tattoo Bola, get 2 extra credits, and then swap it into something else, right? Yeah, you can do some stuff with Tattoo Bola, which I'd argue just makes us an economy card, which doesn't seem super egregious. So I think you need to do something different than that. But you can just constantly swap Tattoo Bolas. Midori got a text update to add a jackout opportunity. The reason for that is back in the FFG era, the jackout window used to live in approach phase, so Midori allowed jackout. Oh, that's from Jamie. Yeah, that's the same text from, I think Mati got that changed, if I'm not mistaken as well. I don't think you could jack out Mati in FFG day. Yeah, it wasn't a balance change. Yeah, that's fair. Does Mitra Aman fire op because it says swap, not trash? Mitra Aman fires op because you trash Mitra. So you can choose to shuffle your deck to search for a -1, which sometimes is the right play. But you don't have to fire Mitra, but swap is not trash. Mitra will fire it because it says trash, but Mitra won't fire with the swap because ice is not trashed with swapped. It's swapped. Mitra feels like a fundamentally misunderstands Netrunner. Encourages, I only have 2-3 breakers. I guess I physically can't run any server as an upgrade. Shent, I agree. Like, I feel like either you have to play flip switch, you have to have a panic revolver, but it is just very hard to feel like you're making forward pressure, forcing economy out of your opponent, feeling good about trashing ice. Like, it just undoes many of the angles of attack. I don't know. Card is very egregious. This card, I'm not convinced can be around for that long. I'm really excited to see it hit the table because I'm worried. I'm very interested to see whether it'll have the tributary thing where it comes down and then you just suddenly get kind of paralyzed. And you're like, I don't know what to do about this. Corpse will have less ice and worse ice overall in elevation. Yeah, maybe, but like, I think all the ice that we think worked well at this really well, we've already seen. How's it going, Brandon? Right? Like, I'm worried about an enemy spam. I don't know whether you spend the influence to do ping spam and ablative spam. I think ping spam makes a lot of sense in context of the last set as well. The floor of this just being a 3-credit econ card that's 3 to trash on R&D is like already kind of fine. Its uniqueness clause doesn't matter unless you really are playing around Hermes in a weird way. Very, very strange card. This card is super, super pushed. Feels like every runner faction has means to react post-res now. Baz for Crim. So for what it's worth, yeah, Baz for Crim can work unless they pre-boomerang it. You can respond to the ice, that's for sure. Banhar gets eaten by Saisantan. You just flatline and die. You want to watch out that. Crew Charm is a potential. Again, whether you run 1 Klavetnik so you can pull it out, I doubt it, but you're not wrong. It's just like, it feels like if the game says the only way that you can healthily interact is by playing Boomerang, Botulus, and Banhar, that is usually not the Netrunner everyone's really excited for. It's no Cyber Sand. Doesn't it feel as bad as it might if everyone had to build a rig before running? Yes, but the game is not better when your role is to rush for the first 3 turns just to put down all breakers. I can't run res dice without becoming any other ice in the game. Is the balance to Crew Charm being I can't res ice without becoming no ice? I don't think 2 wrongs make a right, though, if you want to call it like that. Do you even trash this turn 1? Depends on your economy. I don't think you can afford to, but maybe. And then like the idea is if the meta is so like messed up to this, which I'm not saying it is your only response to Crew Charm. Like, I think that's also going to be upsetting. So yeah, I don't know. I do think I'm going to catch him on chat, but I think this card is massively cracked. The Q team opinion on this card is a bunch of Jinteki sickos that it's just fine. Probably not worth it unless there's some busted combo with it. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be really hard to see what Jinteki looks like because we've seen none of it. So I don't know what Akko does. I don't know what PT Unchen does. But from looking at this and like understanding the ways that the runner can interact with this, I am terrified. I am genuinely quite scared. Flip switch in every dex, I think that makes bad Netrunner too. I think flip switch is a very bad Netrunner card. Like, I don't mean bad as in it won't be good. I just mean like, if that's what we want to do in Netrunner, like Netrunner is so much less fun. It's really an enemy problem. An enemy is definitely a big pain point about this. There's been a lot of an enemy support in this last set so far. Running res dice on upgraded servers with this carries the same risk as running unres dice. This is wild. How do I convince new players to run without 3 breakers? I don't know. And do you know what's wild with this thing? It's a click for 3 credits, y'all. Like NGO front sees play. Obviously, you install advance this, but the first advancement on NGO front's the good one. NGO front is 2 clicks for 4 credits. Mitra is 1 click for 3. It's totally fine. It's like kind of reasonable. Like, I don't know. It just seems like a fine economy card. Not that NGO front is that popular, and obviously we have Charlotte, but like, I don't know. Seems wild. It's a good upgrade for Atea for sure. NGO front is better than that in BTL. Oh, for sure. It's much better in BTL, but like, it's a click for 3 credits. Like, for what a bait is meant to look like, it's already on rate. On rate bait, mate. Like, you just treat this as a potential for a face check. Yeah, but the potential of every face check to be plus 3 credits and become any potential ice is messed up. Like, I do think that is kind of messed up, especially because archives is now open. Like, if it's just hand, okay, you feel like you can play around that, but it's anything, right? Yeah, Thunderball Tech. Joe, how's it going? LEO is the border control reprint? Yes, it is. It is a window before the approach. You have to res before approach. No, not anymore. They changed it. You can res this during the approach. That's the big change. One of the big changes of the new update. Yeah, Grim will have the tier list soon for sure. I wonder, I think Jeff also thinks this is pretty powerful, but I don't know which one of us thinks it's more powerful. This is good in LEO. Yes, Severn. How's it going, by the way? This is really good in LEO. Like, the fact in LEO I can just get a Bioroid and not care about it, like, it is good. If you click through the Bioroid, like, that's probably fine for me because I can now just end the run. But this works so well in basically everyone. The fact that this can be a bait other upgrade looks like seems interesting. It can just be on its own. Like, you can just put this on the table with an ice and don't res that ice. They run it. You gain 3 credits and put a ice and ton from them. Like, I don't fully get it. How do you do this? The runner is in a positioning step before approach. That's when you res it, I believe. Oh, so they added a window before? Is that the short and long is, I don't know, but there's a window where you can res this without having to show the information. I'm not sure if it's on the approach or if it's on the, no, I think Jamie spells it out. The runner announces the attack server. The run gains bad publicity. The run begins. This is where also Masterwork fires. The runner position is set, paid ability window, and then you do the initiation phase. Okay, so there is a window before the approach. So you just have to res it before the approach starts. I don't know how JNet's gonna, I have no doubt JNet does that now, but yeah, technically you have to res it before the approach. Huge. I like that Izzy's also copy pasting Jamie's feedback. Is it possible the dev didn't count rules change? No, dev and rules work together hand in hand for sure. I have no doubt they've been playtesting that change for a long time. If you recur this instead of an ice, you're trashing your ice whenever you recur something from archives. You would have to actually recur the ice with another card to increase your number of ice. Yeah, I do think that does minimize it to some extent. I totally did not realize that you have to swap the archives ice. I thought that you would swap the card to HQ, but you are down ice. So if you swap an enemy from the bin, you are down in an enemy. That actually is a huge benefit here. I did not realize that, I'll be honest. I thought you could just go end enemy infinite, but you can't. You have to trade in an enemy. So you can still like cycle in enemies like they're tattoo bolas. Like, you trade an enemy on the table for an enemy in hand, and like that's kind of gross, but you can't pull them from archives. That is actually a big deal. For sure, it's a big deal. My fave breaker after image is looking tasty. Yeah, that's not bad. I think it'll be some limiting power in the fact that we're playing Resi D-Resi again, a strategy that had limited success in the past. Yeah, but this is like the best Resi D-Resi card we've ever seen. Like, it's really good. Hey, Poljix. You can jack out with Mati if it's not the first ice of that run. Oh, okay. That tracks. You have to trash this to do the swap? Yes, you have to trash Mitra. Mitra only fires once. This costs you as much as having to hold or trash ice. At some point, you need your ice on the board. It's the amount of ice you need that makes you need constraints. Deck slots a lot, I think. Yeah, I feel like maybe this like hits the Zato slot. The fact that you lose that ice if you do the archive swap, but I think that's the way I see it. I'm okay holding a card in hand though. Like, you already hold an ice in hand because of Tattoo Bola. I don't feel like it's actually a really big cost. Like when you play a Tattoo Bola, you inherently hold an ice in hand. Now, sometimes it's a Tattoo Bola, so you can go infinite, but that is just like a relatively reasonable Jinteki play pattern. Obviously going to be a lot worse than PT and Chen, where you're holding 3 cards in hand, but such as that. Hit to bricks. Tattoo Bola swapping really isn't anything special. You're basically just playing a delayed beanstalk. Tattoo makes the money without this. Yeah, I don't think I love this to do Tattoo Bola tricks. Reminder, they can steal Ari and similar stuff during the approach phase after Mitra is done. Oh, for sure. But the idea is that, yeah, that doesn't change much. Besides, it does allow you to get around Hush for on-res text, because they can't pre-Hush it. But yeah, you can definitely, like, you can't pre-boomerang it, but you can, like, Hush in response. The problem is you don't have priority to get a Hush on an enemy or a ping. Hey, David, my dreams of the new stealth runner. Smoke or dash for now? They're definitely dash for now. There's no shot we're going to see stealth in, like, elevation, but I'm pretty sure we could see stealth in an upcoming cycle. It bans they keep giving these experimental positional tools to Jinteki, too, which means the faction keeps losing tools. Yeah, kind of. You still have priority to Hush the enemy? Do you? Why? Because they do the swap and then it's rezzed, but the card is rezzed. Oh, because you don't res it, because you're going back to approach. No, but they can res it. Huh? Runner should have priority. It's not rezzed. But when the runner approaches, can't you fire Mitra, hold priority, res? But you res on approach. Why wouldn't you just hold priority and res it? Runner does have priority. Mitra fires on a different step from the paid ability window. Why? Mitra is a trigger? Oh, because Mitra is not a paid ability, right? Because it's not trash can. So it actually happens outside of the structure. That helps. Yeah, so if this was like 0 credit trash Mitra, or just trash can Mitra, then you would hold priority. But because this is not, I mean, okay, that's a bit ugly, but fine. I haven't flatlined a Banhard deck in Seisenton in months. Steel skin kinds of cracked. Yeah, people died with Anansi a lot. Is it mostly similar to having an unresed ice on the server in terms of what you can't run? Yeah, it is. It kind of is. But the fact that, like, what the upgrade threatens is pretty big. You're right, if it's an unresed dice, you don't know what it is. But the difference is, like, a lot of times you get to read what's on the table, right, Santa? Like, it's relatively easy for you to guess what's on the table because you've been running centrals, and that kind of changes the math. Like, I have no doubt someone's going to run into Mitra and be like, oh, it's a Mitra, and it becomes, like, ice they know from hand, and suddenly they get blown out. Like, it's going to happen. I think this in LEO is really good. Hey, Cobra. Not to rain on the sky's falling parade, but I'm pretty sure this card is bad. The way you play around it is the same as against ice generally. You just have to weigh up the possibility for the corp has +3 credits. I don't know. I'm hoping that I'm wrong about it, but this card does seem super cracked. I do think I misevaluated the archive stuff, but that's fine. So switch most unfun Netrunner card. What do you mean I'm paying a credit to jack out? Yeah, I don't like it. Like, you can just treat this as a potential for a face check. I just don't. When there's any card behind an ice, and then you have to have the potential face check be 3 credits plus a random ice from Archives or HQ, I feel like that's pretty stifling. It's no tributary, but that's pretty stifling, isn't it? Especially in the faction that can really mess you up with the face check. And for what it's worth, if you ban Seisenton, now we're talking. Now we're fine with it. But I do think like an enemy recursion. I'm not sure what's going to happen here. Can't jack out before hitting the Mitra ice. There's shenanigans for all sorts of stuff. Yeah. I think this is just so annoying for the very last turn of the game, because if there's an ice in Archives HQ, you can't break it, it will be there. Yeah, but you're assuming by the last turn you can break all ice. So it comes to like the on-res effect. Yeah. Hey, Alexander, I'll be installing Mitra on my advanced Urticas, and that'll be the only good card in the whole game plan. I'm going to run the server with an ice wall using my Rising Tide. Oh no, the ice wall is now a stopgap, rip my programs. Like, that's what I'm worried about. It's like, oh, the board state has shifted so radically in a way that is very hard to play around. +3 credits on a card from Archives or hand is like very hard to play around. Does this compete with Spin Dock? No? What do you mean? Those are very different cards. And luckily you get to play like 49 of them. So no, you still play Spin Dock. In fact, you want Spin Dock. Because you want card draw, you want cards on HQ, you want cards on Archives. I really don't think it's too much different to running to Jinteki nowadays. You just want to have your killer out, and then the worst you can hit is a 2 net damage, which is no difference. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, I'm not sure. I do think you can play this in every faction. Would this be less egregious if it was 2 or 3 to res without credit gain? It feels super powerful. I feel like the credit gain is nonsense. I don't think it needs a credit gain on it. And then it would be bad. But I think the credit gain means you could just do whatever you want and it pays you for it. And it's 3 trash cost. I just feel like one part of this needs to change for me to be happy with it. Less credits, less trash cost. I think the res cost on 0 also means that there's no, like, this is another thing too. Is like 3 credits on a 0 cost card means you can always fire it. I want to put my opponent in a situation where they need to res this for 2 and it gives them 5. And that's a problem too, because if you can reduce the res cost, you have issues. But like, I want to put them in a way that I feel like I can challenge them. But right now with Jinteki, with things like Tatubola and now possibly Mitra, I do not know how I'm meant to interact with them without giving them money. With no House and Knives repeat, incidental net damage is way less snowbally though. Sort of. All right, I'm really behind on chat, excuse me. Runner doesn't have priority, Mitra fires in a different step, yeah. Yeah, that's weird. It's swapped in unres, there's a paid ability window used to Ari. Yeah, I didn't realize too that this is not at paid ability speed, so it happens before the paid ability window, which is not super intuitive, he says, to look better. I don't mind if this card is bad, it looks really fun, I'm playing it anyways. Yes, I do think people want to, like, this is one of the coolest things you can say about this card for sure, is like Midori is like a hella cool idea, but so far outside of, well, I don't even know what to say. Like that hasn't happened in the history of Netrunner. Like this has not been an ability we've wanted to pursue. And having a card that makes that sort of what's meant to be part of the Jinteki, you know, colored pie, something that you want to pursue is kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Yeah, Midori Plus. I really like that system gave you elevation grades Jinteki some teeth. That is not Arctica Cypher. Yes, yeah, for sure. You have your killer out against Jinteki and they shove a Vampy in your face that costs them 2 to res. Yeah, 2 res Vampy is kind of wild, isn't it? Kind of wild. Make it 17 gives 19. I'll give it 20. I don't know. I think this is a lot. I think this does way too much. I feel like there's not a lot of counterplay against it. If there's a point in the board state where this does nothing because the runner has all their breakers, I think that's when we just go to an enemy recursion. I worry about that for sure. There's also a big thing where like your ice changes its value, right? Like on turn 1 to turn 5, the value, and mind you, the value of this does stay online for a while, but like the value of Fly Swatter matters a lot. And now I can just say I can make my Fly Swatter into like my best ice from hand or archives at instant speed while gaining 3 credits. Like that is a lot of flexibility, let alone Atea, obviously, for many, many reasons is going to really like this. So yeah, I think this is very, very powerful. Some parts of it I think I might have misevaluated, but I do think this card is just absolutely cracked. I'm really scared about this thing. I don't know what to do about it. It's a lot. It's a lot. All right, let's go some tabs. Startup balance update. Now this doesn't have a spoiler in it, which I think was gonna get some people to open this and get a bit upset about it, but I do think this is sick. Startup card pool does change a fair bit, just like everybody does. We lose system update, you gain elevation. Changes relatively small. Creative Commission is now unbanned. I find that surprising. It is now banned in standard just to confuse everyone, but we also have this change here where you can now play 4 5/3 agendas as opposed to only 3. That's actually kind of nice because if you want to play 4 5/3s, that is 12 points, which lines up better with attaching more 3/2s to it or 2-point agendas. And that is actually a relatively reasonable agenda suite, some amount of 5/3s and some amount of 2s. The fact that if you play 3 5/3s puts you on an odd amount of points, which either means that you have to run 1-pointers, which increases your agenda density, or you play to 21 points or 19 points, which increases your agenda density. So this actually makes it a bit nicer, as much as I'm not sure which factions are going to have a full play set of 5/3s. Obviously, you only have send a message, but this will be kind of up to elevation to really sort out. Can you double an enemy with this in the same approach? No, because very specifically Mitra fires before the approach. So you can't res an enemy and then swap it, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like everyone's going to be running 3x Pinhole when elevation comes out. I think you probably can and should. We've seen a lot of really good cards in remote servers that you need to deal with sooner than later. Like dealing with an anthill, dealing away with an auto campaign seems very important. Dealing with a Mitra for 3 cost though, like that's a lot of trash cost. That is one of the highest trash cost cards in the game currently. It's very, very high number. This is sick. We have no idea what startup's going to look like for sure. I'm not too startup pilled, but otherwise not huge changes. And very importantly, the startup team has said that come the next release, they're actually going to lose all of Liberation Cycle, because Liberation has been in startup for like 2 years, which is probably a good change, just to keep the card pool to be a bit more like flexible and change a bit more, which is kind of the point of startup. The runner pinholes Mitra and gives themselves a negative sure gamble. I think I'm fine with that. Yeah, exactly. Startup feels like it's an awkward spot. I think I would recommend the core set format over startup to new players, and then I would just recommend standard if they're like the game. I think like this pains me because I have a lot of friends who like work on the startup team and they do great startup stuff. But I do think startup is in a weird spot right now where like I don't think I don't think the Liberation Cycle is a great new player product compared to Borealis. And because obviously standard gets more accessible as much as proxies were always legal, is that there might be just more players who go straight from core set to standard. I do agree with that. I do think there's still value for startup, but I'm interested to see what startup looks like in the near future. But startup seems less like a necessary jumping point, that's for sure. Problem is too, like if a new player comes in and says, I bought Elevation, I bought System Gateway, what do I buy next? I would recommend Borealis sooner because I do think it is a lot more playable in terms of the new player experience. It has a lot of really strong art and fun archetypes, where Liberation is a bit more fiddly. I do highly recommend core format as an experience. It's super fun. I have no doubt safer. Like for what it's worth, System Gateway is still really fun as like a jaded Netrunner player. Like System Gateway on its own still kind of slaps. So adding Elevation to it, I have no doubt it's gonna be great. Yeah, full core was play tested heavily. So I have no doubt that's a nice contained experience, which is what Safer is saying. Yeah, full core has been a minor playtesting target as ahead. Yeah, there's also a chance like maybe that those are gonna be the two big breakpoints, like core, and there'll be core tournaments, and then we'll have standard tournaments again. I don't want to be startup erasure because startup probably still sick, but seeing what the future startup looks like is fascinating. Yeah. All right. New talent, NBN and Elevation from Jake, School Knight, Barnhart. Hey everyone. School Knight is here as the newest member of the NSG design team. I'm not familiar with School Knight. Elevation was the first product I worked on, and today I have the pleasure of breaking the news that NBN is getting two of my favorite identities on the set. Allow me to introduce Synapse Global and Nebula Talent Management / Gemilang Arena. All right, Jai's asleep, so we can talk about this. This is Synapse Global, Reality Minus, 4515, Division, NBN. Art is an Emilio Rodriguez, very good Emilio Rodriguez. The first time each turn a tag is removed, you may reveal and install a card from HQ for no costs. So again, reveal, so they have to show what it is. So if it's an agenda, they know. If it's an asset, they know what it is. And that's a lot of the value of what assets are, let alone things in the remote server. But you can also install ignoring all costs, which means if you're installing ICE on tall servers, that's when you actually save a lot of credits. You also have this button here to click remove a tag to gain 2 credits, which obviously sounds underwhelming. But of course, in context, that is click gain 2 credits and install a card from HQ, revealing it, which is greasing the palm as much as this deck probably can just play greasing the palm because it removes the tag and you can install 2. It's 3 influence. Every impulse monitored, and it does obviously look like a brain. We're talking about synapses, which is a brain thing, the doctor says. And let's read the flavor real quickly. ID is big brain. We get to see 2 new card arts. This is confirmed NBN. This is the art they've been using for Worlds, which I think it makes a fair bit of sense as NBN. And I don't know if we know who this character is. This is another Anna Butova. This is Mia Sergeyev, which I'm not sure if they've done art before for Netrunner. Faster than thought, Synapse Global. Is that the subtitle on both of them? Yeah, of course it is. Why is my screen doing that? High immersion net access used to be only for the wealthy, but Kota Kalimantan is the city of tomorrow. Every day, millions of Kali residents jack in for free at Synapse net access points for top tier net services. While they do, Synapse is keeping the city safe. Not a bit travels in or out of the city without brushing against Synapse's servers, where it is cross-referenced, analyzed, and cataloged in a vast security network. Ocean's investors won't let the last great space elevator fail, and Synapse gives them intelligence they need. The sort of like free internet so you can control everyone is an ongoing thing in lots of parts of the developing world, and that is a pretty cool flavor here. So I'll shut this out also because the next NBN does it really, really well. But one of the issues sometimes with ID arts, especially on the corp side, is that scale is usually lost. I think the only reference we have here for scale is these trees, but you'll see in the other art, and we saw this also for the Vitali art on BANGUN, is if as soon as you show a small person, you can tell how big this thing is. I'm pretty sure those are full-size trees, so this thing is absolutely massive. All right. This is one of the NBNs. This is the NBN that cares about tags. The other one doesn't specifically do. There's a lot of people who don't like tags. I don't like tags. I don't like removing tags. And now it's another identity like NBN Reality Plus that really incentivizes you to give a tag to the runner on every turn. Because if they have a tag, they're going to remove a tag, which means you get forward tempo. Jai really didn't like this. I think Jai's really been outspoken about how much he hasn't liked this. And I'm not entirely in the Jai camp, but I don't think I've ever enjoyed a tag identity besides Argus, on the basis that this does give you incentive to constantly give people tags, and constantly removing tags. It's the least fun action of all Netrunner. And then attaching it to the corporation pushing themselves forward is going to feel bad. I have no doubt this is going to play some of my least favorite cards in the game, like Funhouse and Behold and Oracle Think Tank, and just grinding the runner into tags over and over again. Understanding whether they're going to use that to make assets or whether they're going to use that to make Hyper Glacier and have 2 Funhouses on a remote server, so this becomes a nightmare. that is not great. Now you can, for the runner, now you can float tags, but if you can float tags, well, obviously they have this ability, which is like, okay, but then they can play all these other busted stuff that removes tags. So things like B1001, of course, we saw the new IP enforcement, which is a remove tag clause. So you can install another card. You can install something that fast advances, or you can fire a Tucana. I'm not sure if you're going to do that. But yeah, anything that removes tags is really, really powerful. And so things like greasing the palm is a bit too much influence, but there's a bunch of remove tags cards, and I imagine we're going to see a couple more. We've seen one tag punishment card. I imagine we're going to see another tag punishment card. I think tag punishment is actually pretty weak in startup, so having tag punishment matter more in the core set really does matter. I think it's mostly like retribution, which is pretty strong, but it doesn't remove the tag. I don't know if there's any weird combos you can do with end of the line, where end of the line and install a card really matters. I don't think it does, but I'm assuming we're going to see more and more tag cards that remove the tag as a cost. Of course, we've seen IP enforcement, and IP enforcement is going to be pretty good. Weird thing with this card, and same with the other new NBN, is if you play Oppa Research, now they have a really hard choice, because if they clear all the tags, that means you can install an agenda, last tag they remove on the last click, and then you can just score the agenda out, which can be pretty hard. Plutus end of line Reaper function, does that work? Plutus only plays transactions, so you can't Plutus an end of line. Right? That being said, you can still use Plutus to install a Reaper, but the problem is there's no window to res the Reaper because you're during start of turn triggers and you can't res during a start of trigger. Yeah. It's first tag, not any. Oh, it's first tag, right? The first time each turn. So you can only do on the first one. So you revealed the thing in the remote server and then they have 3 tags left. Yeah, first tag is removed. That's a good catch for sure. Yeah, this is not going to be for me. I think tag enjoyers are going to like this. I think I'm going to like this. Runners are going to have to remove a lot of tags. I think we see a couple more cards that help you remove tags. I think that's going to help a heck of a lot in the new set. I'm not imagining we're going to see like 2 recurring credits to remove a tag every turn, which is kind of all I want to make this just be not a huge tax, but just an annoying tax. And then either if this builds Hyper Glacier or builds Horizontal, it's just not a playstyle I'm excited about. But for the tag enjoyers, there's definitely some pretty big tag payoffs here for sure. It's a bummer because there are so many fun effects of a runner's tag, but being tagged, removing tags is so miserable and not fun. Yeah, I agree. And I do worry that this is going to like ping recursion.deck. Like anytime you can give the runner tags and then they have to remove the tags over and over and over again. You can still put an agenda down and say you can take this if you want to end your turn tagged as a game plan though. Yeah, for sure. Your booster has it going. And I think another card that's going to show up a lot in this is just the Maze Amusements. And you're going to just like IP enforcement on top of the Maze Amusements and say, do you really want to take it back? The answer is yeah, you do want to take it back. But yeah, it's just going to play all the cards that I don't enjoy. If only there was a way to recur ping. Yeah, I know. Technically too, like you can recur or you can re-res your unsmiling Sarievnas. You can do a lot of weird stuff. I'd run Crash Space if they printed it again. Yeah. I'm assuming there's going to be at least a card that deals with tags, but yeah, Infinite, like just, it's another like tag identity. Now, that being said, it's not Reality Plus, so you can still face check, and then resing a Funhouse for 5 credits is like going to be rough, but they just need to get you tagged every turn. So I don't know if they're just going to continue to put things on the table, but this one does not spark joy in me. As long as end of line is in the game, I feel like you can't make interesting IDs that care about the runner being tagged, because why don't you just flatline them? Because you need 2 tags, right? Like we saw in BANGUN, end of line only does 4 meat damage, and it removes the tag. So you generally need 2 tags. You also need 2 tags to do something like Mindscaping into end of line if they have 5 cards in hand. So like, I hear you, but like we lived in a world with Scorched Earth, and Scorched Earth did limit, the sort of things that tags did. But it is very different, and there's a big reason why we don't see any not that much end of line. I guess we still have false lead in the format. False lead is going to be so frustrating. They remove the first tag, you false lead. I don't know if you play false lead in this, but this doesn't spark joy. I don't know if anyone's excited about this. I do think there's people that like NBN, and maybe I'm going to make them feel embarrassed. You don't have to be. People like tags and like playing those sort of styles, but this is, I feel like it's going to be a lot of misery attached to this on the runner side. No market forces, no self-growth or program at least. Yeah, but they don't remove tags. So are you going to play them, or are you going to play all the cards that remove tags? I don't know. I do think we've seen like no NBN cards besides identities. So as long as you can't win the game in 1 turn, but can win the game in 2 turns, false lead will remain. Yeah. I think Synapse feels mid. I don't know what the power level of this is. I'm more talking about like what the play patterns it encourages. But I don't know if I like the play patterns. I'm excited and I'll tag you, then remove it out of courtesy. No worries. If you remove it for me, then we're fine. Right? Like, do you just float the tags and say you can remove them for me? I'll be okay with that trade. False lead. It talks about how you can do some starter stuff here. And then we have the next, which is actually technically 3 different cards. Welcome to the Nebula Talent Management. This is another Emilio Rodriguez. 4515, Making Stars. When your action phase ends, if you've played an operation this turn, gain a credit and flip this identity, igniting your potential. It's Hoshiko. So as long as you played an operation, and NBN does have some relatively good operations, you at the end of the turn gain the credit and then you do the flip. So that means you don't have the credit to play for your hedge fund, but you have to remember and you have to flip it. I do think some people will miss that trigger, but people miss all sorts of triggers. This art is nice, very fun, very colorful. You get to see the city, which I like a heck of a lot to see what the space looks like. It's also at night, which is not super common for identities. And then you get to see some stars here. Now what's the back? Oh, I like this art a heck of a lot. This is the Gemilang Arena, burning bright. Talk about telling you scale. Don't show me one person to show the scale of the space. Make 60,000 people. This probably took a while to paint. I like this a heck of a lot. So this is the backside. So the first time each turn you play an operation, gain a click, which means not only clickless operations, if you can find out how to install a card with an operation, and we have a bunch of ways to do that. Red level clearance, sort of greasing the palm, KPI. There's a lot of ways. And this is the first time you play an operation. So this is another thing that if you play Plutus, you actually can gain 2 extra clicks on your turn, which is buck wild. I think Plutus makes a lot of sense in a lot of identities, let alone on the other side as well. Now this is messed up, but when the runner makes a successful run on HQ or R&D, you have to flip this identity back. So this might not ever fire as much as you're forcing the runner to interact with you. And it says never stop shining. The idea is that you invest in talent and then the talent pops off and starts like, you know, bread and circusing it. That's pretty damn good. This is the first time a flip ID has had full art on different sides, not just subtitle. No, I think other ones have. Like Earth Station has 2 different sides. Even Sync has 2 different sides. No, all the flip IDs have 2 different sides. I just don't think you're going to see it here, but the back is actually very different. It looks like this. So no, there's a precedent. They all have different ones. Same with the Jinteki flip one. All 3 had different art. Oh, different title. Oh, Jinteki had different titles. I don't think we're going to find them though. What is like the brew? You're right. The name is the same. Think is the same. Oh, excuse me. But Jinteki Biotech had 3 different sub ones. Oh, they're actually here. Yeah, it's the brewery, the guard, the tank, and the greenhouse. Yeah. Man, these arts were really good. You barely saw these. These arts are sick. Man, Emilia's been doing art for a long time. Man, those are actually really good Netrunner art. Shout out to Amelia. That's sick. Yeah, so sorry. You're not exactly. NRDB has flip support now. Fantastic. Sync only has one side. Isn't proven. Matryoshka has 6 buttons for some reason. Yeah, they all have different flavor text. Pre-chief, there are 6 distinct cards. They actually do have flavor text, and they're meant to be smaller and smaller. And I think the flavor text does mimic that. Flip support and NRB sick. Yeah, Earth Station's the same on backsides. Doesn't this ID just play 0 emotes? Yeah. Again, sorry, I'm worried about this. To come here for the Andre optimism. I'm kind of worried about this. I think it's possible to put enough ice on central servers or annoying enough ice that the runner can't run and deal with it, because they have to turn this off. Because as long as your deck is structured in a way where you have enough operations, and specifically like the sort of install or click gaining operations, you're in a pretty good spot. However, the problem is if they run central is your ability is turned off. So how well can you ice up a remote server and 2 centrals? Probably not very well. I am guessing that this deck plays kind of like what Arizon was playing last year at NPC Boston, where you just ice up the hell out of central servers and you play things like Piranhas and Funhouse, and you play like some of the hardest ice to deal with. Maybe not actually a Funhouse. I think that might not make sense to your game plan unless you are playing Greasing the Palm, which maybe you are. And then you just use everything that you have in your power tool to just fast advance straight from hand. And you just play peak what's it called, the outfit, and have 3 ice on R&D, 3 ice on HQ, 1 ice on archives, and then just score out everything from hand. You can play king making, you can play Stoke the Embers, and then you do things like clicklessly install Hollowman. I think that deck needed like how good that deck really needed Subliminal, which is rotating. But the idea is that if you play Hollowman, you can move it over and you can score out some stuff from the remote server. You can play king making and get extra hand size by playing Superconducting Hub, which makes YDL a lot better, which is quite nice. You can play Sudden Commandment and get a click back by playing red level clearance, or by playing whatever. Well, we don't have Subliminal anymore. I feel like there's a lot of ways to make it an uninteractive fast advance deck. Notably, fast advance is also like kind of notably looking strong because we don't have any clot support. I do think this also does hinge on having something like a Project Beal, like a 3-2, which I'm hoping that we do get 3-2s for every faction. I think there's actually something that suggests we might get a 3-2 for every faction in one of the documents. I might have missed it already. I think I might have already missed it. But there was one of the documents stated that there is going to be a new trait that shows up on 4 different cards. I think that's very likely to be on agenda text because no faction has slots that a new subtype works on 4 different cards. So I'm assuming that's something that's spread along agendas. Remastered edition helps with all the fast events. Yeah, you can play remastered edition. For what it's worth too, you can build a remote server. You just have to ice up your centrals better. So I don't know if that means you just put a Vladislav city grid on the table and say trash it for 4. Maybe that's expensive, maybe not. You can definitely FA42s quite easily. Nano management does it solo. Yeah, as long as you're flipped too. Yeah, you don't have to do too tricky things. Biotic labor makes sense. Or sorry, nano management. Oops. Yeah, so I am worried that we're gonna just see Glacier up and score from hand, which is like, not again my favorite play pattern. Can you play tempo Nebula? Maybe you can. Honestly, maybe we'll be surprised that you can. That just getting an extra credit is fine, and then putting this thread on. And for what it's worth, if they're always running central servers, you always get this text, and this text is not awful. It's not Polana, because mind you, you don't always play an operation every turn in NBN. That's for sure. You can build a deck that kind of wants to, but you can't really. Yeah, this idea would love Subliminal for sure. Subliminal would be super, super cracked, especially because if they don't run successfully, you get the Subliminal back, and the Subliminal gives you 2 clicks, which is buck wild. Can Holloman move to a server that doesn't exist? Oh, that's a good question. Oh, you're right. Maybe Holloman can't. So maybe you have to just put 1 ice on the remote server. Oppo's a nasty fork. Oppo's a really good fork. Now, the question is like, what sort of tag punishment then can they have? Again, greasing the palm might do enough. But Oppo research just says, yeah, either you're clearing all 4 tags, unless you have like a buy bans or like a no free lunch, or my ability is going to be turned on. And of course, this is a transaction that you gain 1 credit after you play it at the end of your turn. So it becomes a bit cheaper too. So we're learning they have to play operations 2 turns in a row. So you run out of operations in hand to flip. You can't combo. Yes. Yeah. You need to manage your hand. And that's why I do think a thing like king making into subliminal makes a lot of sense, or not subliminal, sorry, superconducting hub makes sense, because then you'll consistently have a 7-card hand. This is also the deck that wants to play predictive planogram because it's, you know, playable in every board state. It is draw 3 cards, gain a credit, which is obviously quite good. So I do think you can make it work for yourself, but you definitely have to make it work. This is the sort of deck too that you just put your like spin doctors on the table and you don't res them. Deck building will be interesting. You want a bunch of operations, but you want to deter the runner from running, traps, etc. Tough to thread the needle. I don't think you play traps. I don't think Arzon published the list, but he was playing this in NPC Boston last year, and it was like a response to Turbine Hoshiko. And it was just enough ways to fast events entirely from hand. And then it was just like 3 really nasty ice on centrals. It was like, I think F2P maybe. It was like, it's the sort of deck that you'd get a Hydra on R&D or HQ. Like maybe you play whatever the new Hydra is called, Seraph. But you play Piranhas because nobody breaks Piranhas really well. And Piranhas makes a lot of sense when you play plus hand size because you're playing, again, superconducting hub, king making. Like there's a lot of things you can do to make it make sense. But I do think at the end of the day, it is like just turtle, which like NBN Glacier, Messna Chessel on both centrals, like we're talking. That's what you're going to do. You're going to play NBN Glacier, I think. We'll see how quickly they like flood up because you have to play 4-2s and that might be tricky. So we'll see how it comes out in the wash, but it's, again, not my favorite play style. Cool though, very cool identity. The flip makes sense. The theme is really, really good. I don't think we would write the flavor. I love the QTM king making as Mario list. Yeah, that's a cool list. It's generally a cool idea. We get to see 2 new art here. Whoa, Amaral HHF. That is a new artist. I don't think we've seen that name before. That is really cool art. And then the top we get, this is from Matthias Kalza. That is obviously one of the stage going ons. Want a recipe for success from one population eager for opportunity? Extract the young and talented. Ooh, that's grim. Fold in hands-on training with a pinch of G modding and behavioral conditioning and mix it all together using NBN's real-time trend mapping. Watch it rise and pop any bubbles of individuality when you see them. This might be a trend mapping card here in the bottom. Nebula's idols sell out the supermassive Gemilang arena every night of the week with full creative control over hundreds of assets. Nebula has a star for every would-be fan, and when one star burns out, another is just warming up. Very dark, very modern theming as well. Pretty great. I want to buy a face from the face man. Yeah, this actually might be like choose your face, which is wild. Oh, there's a lot of face options there. And it looks like there's even is there a gradient of skin color? Like you're literally character creating? Are we advanced 2 Messney every turn though? Well, I don't know. I have no idea, but like business as usual makes some amount of sense, doesn't it? Business as usual gives you a click back so you can install the agenda business, gain a click, gain an advancement. Like maybe, I'm not sure. No, you do not. Sorry, Brennan. Funny that they might want to stay a front side if they hand is Oppo only. Well, they still have to run anyways. Like that's the thing is if they turn off your ability, you're left with the good front side. Like you're never left with the bad backside if you're not set up because assuming like they're going to turn your ability. Oh, Dr. Face isn't a nice man. Good old Dr. Face. Cool. Those are the NBN identities. I do think there's a lot of weird flexibility of things you can do with this. I'm not sure what you want to do with it. I'm scared that you're going to see iceless remote servers. I'd be very interested if you can rush mid-range and get ice on centrals, like ice centrals, but also still have a remote server. I think you might. But the problem is, like, as soon as turn 1 or turn 2, it comes down to what the agendas are that you can score out and how easily you can score out a 4-2, because obviously we don't have any 3-2s in NBN right now. But if the threat is on as soon as turn 1, we'll find out together. Interesting that the stars NBN curates are real and not AI personalities, Hatsune Miku, or otherwise synthetic humans. There's a chance too that they are, like, there's a precedent with senseis that a lot of the actors are like bioroids, but these seem to be like G-modded, humans, specifically the eager population, which is probably massively underpaid. Cool. Let's close some tabs. Improvisation. This is our favorite place from Geneva. Apologies, we're not going to read this because of time constraints. It's already 3 and my voice is going out. Real in quotes. Yeah, sorry about that. Hold on. This shows a new card. I guess actually we should start here. Shaping the design goals of elevation. No, we should start here. Okay, this makes sense. You said that you don't like tags, Advanced Ice or Glacier. Is it all for similar reasons? How do you feel about cards like End of Line or an ID like Personal Evolution? Hey, Stars Zaraki, how's it going? I don't mind tags. I don't like playstyles in which like your goal is to give the tag to the runner every turn, because that means they have to clear a tag every turn. And it's just like not particularly fun. It's kind of a grind, and it just becomes, the focus is more on their economy. Can they keep up? And let alone the action of clearing a tag as a repetitive action is one of the least fun actions in the game. Hyper Glacier, the sort of like strategies where I hide my agendas and put ice on everything and make you like lock you out of the game. I just feel like there's not a lot of interaction there. And Advanceable Ice fits in that same camp, where I'm going to build a board state in which running becomes impossible. It's just not my favorite thing to do. Is it all for similar reasons? No, slightly different reasons. I think 2 of them are in the same camp. I think End of Line is totally fine. It is a win condition, and it has a lot of guardrails on it. So it's on to you to basically push the runner to keep up with your speed. And I like that a lot better, where the game is progressing quickly to the end state so that the runner has, they have to keep up to your speed. And that's where they start taking risks. I feel like they're not super related. I just want more, like, I want play in which you want to score out your agendas. You want to like push yourself forward, where interaction is possible. And I don't know, I want it to feel more like, actually trading blows than it is somebody who like builds a bunker around them and like, oh, you didn't win in time, it's now going to be a nightmare. Andre's Netrunner's Crim run based economy versus PD? To some extent, yeah. Like, for what's worth, like, I know what I am. But yeah, there's parts of Netrunner that I don't like. It doesn't mean it's bad. If you like it, that's totally fine. But like, I'm just talking about what I'm excited about. Real, as in there are real people with human motivations who suffer when they have to get G-modded to meet trends and then get discarded later. Yeah, I mean, you had a good week, right? All right, this is from Suzanne Waterlily Joy Ferguson, and it mentions a couple. I think we see 2 shapers in this article. In fact, we see 3 new cards. This is Dewey, Pedagogical Delang, she, her, Identity Natural, great art from Zafania. We know the names of this, the kid's name is in the article too. This is her 3-year-old son named Iskandar. 4515, 4MU, no link. Whenever you make a successful run, if your MU is full, you may flip this identity and gain a credit. Who else will teach the stories of good and evil? Notably, it's your actual MU, not your starting MU. So if you add MU cards to your deck, then your MU suddenly won't be full. So you have to fill up whatever you have, not your starting MU. So when you flip this, you gain a credit. Notably, it's whenever you make a successful run. So if you're running a heck of a lot, which is not something Shaper does, you might be able to flip this multiple times, assuming you can flip back. Notably, the flavor, you can read more in the article below, but it talks about these like sort of shadow puppeteers, which are part of the culture. And it seems like Dewey is using this sort of like art form to communicate about corporation secrets. It's really quite cool, specifically when you look at the back too. And it's like in the shadowy magic form, which is very, very well done. So now the subtype changes to Shadow Guide. Identity now says whenever you make a successful run, again, whenever, if you have at least 1 unused MU, you may flip this identity and draw a card. You can't leave the corpse, dirty deeds, and the shadows. So the idea is that you're trying to fill your MU and then empty your, at least get 1 MU empty, and you're meant to bounce back and forth. So that is either done by like getting rid of your cards or adding more MU to the table. But in theory, you could fire this 4 times a turn, twice on each side. What do? You get a card draw and you get a credit, and it's a whenever clause, so you can get a lot of free card draw for sure. There's some like really weird built-in synergies already, and we're going to see some support cards. Luckily, this was shown alongside the new Aesop's Pawn Shop, functional Aesop's Pawn Shop like card, which helps a heck of a lot because there's not that many ways that you can actually like get rid of your MU, which is kind of interesting. Dewey works well with Knuckle. Who's Knuckle? Knickknack? Yes, yeah, for sure, for sure. Just gonna puff her up and down and pretend I'm winning. With Peach Show, you can do way more than 4 flips. Yeah, Peach Show is really cool too, because Peach Show just naturally works with what this does. So hold on. Peach Show. Because Peach Show not only gives you clicks for running, but when it returns to your hand, suddenly your MU is empty. So it's like a really natural synergy case with this card. Hoshika looks what it takes to mimic a fraction of her power. Yeah, so I kind of agree with this. This is still going to be tricky to kind of have an understanding how strong this is going to be in a straightforward way, because how quickly can you fill up your MU is going to be a question you want to ask. Another shaper you can easily compare Dewey to is Lat. And Lat just says if your hand size matches the corpse size, hand size at the end of the turn, you draw a card, which is like half of what makes Dewey good. Like the free credit is really good, but Lat obviously doesn't need you to run, and you can just kind of Lat on your side of the table, and Lat gives you protection because you draw at the end of the turn, which means you can functionally have a 6-card hand, which really does matter for some of the decks that we're going to see in the upcoming elevation meta. The short of the long is, without seeing more of the cards that can quickly fill up your MU, and there's some really cool ones we saw back in the day, right? Like, shout out to this card nobody played, Collective Consciousness. 2 MU drops it down cheaply, and it says, draw 1 card whenever the corp reses a piece of ice. This is exactly the sort of thing I want. A card I can drop cheaply on turn 1 that gives me some forward tempo, and then I can get rid of, either from the Knickknack or from spec work, and then I'll empty this space up, and then I can fire Dewey on and off. We really need more cards like this. I think the easiest way, yeah, that we're shouting out to fill up our MU is as soon as turn 1, you can do like a Muse, and then Muse costs 2 credits, and then you use your Muse, which takes up 1 MU to get a self-modifying code. And then you're immediately, in a flexible way, up on 3 MU used up. And then you can crack your SMC if and when you need it as soon as possible. I think that's one of the better lines that we have access to here. But I do think from the distance, this seems like a lot of work. I think if people think the Lat minigame is hard, this is going to be so much harder. And I think the payoff being less consistent, specifically because Shaper is not a faction that wants to run 2 or 3 times a turn. This feels unfortunately a bit underwhelming compared to Lat. I think that's a hard thing to design around. And for what it's worth, I kind of enjoy Lat. I think Lat's a fun puzzle. But I think we need to see more cards that work well with this, because we also don't see a lot of cards in the modern card pool that have limited uses and then like you don't get rid of themselves automatically, right? Right? Like we need payoffs. We need cards that you want to get rid of that have limited charges. And we only have like 1 or 2 in the whole format right now. This feels like the Seb puzzle too. Yeah, this feels way more complicated than Seb. This feels much more complicated than Seb, right? Like you need to fill your MU, then to start running. I don't know how many turns it takes you to do that. There's a chance if you're playing against acid spam, unless you get like a really cracked like Parisha reprint. I don't know when that's going to happen. And then then you have to empty your stuff, which you might not have full control over. And then you need to not fill up your MU until you empty this, which means you have to make a successful run. But what about if you need to get something on the table to make the run? Luckily you can pop SMC before the run's successful. Yeah, it seems like a lot of work. Seems like it takes quite a while before this starts to pay off. Hammy, how's it going? I entirely agree. This seems very mentally taxing. It doesn't seem like the payoff will be super consistent. It's a sort of ID too. Like that's one of the benefits from Lat, and we're seeing this change happen. And unfortunately, I think it's not going to be a very flattering change. Like comparing Dewey to Lat potentially, or comparing Pawn Shop to the new Pawn Shop. Half of those cards, the older versions of the cards, don't require interaction, and this demands interaction. And while demanding interaction is good, because getting your benefit while you're touching cards is a really nice thing about Netrunner. It's actually why Hoshiko is so good, because she can run centrals on turn 1 and get her value. The problem is for Shaper, you don't want to run that much. You actually want to run kind of a limited amount because your tools have limited uses. A lot of the things about how the best Lat decks were talked about in the last meta were run exactly the right amount. And that's not every turn all the time. It's very, very, very tricky to make this fire. Copulation is a good thing too. Like Copulation is kind of cool as a criminal card. This would be interesting as a criminal. I think this would be interesting as a criminal. UAV lets you reset every turn as long as you have 1 Trojan. It does, but installing a Trojan is actually really expensive. Right? Like as soon as you get the Trojan in your hand, you end up in the Chameleon issue, which is like Chameleon is not a bad card, but the problem is you can't spend a click every turn with Chameleon. It's just very difficult to spend a click every turn with Chameleon. That's just a lot of clicks. Now, Amelia can just be Pichachan over and over again. And maybe, yeah, once you're set up, that is a nightmare engine. But Arson installs them clicklessly. Like saving a click every turn just to get your value off of, what's it called? Off of Dewey seems a bit difficult. I do think Picha Shao UAV is like one of the natural ways to do it. I also do think the set, like unironically, has a bunch of reasons to look at Paola's Cafe. This might be like half of one, but being able to install things like at the right windows when you set up before the successful run, like that can be cool too. Notably, when you install a program, you're also allowed to trash any existing programs you have, even if you're not over MU. So just having an instant speed install clause allows you to like simulchip or Paola's Cafe in a program and just trash a program just for fun. And that actually can make Dewey a bit more consistent. I do think this is a lot of work. I am not mentally ready to play this deck. And I do think the payoff for what it's giving you is like very comparable to Lat, which is not going to be super flattering, but we haven't seen enough cards. Or should Bruce stay winning? And I'm sick of it. I know. Propeller and Revolver. The problem with like Propeller kind of Like Propeller is one of the like limited use cases too. Same with Coalescence, and Coalescence is like obviously fine. Revolver, the problem with Revolver is like Revolver has good text. Like you want to trash the Revolver, and like that is, you know, all the juice you can get from the stone. So like you don't want to just trash it for fun. You have to use it in a weird way. I don't know. It's also frustrating too, and this will matter more for Knickknack, is a lot of the charge cards we saw in the Borealis cycle, when they're out of counters, they destroy themselves. Now, that will matter a lot more for Knickknack, and I don't have a good example here, but like, when your catalog is empty, it's trashed, and that like really isn't great for like pawn shop engines, but this doesn't really matter for Dewey. It's very weird. It's very weird. It feels very fiddly. It does feel shaper, but I'm not sure how more consistent this will be than Lat. Could be a Trojan ID, but we have other Trojan IDs, and I think the other Trojan ID is getting a click every turn is much more is more flexible than this. Let alone you can face check into ice with Wanton. Like we just talked about like Mitra and all this other stuff. You can respond by installing stuff from your hand, and that is worth way more than getting a credit or a card on some turns sometimes by jumping through hoops. I do think that if you can make this consistently fire like once or twice a turn, now we're talking, it just feels like a lot of work. It's a very hard minigame. This is way more mentally taxing on top of playing a Netrunner game than I'm comfortable doing. All my joking aside, compared to Hoshigo, it's very good to have an idea like this that inspires joy in puzzle seekers. Yeah, I do think it's cool. I think it's cool that there is like that sort of, I'm spending really like trying to really, you know, squeeze and feel like you have, you know, creative player expression. Just squeeze that extra ounce so you can fire Dewey twice in a turn where it really matters. I think that is quite cool. I just think that in tournament play, that is not often like competitively a favored thing to search after when people can just play Lat and consistently fire every turn and still have a little fun puzzle on its own. Compilation for Mentor, Peach, Sean, Propeller, Revolver, SMC, Muse, Coalescence, the Ashes Breakers. All of these cards synergize with Dewey and are cards that Shapers are already playing. Yeah, but Lat. Like that's the problem. Lat. I think you can play all those cards in Lat better. And then have a link and then not die to like death combo. And it looks like there's a fair bit of death combo in the set. If you install your console or D says you get farther than you first trigger. You do, but it makes it awkward. Like, this is a really weird thing, is as soon as you install your console, this is what I'm fascinated about Dewey, right? As soon as you install your DZMZ, which of course you're going to because you're going to be installing a lot of programs. As soon as you install your LilyPad, which you probably are because you're going to be installing a lot of programs. Suddenly now the goalpost is a bit further away, right? Because now you have to fill 6 MU, 7 MU before your ability is relevant again, right? It's like kind of awkward. Like if you draw LilyPad in your opening hand, do you play it? And the answer is like, probably not. I don't want to have 6 MU before I turn my ability on. Like, isn't that kind of cursed? It's really, really strange. Like, I do think there's a chance that we could see a negative MU console or a neutral, no MU console. And it would be like, oh, that's actually kind of good. Because gaining extra MU is actually going to like really delay the fact that Dewey pops off. And I think you need Dewey to pop off as soon as you can. Because of course you want to. Because the backside is good as well. Enga trashes itself, yeah, unfortunately. Both sides should read you may flip and gain, not you may flip and gain. No, so the and is attached. So you have to, if you don't flip, you don't draw. But the fact that this is a may is also important because you can forget it. And then you don't build an illegal board state, let alone sometimes you want to stay on one side over than the other. It gives you more agency. I don't know if I'm missing it. Game Dragon Revolver seems kind of wild. I don't think you want a Game Dragon on top of something that's going to get destroyed, but you do hit a good breakpoint on Revolver. You can think about it as a Desperate on an ID with some work. Yeah, after you fill out all your MU, like, I don't know. And in a faction that doesn't want to run as much as Criminal does, like, the goalposts are really, really heavily shifted. Only Enga or Melandra can go away when empty for programs, yeah. I think while it's rotating, Nyasha stays, which is really good. You have games where you draw 2 SMCs immediately and get a way more value, and you will have games where you draw breakers early and have to fill 4 or 5 MU by paying before you have an ID. Yes, I am also like very averse from that. Like if you don't draw your SMCs, you don't draw your muses, like your ID ability is like functionally blank unless we see like a 2 MU card, a 3 MU card. Like imagine we see a 3 MU card with that allows you to set up like Hyperdriver. Like then we're maybe talking because you can install Hyperdriver for no tempo and then you can really set up. And then obviously the more clicks you have, the more you can set up, like the more you can do Dewey stuff because Dewey has a whenever clause. It's like a lot of work. It is genuinely a lot of work. Lobby Summon plus Revolver plus Trojan and you're good to run anything. Well, yeah, no, not really. I don't think so. I don't know. Strange. Very, very strange. I think seeing more of the cards is going to make this be more relevant immediately. This falls into the trap I always do when deck building where I start thinking this would be great if only could be Ari and Dewey at the same time. I do think I've built a lot of like ambitious decks that are like, this would be better than an RE deck, and or sometimes worse. Maybe there's going to be a kind of pocket console where you can store programs during a run. Yeah, if you could like shift and flicker your programs at your speed, like then this becomes a lot better. I do think this is just a lot of mental load. Into Glacier, you need to make 2 runs between every time you pawn something to get your value. Yeah, and that's hard. Like that's genuinely hard. Like imagine everything's iced up a lot. How many times that you can make a successful run to trigger your ability so you can continue to be allowed to like uninstall or install cards. I don't know. Everyone knew Dewey was destined to be a performer, but what sort? A short stock influencer? Hollow artist? Sensi streamer? She tried them all, but none felt right. Finally, she found her calling in Solo's 1,000-year-old style of wayang kulit. The clear morality and timeless characters allow her to pass judgment on current events. When the audience has her back, she can improvise, splice in some corpse secrets. Traditions that can adapt are traditions that survive, and through Dewey, they might even thrive. I don't think we've seen these like magnum opus style little guys down here. Maybe you can. I don't know if this is new to the card back, but those are new. I do just think the idea of this like low tech art form of puppetry existing and thriving in the world of, you know, cyberpunk is very, very, very cool. Very, very charming. Dewey, very cool character. We do get another one though, another identity. This is Magdalene Keino-Chemutai. And this is a character that actually goes back and attaches to some of the older FFG lore because this character has come from the Katara cycle. This is the Crypt Architect, which is a sick name. Deishi 4MU 0 Link. Great art from Marlon Ruiz. Identity Cyborg. I believe it's the cybernetic ears you can notably see in this art. Whenever you discard cards to reach your maximum hand size, you may install a program or piece of hardware from among those cards. Good design is invisible, but I'll never settle for good. Be visible. 4515. Notably, you have to pay the install costs. I think this also shows up on Baz, and I'm kind of surprised that for a new player set that it doesn't remind you have to pay install costs. I would bet a lot of money that some newer players were going to say, I'm going to do this for free. No, you have to actually install the cards, which is great. I love their drip. She's so sick. They mentioned in the article too that the actual clothing is designed after, I believe, is it Janelle Monáe? Some of the clothing, yeah. She is a daring fashion icon that defies gender norms and fashion expectations, pushing the boundary of what clothing can do. Magdalene's pantsuit is inspired by one of Monet's outfits in a similar orange hue, but with stylistic elements that are purely KK. KK, mind you, is Kota Kalimantan, right? The Penrose pattern is emblematic of one of Kali's homegrown luxury fashion house's Poétrï brands. And this sort of like Penrose flower is on the Poétrï brands. It's above the logo. So you see it on the ID. Not Kenyan? I don't think so. Hey, how's it going? I like this a lot. This is, I think, easily my favorite shaper in the set. I think this is going to be really fun. This allows you to do good card draw, which Shaper's going to be doing anyways. It lets you play Viarcation. It lets you just overdraw and trash things, which is just like very, very fun and satisfying. And this is a clickless install on a program or hardware, which I like doing. I don't like installing programs or hardwares. I'm very bad at spending the click to drop a thing on the table, and getting a clickless at the end of your turn is hella cool. People are actually talking about it, and I'm in. Basilar Synth Clan, I'm in. Basilar is really annoying because the turn that you install it, you don't get extra clicks. But the fact that you give yourself 2 core damage might not be a huge downside on the basis that being over hand size is where you want to be anyways. And then it's easier to discard down to hand size, which is kind of goofy. And then you're playing functionally a 6-click runner because you have a free install click, you have a Basilar click, and some other stuff. Andre can finally discard DZ and install it. It's perfect. This I actually really like. I think this is hella sick. I'm into it. Ghost Tongue Shaper. I don't know if I'd go that far because I don't know how many operations you want to play, or sorry, events you want to play, but you can get away with playing some really silly stuff. This means like Game Dragon's a bunch more playable. There's just anything that's like hard to get the click compression, you can get down. It also means that if you want to deal with assets, like you're allowed to build board state while also being set up to interact. I just like this a heck of a lot more than the other shaper because it's just way more straightforward and it's a lot more playable. Again, anything that does burst card draw seems very fantastic. Viarcation playing this last click, I don't care. Let me do that. You can just fire a Stone Chip chart room at a bad time on purpose if you want to, which is kind of goofy. What's the other one that really matters? I think people are talking also, like, I've heard Zenith come up, which in theory core damage is fine and you like extra card draw, so I think that's okay. It's only 2 influence, which is good. I can't wait to spitefully discard a DZ and not install it. Me too. It won an AMT the other year. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, Joyride. Oh, that's the one I was thinking of. Joyride's also good because one of the problems with Joyride is what do I do with all these cards? And there is another card that's going to be targeting R&D immediately as soon as turn 1, so it might be harder to Joyride in the upcoming meta than in the modern meta. But I just like this a heck of a lot. It is just free installs, and Shaper wants to install cards. It means it works really well too with the upcoming pawn shop card that needs installed cards to push yourself forward. It's only programs and hardware, which means you have to install your resources. But yeah, I just like this. I think this is sick. I think this is really, really sick. How does it work with LilyPad? Do you keep the card? You keep the card if I'm not mistaken. So if you install a program and LilyPad fires, you are now past the discard hand size. I'm pretty sure. So you actually do get to keep the card. Kind of a shame the flip is not virtual. Yeah, if the flip was virtual, that actually could matter. But it is the story, right? Straight up mag pilled, overdrawn, install runner for life. Yeah, no, this is my joy. I like this a lot. Tank from Tank and the Bangas gets a shout out in the piece too. Great New Orleans band. Hey Greg, how's it going? Yes, that's the first shout out too. I'm not sure if I've heard Tank and the Bangas, but Magdalene was designed after two people, modern day trend-setting black women. The first is Tariona Tank Ball, the lead vocalist for the New Orleans group Tank and the Bangas, and then Janelle Monáe is called out in the second one. Also, in terms of the narrative here, I also really like the narrative. It kind of reminds me in some ways of the spurned marketeer when it comes to MuslihaT. So Crypto Architect, the secret architect, not crypto architect. That's really, Pat pointed that out on Daily Cast, and I think that's great. Magdalene was an architect of the Nalubale elevator, which earned them the top spot for Ocean's new Makota Langit. But when Mag's hacktivist past was revealed, they were ousted. Now she uses her old hacking skills to maintain control of the project. Adjusting blueprints by night, manipulating workers by day. Magdalene will see her vision realized. And when it's finished, if an engineering project like that was easy, what's to stop Mag from slowly secretly reshaping a megacity to her own image, or a continent, or a planet? The fact that like the the criminal is about like self-interest, this is more about pride, which I think is cool. There's a bit of a control element for sure. And for those who don't know, Katara cycle was the last FFG cycle, revolved around again the cities on the coast of Lake Victoria, which is mostly in modern Rwanda. And what is off the lake? It's like Uganda, Rwanda, and then I think Burundi is a bit too south of it. But the whole story about building that elevator is, again, the second space elevator on Earth in the Netrunner timeline. The third is the Makota Langit. And this character, as you see too in the art, had worked on this on the space elevator. And this is the, the sort of like Afro punk futurist space elevator on the Nalubale, which is sick. Really, really cool. Really, really cool. I love the trope of architects doing weird things with their buildings. Yes. Yeah, just also like, controlling everything is great. The tube on the back, mind you, that's the sort of tube that classically you have blueprints in. That's the design tube. Do you really want to play 3 hand size runner to measured response? Honestly, I don't know. I do think low hand size is going to be a problem for Topan and maybe for taking core damage. I think for measured response, you might have to play some sort of like safety valve, like you can play a stone chip or something like that. But yeah, I do think playing low hand size is going to be a problem. It is something that seems to be, there's a lot of corporations that are attacking low hand size. It's easy to discard when you have core. You start at max hand size and just have to net +1 card on the turn. Yeah. Well, if you're at full hand size, it's the same thing, but it's easier to get there because your card draw cards quickly get you to overhand size. Yeah, you're going to take some risks for sure. I don't see how having low hand size is any better than normal. The only thing that matters with Maggie is cards in hand versus max hand size. Well, it means that if you like VRcation from more board states, you're quicker to getting over hand size. You're right, it might be a bit of a fallacy, but I do think it does get around some of the Basilar problems, which is like playing Basilar is really bad because you take 2 core damage and on top of that, you don't get the clicks itself. But yeah, you're going to have some problems. Tanzania is on the other side of the lake, if I'm not mistaken, which wasn't focused on. They focused more on the like White Nile section, which is the west coast of the Nile Valley area. Yeah, hotel would be okay. Clickless card draw would be okay. So far, we haven't seen a lot of like card draw cards besides, I think, MuslihaT, which is like obviously something you can interact with. I like the call out on their lore. The Anarchs are about smashing the system, and criminals are self-interest, and the Shapers are about bigger picture. I mean, I think bigger picture is a bit maybe charitable. I do think Magdalene has a problem where they really want to be in control. But yeah, you could say bigger picture. I think that's a more flattering way to talk about it. But they definitely don't want to walk away. I like that a lot. I like the story. I just think this is going to be fun. I think this is going to be a heck of a lot of fun to figure out what you want to do with this. I don't know what the obvious console slot here is. I do think you can play LilyPad and install programs clicklessly and push yourself forward, but it's just like, it's peak install runner and I'm there for it, unfortunately. I like this a lot more. Ambition is a hell of a drug. Yep. Cool article. Again, explain the story behind the characters. I do think firstly the like tie into the Katara story is hella cool. And then also learning a bit more about this sort of art form. There's a lot of proper nouns in here I have yet to be familiarized with, but very, very cool. Great article. All right. So there's 2 cards that work with this. This is from Zoe, which Zoe, she's the lead designer. We haven't heard a lot from Zoe, so it's really cool to get this article out to understand, again, what the lead designer thinks about the game. I think is super important. It's not the longest article, but you do get a bit of insights about how shaping the different factions going forward, what are the priorities. I think the thing that's called out here is like bouncing back, high level economic principles. Yeah. In theory, they want the different factions to economically interact with the game in different ways. I think there's a mention about like the game having some breathing to it, economic options to be varied, or game pace to be dynamic with significant fluctuations in credit totals. And with banning out things like Creative Commission and moshing, I think that is pretty obvious that here we want to have, you know, breathing. We want some ins and outs. There's some turns where the runner has a lot of money, a lot of reach, and then they have to rebuild. And it mentions that they want Shaper to have the engine that, you know, does scale well for the late game, but there's going to be turns where they have to take time off to install and to set up. And that's the sort of thing that we see with like environmental testing and like telework being kind of slow. Excuse me. Other things that they're saying, like bounce back economies, criminals and MBN are going to be able to start a turn broke and be up and running. And now without Creative Commission and without moshing, that probably will line up a bit more reasonably. I do think we still have strike fund in what's it called? In Anarch, but Criminal has access to things like Carpe Diem. Criminal has access to things like No Free Lunch. So they do have that cheap bounce back. And of course, NBN has both your digital life and predictive planogram if you want. Whale and Money is going to be moving out of that space and more about the rich get richer. So less beanstalk, more government subsidy, which I think makes sense. And Anarchs are moving towards more committal options where timing is everything. And I think we've seen a bit of that with like Shred. I don't know if Taipan falls into that camp as well, but that's interesting. And I do think like setting the factions apart so they're not all playing like generalist on tempo economy is probably going to be good for the health of the game. I've got my concerns about the vision of Shaper, but we will see. I'm interested for the tier list, Jeff. I do have concerns, and I think we're going to talk about this upcoming card because I do think the Shaper interaction model might not like stand up, but we'll see how that goes. So Shaper's basic identities work well. The faction specializes in long-term economy, engine building, and card draw. This skill set provides resilient long games, creates board states greater than the sum of their parts, and keeps the cards flowing. But this power comes at the expense of explosiveness and can leave them slowly recovering after a costly run or two. Again, without Creative Commission, that seems to be more true, which is great. We hope the combination of traits create a unique and distinctive contour of economic power over the course of the game. A savvy corp can exploit this pattern by baiting costly runs, then leveraging the scoring window that opens up when the runner needs a couple of turns to recover. But corp pressure is only one obstacle Shapers will need to overcome. They may also need to get the extra mile to keep their credits rolling again. Engine building is a Shaper speciality, and we're excited to maintain that tenet of the faction's identity. However, economic engines on the runner side are typically more powerful than their corpse counterparts, and that's because you can't interact with them, right? Assets have inherent counterplay, but the runner always can trash them, but that's why Rizeki, which gives you a credit a turn, mind you, this card is banned in the standard format, it just gives you a credit a turn, that's very, very good, versus Pad Campaign is binder fodder. I do want to say Pad Campaign actually did see some relatively consistent competitive play over its time, but right now it seems a bit slow, but this card is like actually kind of like a bit below power level, but also kind of reasonable. We're seeing more 1/3s that do something similar to this, if not better, as opposed to 2/4s. To make up for the absence of this inherent weakness, we want to ensure that ongoing runner economy asks more of the player, whether that's in deck building, setup time, interaction requirements, or all three. That kind of skill expression makes for an archetype that's more satisfying to build and pilot. And I think those are all things that we're seeing. Firstly, we're going to see deck building restrictions. So if you want to play something, you know, like Lily Pad, you need to build your deck in a certain way. If you want to play something like environmental testing, you have to build your deck in a way. Setup time, yeah, these engines can be a bit slower. If you want to play telework, it's a good economy card, but it is slow. And interaction requirements, that's mostly what we're going to be seeing from the next upcoming cards that require you actually to run a fair bit. Whether you're playing Dewey or Knickknack O'Brian, you're going to have to run all the time. And I don't know if that is something that's going to hold up. This is Knickknack O'Brian. This is art from Alicia Doyley. I think Alicia, we've seen one art so far. That is Nano Management. Alicia did the Brawn alt art from Worlds last year. Resource Connection. Cost 2 is unique, 3 influence. The first time each turn and run begins, you may trash one of your other installed cards. If you do, gain credits equal to its printed install cost and draw 1 card. There are 100 currencies in the Undercity, and Knickknack takes them all. Creds and Rupiah get you noodles. From his secret menu, he'll take your burnt out rigs, your sterilized viri. But to taste his smoked vat chicken stew, bring him what he values most, your story. Comparing a Knickknack to Bravado Fermenter feels so bad, or Raindrops a better analogy. Memphis, good card. Sorry, Gyro. I'm fully expecting liberated accounts, the 2MU program at this point, rental Mopus. I think that'd be a really cool way to like get Dewey's rig to be full, is have a program that has like a limited shelf life, but you have to interact with the program. I miss programs that you have to click. We haven't had a lot of click-based programs, but programs that actually do a thing that are not like Medium or Stargate are really cool spaces. I think clicking is really cool. But you don't compare it to Bravado Raindrops, you compare it to Aesop's, right? No, I don't think you do. So this is, you know, for intents and purposes, the Aesop's replacement. And Aesop's Pawn Shop has been around since 1996. Its numbers were a bit worse. And then in 2012, it got reprinted. And this has been the core Shaper economy card for so many decks for such a long time. This is what Aesop looked like back in 2012. And whenever your turn begins, you may trash any of your installed cards to gain 3 credits. Very notable differences here. Aesop's comes down for cheap, and it can trash anything. And no matter what you're trashing, you're getting 3 credits. And that lines up really well. Firstly, you don't have to interact. And for a long time back in the game, Shapers didn't run a lot. They played control. They put down their econ engines, they played install runner, and they got benefits from this. And getting 3 credits at the start of your turn is the best time you can gain 3 credits. Also, this means you can install a lot of cheap small cards, either with limited value or no value, and then you can pawn them forward. Install cheap, sell big is a really big thing about Aesop's. And these are the sort of the engines that set back and set up. Another very good card that kind of like matches with some of the design ideas that Zoe talks about, but doesn't actually match up with other design ideas that Zoe talks about, is Proco. And Proco is also a very quintessential Netrunner card circa 2012, 2013 to 2016. Not even, that's a bit too late. This card came down, it was a huge tempo sink, but every turn you would just hit this button 3 times and then last click install 1 or 2 cards. And that was like very, the siege engine that over time would overwhelm the corporation. That is not the case anymore. This card sees no play. It was reprinted in system update, but this is the sort of like slow econ engine that required no interaction. This card is so different because firstly, it's not install cheap, sell for a lot. It is install for cost, sell for cost, which really means that this only becomes economically super valuable if you are installing cards that have limited shelf life. And that is something that the Shaper card pool actually doesn't really well support at this point in time. While it's cool that you can like sell your Coalescence for 2 credits, and mind you draw a card, it's very hard to make this credit positive immediately. And it's also a first time each turn's run begins. So sometimes the ordering is pretty bad, but very importantly, you have to run. A lot of the Aesop's decks will sit back and set up. They don't want to run every turn. Abstractly, it's beneficial that you get your trigger based off of running. That also can work with one side of Dewey. Mind you, it's really awkward. It only works well with one side of Dewey. But the idea is that as long as you're running, you can trade something forward for cost and draw a card. And that card draws what you need to fuel your like install Netrunner engine. Or if you have discounts, if you have discounts, this can be a lot better. So if you're playing like a Chesva engine, if you're playing as, like this is actually a card that can make sense on a lot of the different identities. Topan, I think maybe because it's card draw on Topan, and Topan can install things cheaply as much as you're still going negative cards, which kind of stinks. So it is a bit of a flexible card. I just want to be very clear. This is not Pawn Shop. Pawn Shop is an econ engine that allows you to set up and not interact. You have to interact. And I don't know how quickly you're interacting on turn 1. Are you running archives for this? I'm not 100% sure. O'Brien draws you a card. There's a card draw on there every turn. Yeah, but I don't think this is that easy to fire every turn. I don't know. Emphasis is the chef character from Citizen Sleeper that you tell stories to for tasty mushroom soup. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure like the soup storytelling wise person is like a bit of a cyberpunk trope. Every turn you can run, which is less than every turn. Yes, it's much less than every turn. And it's every turn where you can run in and make sense. Which maybe makes this make more sense to Criminal. I'm not sure. Another card that's good into assets. Yes, this card's actually really nice into assets to get you a click compression to check cards. Like, I don't think you have to go out of the way to play, what's her name? Motorcycle Hannah. But like, that's still not bad. Saying it's card draw when we have the click to draw action seems like we're missing the point. Yeah, but in theory, if you can like actually need to touch cards, you need to run, it makes sense. But I agree. It's going to be a lot harder to make everything line up in a way that makes it obviously Aesop's. I think the bigger problem right now is we just don't have a lot of payoff cards. I don't think the Shaper card pool supports that many cards that you actually want to pawn forward. Because again, you want to install cards that are relatively expensive, but give you the value, right? So do you know where I want to play this? Criminal. Like I want to play this in Criminal. I genuinely do. Whether we get a red team down and empty most of the credits off of it, and then we sell this for 5 credits in a card draw, like then we're talking. Whether I can sell every class act, sure, I'm down with that. And then I get my value from class act and then I sell it to get 4 credits in a card draw. I think that lines up a bit better with what I want to do. I don't think you install your Carmen for 3 and sell it for 5, which is kind of funny. But I do think there's a lot of ways to make this work. I just don't feel like a lot of the obvious inclusions are Shaper cards, right? Like, is it good enough that you can sell your empty propeller for 1 credit in a card draw? When we had Pawn Shop, it was a lot better, that's for sure. So it's hard to tell because a lot of the cards that you want to do with this don't pay off as aggressively as quickly. But I do think out of faction, there's some really cool things you can do. Knack plus Leaf plus Muse is the Shaper engine. Yeah, I agree. I just think it's worse than Pawn Shop. I think it's much worse than Pawn Shop. As plus Knickknack? Yeah, it's okay. It's fine. Like, people didn't play Pawn Shop as, and maybe Knickknack is better because as does actually want to run every turn. Like, I think you need to find weird intersections where it actually makes more sense. Think it might be good with Topon. Flick, how's it going? Maybe. I think it helps because Topon has a hand size problem. I think Topon obviously doesn't obviously have a reason why Topon they want to run every turn. So I do think it helps because it is just like clickless card draw in theory, but Anarch doesn't have a really good reason to install things that have shelf life that you sell, right? Like if you install your fermenter, you don't want to trash it. Are you installing your extra fractors and then trashing them so they're in the bin so your rising tide gets better? Like, I don't think I spent 3 influence a pop on that. Concerto red team install red team run twice. Yeah, now we're talking. Pawn Shop was busted. Pawn Shop was really, really good. And the fact that it's more interaction based and that the payoff is dependent on the card pool needs to support this. I'm not convinced the modern card pool supports this, but we have seen one Shaper card besides this. Hey Trenda, how's it going? Hope we're all excited and having some fun with Scoops. We've been talking about a lot of cards and we've seen basically, I guess, everything that NSG is going to reveal by now, right? Knickknack requiring a run is going to make you take actions, make runs at occasionally inopportune moments, which is important. Yes. It is going to be inopportune. The fact that you also draw the cards like before the run starts or when the run starts is going to be ugly sometimes. Like when you want to SMC for the card. Like obviously Muse can still get it, but like sometimes it's actually wrong to fire this because one of the worst times that you can draw a card is when the run initiates if you're trying to SMC for the program. Like it's hilarious. Now, we also did see Side Hustle, and I want to shout that out. Not that you're going to knickknack the Side Hustle, but we're seeing more and more support for cards that require you to run a lot. And I think Side Hustle, I'm not too hot on it because it just might not do anything, right? Like running 5 times is a lot of work. But if all of the engines require you to run that much, it's kind of interesting. Another weird thing that like I'm kind of concerned about is like, say that you're playing against a criminal. Say it's like, okay, you're playing against a criminal. It's 2022, whatever. They're playing Xayah, they're playing Sable. What do you do? My priority is to ice up all central servers so Xayah cannot tempo forward. Cool, that makes sense. That makes sense, right? That's what you want to do. How do you play against Anarch? It's slightly different. I think I want to push something in a remote server really quickly. I want to make sure that I'm not blown out by like maybe Botchless, but you play slightly differently. I'll ice HQ so I don't get imped from Lou. You know what it is. And how do you play against Shaper? Against Shaper, I want to go fast. Maybe I'll ice R&D. Modernly, I wouldn't because there's no trick shot got banned, right? But I would like ice up the remote server and I make the game about the remote server as soon as possible. Eventually, I'll get ice and I'll build that Shaper U. What I worry is that when every faction has all of its payoffs attached to successful runs, the way that we'll play against every faction is going to be very similar. Like, I think there's a chance where if Knickknack O'Brian sees a lot of play, the way I play against Shaper is going to be the same that I play against Criminal. And I worry that that's going to lack some sort of nuance. Like, generally with Shaper being, you know, the uninteractive economy faction, which there's problems with that, of course there is, I would play fundamentally very differently and my game plan would look different. But when every faction has like very good run payoff triggers, like Knickknack, like Xayah, like Sable, like, you know, I think it starts to get a bit homogenous. Is that the way that we play against every runners? We ice up both centrals on turn 1. I feel like the fact that we didn't have to do that for the last couple of years is actually kind of nuanced. It's kind of interesting. That's how we used to play back in 2014, mind you. Like Ice Hedge Fund was the opening play, and it's actually very different now. I think Side Hustle, Daily Cast, and O'Brien Pawn Shop. You think Side Hustle is better than Daily Cast and O'Brien's better than the Pawn Shop? Yeah, Veronica, I don't think I line up with that, but it's going to be hard to tell because it depends how much you have to run. Like if we're in a total asset spam meta, yeah, Side Hustle is kind of fine. I'm going to call this Brian because Knickknack is tricky to type over and over. It is kind of tricky. Lunari, how's it going? Mind you, Pat shouted out that this character, the Knickknack O'Brian, seems to be some sort of homage to somebody in Conrad's life that was very important to him. I don't know more than that, but a lot of the like little things on the table are meant to relate to this person that is somebody that Conrad knew, which is kind of cool. I feel like the prevalence of run start triggers over successful run triggers encourages face checking. Yeah, it could. This doesn't need a successful run, which is kind of nice, but like, yeah, weird. I love the idea of a disgraced architect delivering chicken. I think maybe I'm just used to Arkham math, but I much prefer card draw to a credit. I do prefer card draw to a credit, but interacting as quickly as possible doesn't make a lot of sense with how I think of Shaper. And then the engine economy of it makes a bit less sense. But I do agree, a card draw is better than a credit in Netrunner, let alone in Arkham. Penny Shaver stonks going up. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. It's hard to tell. Use Baz and Chezza to turn recurring credits into real credits. Yes, I think Baz is one of the options for this, but I'm hoping that your hardware actually does something for you. All right. Cool card. Definitely an engine card. I really like that this was shown on the same day as the other Shaper identities, because without a Knickknack O'Brian, oh my god, does Dewey not make a lot of sense. So this is the sort of thing where like I think context actually makes people more excited for the identities. Much more context. Is drawing the card worth it if you know you'll never create a commission ever again? Oh man. Yeah, I do think this is going to see play. I'm interested to see how limiting it can be, but very, very, very cool rehash of the pawn shop ability. All right, last card we saw, this was Mind You in Ginevra's narrative piece, and this is Illumination. This is the first Shaper card, I believe, after the identities. It's called Illumination. It's a run event. It's 3 influence. Mind you, there's a precedence for just playing run events if you're playing MuslihaT. Run R&D. If successful, install up to 3 cards from your grip, one at a time, paying a credit less for each. Won't she get in trouble for putting that in the show? And how did she even find out? Mind you, the corporate secrets here on the shadow play. This card is... Oh, the artist is new. I don't think Isma Tulo or Polar Engine has done art before for NSG, which is pretty sick. I like this art a lot. You see some people in the background watching, which is kind of cool. I don't know what's on this counter here, whether it's food or whether it's something else, but get to see the art and the cool perspective in this art. I like it a lot. The colors are great. All right, run R&D, install, gain 6 clicks. That's a lot. I love cards that install cards. The click compression is really good, let alone you get 7 clicks because you actually do get access R&D. It's not a breach replacement, which is pretty buck wild. This is a card that is very, 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 very good. I just don't know how often it's going to pay off. This is a reason not to play low hand size, mind you, low hand size Magdalene, but I do think Magdalene's probably not going to play this because you want more cards in hand. Sell your Lobby and Orca, then concede. People were talking about like Spark of Inspiration out your Lobies and Orcas so you can sell them for like 10 credits on a card drop. But then the deck has other issues, but it's also very, very funny. And it might not be the worst thing you can do. We're going to have Baz and As legal at the same time in the same faction running the same cards. Yeah, it's a problem. This card's very, very good. You don't have to save the credits. You can install fewer cards. I think even if you install 2 cards, saving 2 credits, that's totally fine. I do think the existence of this card has a chance of making runners or making corporations ice up R&D on turn 1. Without Trick Shot, that's less important, but I don't think people play Joyride. Maybe they will, but I do think this is actually a really big payoff on turn 1. What is the name of the card from Arkham? I never remember the name that allows you to install 3 assets minus 1 cost. That card's busted good. As much as you can ensure that card's in your opening hand, this card is really, really quite good. Another Baz card with Chesva. Yeah, Chesva makes this really good. I think for 3 influence, you have to really consider playing this. This is really nice after a turn that you fired Class Act. Ever Vigilant, thank you, Veronica. Class Act is really good when you start your turn with 9 cards in hand. Fantastic. I don't think it makes that much sense in a... Arguably, it might not make that much sense in a MuslihaT deck because you have a lot of non-installables. But Ever Vigilant is like the Arkham Horror one, and it is... Sorry, I searched out Arkham Horror. That card is just very, very good. Vigilant. Yeah, this card is massively good. Same idea. 1 at a time, play up to 3 assets from your hand, reducing the cost of each by 1. This card sees a lot of play. You just need to make a successful run. Joyride can make some sense. Hit your, what's it called? Go talk to Dr. Nuka, have more cards in hand. Play Elimination, hit 3 things, hit New Snare, die. I mean, hopefully you install this Stone Chip, not that you have a minute to fire it. Looks good until they res an enemy and Mitra and zap your hand away. Yeah, there's a lot of ways that could be a problem for you. I will be excited anytime this installs 3 cards. I think it's a bit unrealistic. If it installs 2 cards, it's pretty good. I think a lot of players are a bit scared to play cards like this because they're just dead cards until like you hit the sort of situation where it's not a dead card. You need to be able to get through 1 ice on R&D guaranteed. And maybe you can do that with an SMC. Like if you just have an SMC down or you're playing Arasana. I think Arasana is one of the best targets for this because Arasana has a lot of cheap small cards and Arasana is click compressed with installations. Like one of my least favorite clicks in Arasana is taking the 3 credits on a click to install my, my environmental testing because it just feels pretty bad. But the fact that I can install my environmental testing really cheaply, hell, even for 1 credit install a side hustle, you can do it. The fact that this is not typecast to programs and hardware, I find very surprising, but makes this card so much better for obvious reasons. Install Airblades for the Snare Fear? Yeah, we can install Airblades. It can in the groove? Yeah, you could do in the groove. It technically works. I feel like now we have too many cards that are incredibly situational, so I don't want to do that. But in the groove actually works and individually can fire every time, which is kind of nice. And getting 3 installs means environmental testing pops quickly, and in the groove technically pops quickly, which is kind of cool. This is cool. This is a card that I don't know how often we're going to see play, but the games that it fires is going to be really, really good. And I think there's actually a big incentive to get this to fire consistently because it is a lot of value on a single card. If you splash this out of faction in an Anarch deck, I don't know if you have the card draw to support it, but like if people don't see it coming, it is just free value. It is so much free value. It seems fairly costed a 3 influence. A 2 influence, I think you would actually splash this in a lot of places. I don't know. I like this. I don't think it's consistent, but I like it a lot. Imagine the Spark deck with only big 10 credit icebreakers, then you continuously trash them for money with Brian and reinstall them at a discount with Test Run Simulchip. Well, Test Run leaves because of rotation, so you don't have a really good way to reinstall them. I think what you can do, mind you, is you can Harmony. I think there's a chance that you can play the deck and you can just Harmony AR Therapy back your big cards and your Spark of Inspirations and just over and over do that cycle. I think you're still going to have a problem because you don't have a legitimate breaker suite, but there is a chance that the deck is like tier 2 fun and actually like kind of really goofy. Yeah, you really needed a card that puts your thing from Archives back into the bottom of your deck. Is Andre advocating for Harmony? Yes. In this board state, I think there's actually a Harmony payoff here. It's like not obviously super like, you know, first tier, first order optimal strategy, but it's a fun thing to do. I think it'd be very, very goofy. Illumination installing 2 cards is above curve with most other cards, right? But 1 is slightly below curve. 1 is definitely below curve unless like you really need the click compression to make a run. But 2 is like good. 3 is busted. So I think if you can hit 2, it's still fine. It also costs 0, so like if the run fails, you don't actually lose that much as your turn structure was probably planned around installing a couple cards. Yeah, this is fine. It's going to be contextual of how easy it is to run R&D, but this is definitely kind of cool. And 3 influence, you can consider this in other places. I think that's all the Shaper cards. I think Knickknack is really important to understand. Whether Shaper can afford to run that much, we'll find out. Illumination seems powerful. As much as it obviously very limited. I don't think I'm in for Dewey. I think it's a lot of a headache for not a lot of payoff. As much as we haven't seen the cards that might make Dewey easier to fire and more consistent. And I do think Magdalene just seems like a lot of fun. So I'll Peach into the HQ ice for deep dive. Seems nice. Yeah, you can just play Arsana though. But like, I do think one of the best cases for Illumination is probably for setup, less so than like doing some weird trick turn. Right? Like I think if you're going to try to do Pikachu nonsense, you're probably better off playing Burner than you are playing Illumination. Not Burner, sorry, wow. Spree. Then like Pikachu Spree from hand is probably a bit better. Dewey will live and die by her console. Yeah, there's a big chance that the console, you need like some important piece that makes it less tricky because it seems like a nightmare to deal with. Illumination problem is that the same problem for most Shaper Runner events, Run R&D. Yeah, Joyride is a bit limited. The thing is like, it's kind of weird, right? I'm assuming we're going to see an account siphon that runs HQ, but Criminal opened up when Xayah came out to be about central servers. So I don't know whether we're going to see more Shaper cards that care about all servers, but it is just R&D, right? Like Illumination, Trickshot, Joyride, they're good payoffs, but they're just R&D. So the question is, what is the ice? What is the respect? I don't know. Timing is correct to get a conduit counter if you install it from Illumination. Yes, but conduit when does conduit get the counter? After the run? Yeah, when the run ends. There's nothing you can install that has a successful run trigger on R&D. Those won't fire because of the checkpoint rule, but this will fire because it's about the run ending. It doesn't need to see the success. It needs to see the successful run ending, which is kind of silly. As a corporate, if I'm against Shaper R&D, I'm getting Ice turn 1. Yeah, me too. I'm pretty sure I'll Ice R&D on turn 1. I'll leave HQ open. They can burn me. I hope not. Shaper cards are cool. Definitely excited to see more. Again, feels like we've seen so fewer runner cards than corp cards. I think that is the case. I think we just see more corp cards. We've been streaming for 4 hours. Oh my God. Okay. We have to speed run this ending. My voice is not holding up. Let's close some tabs. All right. Video came up. This is cool. This is on NSG's YouTube channel as well. This is Juniper. Oh my God. Shout out to Juniper has the arts here of the Juniper Bug Goddess cards, the both sides of the Hoshiko, which is really fun. And the video, Juniper has some like good, clothing changes. Poétrï luxury bands, 45, 15, HB, all the rage. Art from Dimmick. Whenever you score an agenda, look at the top 3 cards of R&D. You may install 1 non-agenda card from among them. Whenever an agenda is stolen, you may install 1 non-agenda card from HQ. So we got pushing ourselves forward. The ID seems like HB stuff. Fashion fades. Poétrï is eternal. We have PD. Now we get PB. It's funny too. Like if you play Elevation, you have 2 HB corps that have 1 scored triggers. One of them is from the bin. The other one's from R&D potentially. A fashion identity. I love it. I think this can do a couple things. It seems a bit flexible, which is cool. For those who are lamenting sports metal, this gives you sports metal vibes. So if they steal your small 1-pointers, you get to install agendas, non-agendas from HQ. You don't have to reveal them, so that's cool. You can put things on the table. They can be assets, and I do think assets makes a lot of sense. You can also build this like ASA remote servers where you get things in servers and ice the servers. But the big benefit is actually scoring the agenda, because looking at the top of R&D means that you get a choice and you don't have to draw it. So you actually get many more clicks. You get the free draw, you get the free install, and it can be another agenda. Oh, it can't be an agenda specifically. Excuse me. Asset spam sports, yeah. This is what I mean. Like, I think a lot of the HB support we've seen so far has been just like universally asset spam. I think Poétrï is on that board, but I do think like Warm Reception, Wage Workers, Working Prototype are very strong cards. It's seemingly coming into the new meta, and I'm worried that HB is just going to be a lot of asset spam, and I think Poétrï fits into that camp really well. I do think you can play just like efficiency HB with Poétrï and just like score things and tempo your board state forward. It means that you have an identity that fully operational makes a fair bit of sense. Because you can set up those like 2 ice servers on some amount of tempo. It means that you're gonna have to build that deck that has enough things that go into servers and things in front of servers. I do think with one of the new HB assets we're looking at, having a modicum of operations also makes a bit of sense if you want to squeeze the most value out of some of your assets. Asset spam feels like it's getting pushed for all corps in the set. Me too. And I'm at least glad that we started to see a couple cards at the end of the spoiler season that weren't assets. But I do think that this set, from what I've seen, is a bit asset heavy, which we'll see how that turns out. Yeah, I think Poétrï is going to be a bit more flexible and interesting than I think it is. And I think I just have that knee-jerk like acid reaction. But I think for a lot of people, it might be their favorite identity. It does give some flexibility, which is good fun. The fashion theme is nice too. We haven't seen that for a while. As much as HB did work with fashion all the way back from the Mumbad cycle, I guess we saw the fashion Bioroids with Nico campaigns. With asset spam support, will we see a neutral runner miss bones? Nebula and BANGUN don't want asset spam at all. We're 0% chance seeing a runner neutral. There's only one runner neutral in the set, and it is a run-based card, so you could say that's an asset spam support card. To some extent, it might be. But it looks like if we're going to see asset tech cards, they'll be in faction. And we've seen no criminal cards so far. We've seen no shaper programs, or we've seen one resource, and we've seen no anar cards whatsoever. No, we've seen shred. So there's a chance. It's just definitely not a neutral card. Zvicky isn't asset spamming. No, Zvicky isn't asset spamming. And I don't think any of the Waylands are obviously asset spamming. One of the NBNs definitely isn't. One of them can be. The Jintekis both look like they can be. All the good HB stuff seems like it can be as well. So it's also a bit about like the cards that are left in. Is Poétrï meant to deck build like sports? I think it can. I think you definitely want to be playing like maybe 10 to 11 agendas. You want this to fire a bit more. If this only fires 3 times, I'm pretty convinced that you could play PD in that. However, this does fire a bit more because it's also when the when the runner steals. The problem is it's non-agenda, which maybe that's ice. You have to pay the install cost though. It's not for free. So if you're building tall servers, you can get away with that. But I'm pretty sure you need to play slightly more agendas and then slightly more assets, because that is a good install case here. Pinkish hologram fashion models are good luck. They should print Nico campaigns looking like that. The Nico campaign does look like this though, doesn't it? Like the Nico campaign has a very similar color palette to this. Really hoping we get at least some asset tech in the set. Yeah, I'm hoping we do. I'm assuming we do. It almost all rotates. I'd be surprised if we don't. I think they want us to build a taxing econ server alongside scoring server. Yeah, maybe you could. I don't know what you put into it. It looks like most of the HB assets that we've seen in the set have like a limited shelf life. So you might just always have like one single ice server that you can put something behind it. And that could make a fair bit of sense. I don't know what else though. When we set this core evergreen, these cards were more complex than I imagined they would be. This one's like slightly more complex than PD for sure, but I don't think this is like, this has a lot more words than it does actually do something. Right? Like I think playing this will be straightforward enough. Remember, if an agenda is stolen, install a card. If you score an agenda, look at the top 3. Mind you, you have to put the cards back in the same order. Some people will game lost themselves by shuffling the cards. Don't do that, please. The runner steals from remote can install a trap during the run. You can, however, they changed the candidate rule so that if a card is introduced to a remote server during a breach, you do not have to access the additional cards. It used to be not that case, but they changed the candidate rule last year. Yeah, it reads complicated, but it's actually relatively straightforward. The runner does not have to access cards that are introduced during a breach. They changed that rule. So in theory, you can use this to install ganks, and then the runner could be like, I'll touch it, and like they shouldn't. But they won't know. Maybe it is a very good agenda. Maybe it is a ganked. This is one I want to see more in person. I think a lot of people are going to really enjoy this, and I think the HB ASA fans have something to play with, which I think is nice. Very cool. The video is great. Yeah, video is really good. Okay. What are we doing? Hold on. This. Bounty hunters and Bioroids and elevation playtesting. Sorry, we're going to speed up a bit because my voice is going. I like this article a lot. It talks about how they function, how they structure playtesting. And a thing they talk about is playtesting bounties. And I think playtesting has to be kind of bounty driven to some extent. If you just give people a card pool and say like, do whatever you want, a lot of players will just do the thing they're comfortable with. And a lot of times when you find that the cards are egregious in playtesting or in practice, you're by pushing the envelope, right? Like you have to tell someone, I want someone to have a deck that can fire an enemy as much as possible. And then you end up with a deck that consistently can fire 12 enemies. And that might be an issue, for example. I'm not saying it is, or that's the case, but you know what I mean? Like you kind of have to go out of the way to give people incentives to build the misery engine, or you just have to have enough playtesters that are just miserable engine builders, which there's a lot of really good competitive miserable engine builder players. Maybe they're playtesting. So the idea is that they have to have bounties to be like, okay, we have this thesis. We're worried about this. Can you get to this board state? Can you consistently deliver the problem state we think that is impinging on the design of the card? And they shout out that's something they do. They even shout out a couple playtesters that ended up getting the bounties awarded to Man of the Moon, Santa, and Zargon, who combined efforts, talked about the card, and Shred was redesigned as a result of that, which is cool. Because these are the sort of things you want to find out in playtesting. Of course you do. I think that's a really cool expose about what goes behind the scene. And then we show LEO, Constructions, Labor Solutions. Mind you, that stands for, what does LEO stand for? Lower, oh man, LEO space. It stands for Low Earth Orbit. This art is by Vitaly Ostachenko. As the once per turn arrow, 4515, trash one resed Bioroid card in the root of or protecting the attacked server. That's a paid ability speed. So that is a paid ability. So you can't do that after they pay for Managarm or Anoetic. You just have to fire that before the breach step to end the run. Workers of the World delivered. There's a whole bunch of HB cards. I don't know whether it's done intentionally that have huge vibes of the first like Star Wars Phantom Menace from the 90s. This does look like the Trade Federation's ship. There's a couple other cards where you see a bunch of autos marching out of a ship that looks exactly like from the that sort of like war scene against the Jar Jar Binks characters. But they have huge, huge vibes from Star Wars Phantom Menace, which is really, really funny. Throwing your Bioroids in front of the runner like meat shields? Yeah, exposable. Legumes, endives, and onions. Incredible artwork. I actually really like this artwork. The fact that it's like there's no windows is like kind of really tells you the vibe of this, where it's like stay out. It's clean, it's metal, you're going to bounce off of this and no one's going to hear you. I think that's pretty well delivered. It's also like in space, technically, like you see the Earth there. Like this thing is pretty high up and it's definitely working on the space elevator, imagine. And you see the autos and a bunch of the auto arts show them kind of in orbit, which is great. This is so distinct from any other corp building. Yeah, it is very distinct. I like that actually a heck of a lot. So we lost the last Bioroid support identity, which was, well, every Bioroid support identity to date has been kind of not good or like miserable. We're just losing Architects of Tomorrow, which I'm very glad it's gone. This just, I don't think it was a lot of fun. This is like hyper Glacier, in which like interacting was one of the bad things you could do. It was also 12 influence, and mind you, we're losing a lot of Bioroids. In rotation of system update on its own, we lose Eli 1.0, which is just a very good Bioroid. The mid-range 3-cost Bioroid is just very, very good, let alone Eli used to be one of the best ice of all time. And we're also losing Ravana. So what kind of Bioroids are we left with in the format? We're actually left with very few Bioroids. This is it. Now, technically trashing an asset makes next to no sense. So the assets don't really matter, because if you're protecting the asset, why would you trash the asset? They can trash my wage workers for 4 credits. And so we were left currently with 4 ice. All the ice is expensive. The cheapest is Hakarl 1.0. So you're trashing a 5-cost ice to end the run, or you're trashing your Brawn or your Ansel or your Tier. Now, trashing a 6-cost ice to end the run is like rough. Border control is less than that, but it's not terrible. Honestly, I don't think it's terrible. There's a lot of right plays where trashing the Brawn is the correct thing to do. We also need a shadow. We have Isaac Liberdade, which is the last or the only Sysop, the only upgrade Bioroid. There is a Bioroid slot left in the set. I'm pretty sure we'll get another upgrade Bioroid, but Isaac makes a lot of sense because Isaac can move around. It buffs the strength of your Bioroids, which even continually offsets the math. The math on Bioroids are that clicking through them makes a lot of financial sense because Brawn is immensely overstated for its cost, but Brawn has the downside you can click through it. But this is really good because if they click through the Brawn, you can just trash the Brawn and now their turn is over. Like that is very, very important, that if they ever want to click through all of the Ansel or the Brawn, you're in full control over how the rest of the turn goes. And Isaac is very flexible to make an 8th strength Brawn, so they're more incentivized to click through it. That's very, very good. I do want to shout out, and the article shouts out too, is like the design space of Bioroids is going to be inherently limited by this identity. We used to have 1-cost Bioroids. And having a 1-cost Bioroid in the context of LEO is obviously hella nonsense. So the Bioroids we're probably not going to see. I don't think we're going to see a 2-cost Bioroid. We could see a 3-cost Bioroid. Even that feels like it's pushing it. But like 4-cost plus is probably we're going to see Bioroids for the near future. And I think that's okay. I think that's kind of fine. But cheap Bioroids probably won't exist anymore. And the upgrade slot for Bioroids is probably going to be a bit limited. I actually like this. I think I like this. I'm actually excited to play this, which is really wild because I don't like Glacier. But I feel like you don't have to play this like Glacier. I feel like you're going to play this like some weird offshoot of PD, but you're going to have a bit of more resiliency against like run events potentially. It is once per turn, but the idea is if I build my remote server, I can just trash my Brawn once they click through it and then score out something in the remote server. At that point, I won't have a remote server. So is this better than PD? It's hard to tell. Maybe PD will just be better, but I think this is actually going to be like kind of fun. Like I kind of like this more than I think I do. I like border control and having a whole subset of my ice be border control. And mind you, Brawn and Oncel are really good ice as long as you can afford it. I'm kind of in on it as much as I do think it really needs an upgrade to really sing. I do think there's another reason why Mitra is kind of messed up. I think Mitra just pulling back Bioroids from the bin. I don't think the deck is going to be running exclusively Bioroids. I think there's good reasons to run other kinds of ice for sure. But you can just pull back Bioroids at instant speed with Mitra to get other end runs, which is kind of wild. This is the corp I like the most. I wonder why. Yeah, this is also the corp that's less acid spammy. I don't think you need to acid spam with this. I think you're going to build one remote server. You're going to put a regolith in there for a minute, and then you're going to push out an agenda, and we'll see what the agendas are that push you forward. But like, I worry that we're going to get to a deck that like, I don't know, does Leo construction and pushes clearinghouses, and it's impossible to run the server. That'll be a downside. But if this is actually like mid-range tempo HB with a bit of a border control kick, I'm kind of on board as much as it seems like it's really overlapping the PD board space or design space. I think Elio's borderline misery engine stuff, it's on borderline. I think that's for sure. I think if you're like consistently clicking through a Brawn, I think you just can't afford to do that. But it's a real cost on both sides of the table. If you spend your whole turn and they trash the Brawn, whatever they're protecting has to be worth it. But at the end of the day, the fact that they have to get through 2 big Bioroids and you can just like pull the plug at immediate speed like that, it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough for sure. I like Leo, but it definitely needs more Bioroid support to be really viable. Yeah, I'm assuming we'll see at least one Bioroid ice. I'm assuming we might get lucky and see a Bioroid upgrade, but it's honestly almost there on its own. Yeah, this is Egg Confusion for HB. Wild. Undoing your board state, make this not Hyperglacier. Yeah, exactly. So the question is, how many times does Elio fire? And even if Elio doesn't fire a lot, its existence is going to have an implication on how runners play. Like, is the runner going to click through the Brawn on turn 1 to contest your like whatever your campaign is or your anthill or whatever you're playing when they know that you can trash the Brawn? Yeah, on turn 1 I would actually. I will click through the Brawn so that you can trash and have no remote server. And I just got rid of a border control on turn 1. It's going to be a bit interesting. I can't tell how strong it is, but it depends again how cheaply people are breaking ice. I kind of like this one. I don't know why. It doesn't seem like a ice I'd like or an idea I'd like. It can't be terribly grindy Glacier because you have to sacrifice some pieces. Yeah. So we'll see. I was wondering if there would be a new Awakening Center type of card from how it reads. I think Awakening Center is such a rules nightmare that I honestly don't know how it works. The Bioroid support is the only sad part about this ID, which is otherwise really cool. So I'm hoping they rip cheap Bioroids, but rip cheap Bioroids, yeah. Aren't they going to focus on making it viable in core format as well? So that would tell something about number of Bioroids coming. Yeah, for sure. Pikeneer, how's it going? So I'm pretty sure like core has Brawn and Oncel, which are really, really good. I'm assuming we'll get at least one more Bioroid ice, which means you can have 9 ice in your deck already. That's already pretty good. That's like more than half of the ice in the deck you're going to play. And then we are probably going to see a Bioroid upgrade. I would be very surprised if we didn't. We don't have Bioroid assets in Gateway or the standard format, but there has to be a bit more support for sure. Because otherwise it's just Oncel Brawn. And none of these are in the core experience. Brawn and Oncel, Brawncel. Good old Brawncel. My bet is 1 Bioroid ice, 1 Bioroid upgrade and elevation. I think that's a safe bet. Because mind you, we still need support for Poétrï, and Poétrï could like Bioroids. Like Bioroids are usually fine, but yeah, the build around is more important. Love the idea of an ability so specific like Elios that even if it never gets fired, it still has a big impact on the game. Yeah, for sure. Does the ID prevent them from printing cheap Bioroids? Yeah, I think it does. And they do talk about it in the article, but like we've seen 1 cost, 2 cost Bioroids. We're not going to see that anymore. There's no shot. I'd be surprised, honestly, if we saw a 3 cost Bioroid, unless its subroutines were nonsense. Because that is just a cheap enough card that a 3 cost, card they have to click through and break, and then you still border control them, means that Elio will fire more than once a game. And the idea to me is like, I'll put my Bronze and my Oncels on the remote server, and I'll put my 3 cost Bioroid on the centrals. Probably. B1001's a Bioroid asset? Yeah, but not in the core, and also that ability is nonsense. Like, if they have to trash the Bioroid in their attacked server, so there's no reason for you to trash the The only reason why that you can trash the B1001 that they're running it or the wage workers is so that they don't fire Lou. So you can trash it yourself. But I'm pretty sure making them spend 3 to 4 credits is going to be better for you. But if they have some sort of solidarity badge engine, you can just blow up your own Bioroid, but then the once per turn is done. Reprint Warroid, I'm good. Isaac is a 3-cost Bioroid, but non-faction? Yes, but it's also 2 influence and has fine text and can move. Like, I do think Isaac will actually see consistent play. I don't know if it'll be a 3 of, because it's unique, but a minimum of 2 of in every Leo deck makes a lot of sense, unless there's like a really busted Bioroid upgrade, because the text on Isaac is actually kind of fine. You don't care about advanceable text, but strength goes up, kind of. I'm worried someone will figure out something gross with Trieste model Bioroids. Yep, this can be a problem. That being said, like, we have, I don't know, Bypass, we have Banhar, we have Flip Switch. I'm not 100% sure. But then you have to build 2 remote servers. And then you kind of stretch Leo out a bit. Active Policing plus Trieste plus NAC is unrunnable remote already. Yeah, but you could do that in standard. It doesn't really change that much. Like, for what it's worth, like, you can just play Anoetic and Managarm. And for what it's worth, Managarm is sometimes just as effective as Leo's ability is. Now you can do both together. But I think if you wanted to do that deck, I don't think you need Leo to make it sing as much as Leo does give you a bit more protection. It makes people less certain to do the play. Will, you mean have? Sorry, Dari? Yeah, exactly. You don't think we'll get a Bioroid campaign? It would be weird to have HB without campaign to sell Bioroids. Well, we do have campaigns, and actually we did see a campaign that's spoiled. The thing is, like, trashing the asset that they're running is nonsense. It doesn't do anything. Because you have to trash, like, ending the run when they're running the asset to trash the asset, you'd rather have them trash the asset. But I believe there is a Bioroid campaign we see in one of these articles before. In fact, this one. Humanoid Resources, A Tale from Elevation Development. It's another dev article. I love these articles. This is written by Tuno. I think Tuno's writing is fantastic. And specifically, this one's also portrayed as the sort of like, you know, IRC kind of chat log. But this is, you know, people doing playtesting and hearing the feedback. I think this is so cool. Can you trigger Leo after Managarm triggers? No, it's a paid ability. So after they start breaching and paying costs on Managarm or Anoetic, there's no paid ability window. Just like you can't border control. Very, very cool. We're definitely aware the cheap Bioroid design space restricted the Leo placed on us. Devatus, how's it going? Congratulations on the launch month. I'm excited for the set. Yeah, the article's very clear that this is going to impinge design going forward, but most designs do that. And so the trade-off is like, we think Leo is interesting enough to not be able to print 1 or 2 cost Bioroids without like weird downsides or something strange. Yeah, Tuno's great. Man, Tuno, like, I don't think Tuno's English first language, but its writing is fantastic. And this article is so good too, because like the terms that they hear how people talk is just really, really funny. There's some good punchlines in here, but it talks about 2 of the HB assets that were designed. At one point in time, we had bullet point time. Sorry, this is the first iteration. Human resources in quotes. Cost 2, trash 4, influence 2. When you res this asset, load 3 power counters on it. When it's empty, trash it. Click hosted power counter, gain 2 credits, draw a card. You may install a card from HQ. This card is a card design I think has been around for a while. I've heard other people talk about this sort of like HB Rashida. I think it came up in a podcast that Jeff did. And this is a card that everyone loved, but was just busted because this works in Mirror Morph. It installs cards, but having that like flexible, my asset is my game plan, my engine, is a fun design space for HB. Now, obviously there's problems with it. They shout in Mirror Morph, this becomes just asset spam nightmare, which is pretty wild. Then they talk about testing this for elevation and they change it. When your turn begins, lose a click, then resolve any number of the following on a 6 cost asset. So same idea that this is your game plan, but it costs you something, but you get to do all of these abilities. And then you can hear the conversation, which is really, really good. Where did human resources go? I remember it being cut from RWR with the idea that it was a better fit for Dawn, and it seems like it would help Reg Rush Corp for a bunch. I would 100% be down for HR to be in Dawn, of course. I love this now. It's a triple click asset, feels heavy like swinging a weapon in Dark Souls. That is such a good term to talk about what this asset turned out to be. It is a very committal attack that once you're committed to that, you're hoping it works out well for you. If you've ever swung a heavy sword in Dark Souls or an axe, you know what that's like. We want people to spend 3 clicks on it. I think I'll probably end up agreeing with you. I appreciate your meiotics. I don't know what the meaning of that word is. Very funny. I do believe this means like the Socratic kind of questions to get to answers interaction method. This is like playing Robo Rally Such a fun sentence. I've never played Robo Rally, but it is a programming board game from the 80s. I believe the modern reprints people don't like as much as the old version. And the idea is that you have little robots on a board and you commit your cards face down and then you reveal them. And in a programming game, you just do your things from left to right. But the problem is you either programmed it bad, or in the meantime, somebody has moved into the space you thought you'd move into. So you bounce off of that and your robot is now in a different orientation, and then you drive into a pit and explode. Like, just very, very cool that this is a programming thing. You fire it and you hope it works out for you. That's really, really fun. I didn't consider importing it to other factions, testing new humanoid resources, which did indeed feel good. I just think this conversation is fantastic. Anywho, we'll see the card at the bottom. Humanoid resources, really Star Wars Phantom Menace vibe here. Asset, cost 1 to trash, 1 to res, 2 influence, so very, very weak and fragile, but you do have to have a credit to res it. And then you spend your whole turn to trash this, to gain 4 credits, draw 3 cards, install 2 cards, may pay 1 operation from HQ, deploying a T-5. So you get the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this gives you more than 3 clicks worth of value, for sure it does. It gives you enough credits for 3 clicks. It gives you cards for 3 clicks, 2 installs and 1 operations. This gives you like, what, 9 credits? 9 clicks? That's a lot. However, you don't know if this is going to work out for you. And it's going to be a really fun deck building operation, a deck building like thing to work around, that you need to have enough installables. Now, when you draw 3 cards, I'm excited for the board states from which I fire this, hoping that I draw enough cards to make the rest of this text good. In theory, you don't have to fire all of this. If you just draw 3 cards, gain 4 credits, install 2, that's fine. Playing the operation is a nice kicker, and I think that's going to be the hardest part for this deck, or any deck, is to figure out what the operation is that you want to play functionally last click. Hedge fund is fine. Fully operational last click. Generally, you want to play fully operational first or second click. Sometimes you play a last click when you just want to get credits, but getting card draw is really good. And then you trash for 1, which is fantastic. You don't have to have this res before you start to turn triggers. Yes, that is huge, that this is not Rashida, that you can get your mandatory draw, look at your 6 cards and think, is this a good turn to fire this? And there's going to be some good turns where the right thing is not to fire this and wait for a different turn. Hey, Gato, how's it going, Purple Rashida? Basically the equivalent of spending your whole turn using basic actions, but all of them at the same time? Functionally, nearly, yes. It's every click is a busted click. However, you have to do them in this order, which is the best order for it. Actually, operation first. Operation before install would be better, I think. Probably. But that's not a bad order to it. The 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 is actually pretty cute. I do think that it is easy to name. Playing lockdowns with humanoid resources seems very solid and on theme. Yeah, the last click lockdown is pretty good. However, it's hard to advance with this card. Like, you can't seamless. So if you want to get advancements on your cards, that's where this gets tricky. Luckily, you can just play seamless in HB. So it's bad at pushing like 5/3s. It's better at doing like a tempo play. You can't use terminal operations on this trigger? Yeah, why not? Yeah, you can definitely play terminal operations. It just ends your turn. I don't think there's any reasons you can't, unless I'm missing something. I like this as flexible. I think you can see this in a lot of different decks. The question is what decks? I'm not sure. Opt for an excavator with his real asset spammy. Yeah, in op, it's a 1-cost trashable that gives you a lot of board state. Playing an operation last click is kind of awkward. If you want to play an extract, that's not fantastic because you probably already trashed something when you fired humanoid and got the Rashida or the spin doctor. Not the Rashida, sorry, you know what I mean? So that one's a bit ugly. You could play armed acid protection and then at least have an asset in the bin, which is kind of nice. But this in op could make a fair bit of sense. I think that's fine. Activist, then play the new Biotic Labor. If you do, you have a click left, which means you could advance once, but then I think it's probably less good. Operation first benefits YDL, operation last benefits fully op. Operation first can benefit fully op if they said any order, because you could fully op to draw. That could be a bit better. But yeah, operation last is just like fully op for credits. I don't think you want to fully op to draw last click usually. You have 2 clicks? Oh, you have 2 clicks. You're right, because you biotic clicklessly, so you have 2 clicks. Oh, that's fine then. That's kind of funny. That's actually kind of fun. Yeah, you can nano management and have 2 clicks because you don't play the click first, so you +2. That's kind of cool. If we also see like a subliminal type card, if it has a trigger like that, you could subliminal and then get like a click back. Plus Bass, you can FA. Yeah, if you biotic and have a Bass installed with this, then you can get 3 clicks, which is enough to FA because you can install an agenda with this. Flexible, weird, interesting, definitely kind of cool. It's a card that Poétrï will put on the table. Like when you steal an agenda, they'll put a humanoid and just say good luck everyone and see what happens. I think this is kind of fun. It'd be quite expensive to FA, yeah, but if you win, you win. Like if you win, you win. So sometimes expensive doesn't matter. Play Mandate into Biotic. This is auto campaign, the Jeff campaign. It's an asset and advertisement. This is what I wanted to shout out is that Null Signal Games has removed Bioroid from the subtypes of advertisements. So I'm not sure if that was the case back in Adonis, but like Yeah, same for Adonis. Is that very importantly, while the advertisement campaign is selling Bioroids, things like Nico, things like Adonis, things like Eve, things like Otto, they're not Bioroid type themselves. I don't think it has any implication in the text of LEO, but importantly, they're not actual campaigns. They're, sorry, not actually Bioroids, they're advertisements. The fact that the art too is like makes them a lot more, you know, human looking and pleasant for children is a very good flavor here. Shout out to Mauricio Herrera, one of my favorite Netrunner artists. This is a very good Mauricio. I'm assuming this will show up on a playmat sooner than later. Install agenda, install Moonpole, play new biotic NA F42. Yeah, you can NA 42, no problem. Yeah, these look a lot more friendly, and obviously the kids kind of happy with it on their way to work. Don't be scared of the auto, kiddos. They're building our future. 2 cost, 3 influence, 2 trash cost. When you res this acid, load 6 credits on it. When it's empty, trash it and gain 2 clicks. And when your turn begins, you get 2 credits off of this. So the turn you res it, neutral. The turn, next turn, plus 2 credits. Final turn, plus 4 credits. And then you have a 5-click turn. 5-click turn is really good. At a minimum, you can score out a 4-2. If you're using this to score out 4-2s consistently, it's kind of strange because you had a remote server that the runner didn't run for 3 turns. So that's kind of on you. You could have probably scored out an agenda, but that doesn't mean this is not good because it means that you can use any asset on the table. You don't have to ice it up. If they don't trash the auto, they're in a good spot. They should trash the auto for sure. This is an asset that you must trash. It's definitely a pinhole target. This also does weird combo stuff. This reminds me a lot of Antil, where it's like there's a very strong payoff. It is technically you can don't ice it on turn 1. You don't have to ice it immediately, but then you have to ice it because the benefit is very, very strong if this survives, and 2 trash costs is very reasonable. This reminds me of MCA to some extent. However, you know, you don't have to worry about the click loss on either side of spending this, but the same sort of idea as much as it's not busted. I want to shout out that Neon Static was playing this yesterday when they sleeved it up on proxies. And when this pops in theory in Wayland, it means you have enough turn clicks to do mutually assured destruction twice. Mutually assured destruction and have 2 clicks left over, which can be a problem if the runner's trying not to die. Like there's weird combo things you can do with it. I don't know if you play this in op to get a 1-coster and do some wild combo off of that board state. You might be able to and grab a Malapert and score an AZF and do something on top of it. But you can do some weird stuff. In op, you can tutor for HR. Yeah, you can tutor for HR and have 5 clicks and then fire HR. It's a lot of influence, mind you. This is a 3 influence card. So it kind of fits into the same camp of, MC austerity policy, which is you want a deck that will really punish the runner from interacting with you because they should trash this. And then you have to hit them with an oppo or any other sort of like reprisal. This card's very, very good. It is a very strong asset that you have to trash. It's more support for asset spam. I do think all the good HB cards we've seen so far, barring Leo, are just full asset spam. You can get this actually fire an op. You can tutor powers the beat to fire when you FA your agenda and immediately reinstall the auto campaign back in the remote. Yeah, 100%. You can do some wild stuff with this. There's a 1-of in the deck. Like it's not Maryland, it's not 1 influence, but you can do this. The question is though, like how good is your op deck when it has an auto campaign in the remote server for 3 turns? And that's actually a big downside. I love the journey that auto took. Sometimes it takes a long time. Sometimes the right iterations landed on swiftly. Yeah, the article mentions that like after this is huge conversation about how they got the humanoid resources. Yeah, this one was just good. We started with this card and we didn't change the design. It's really, really good. And I like that. Put Mr. Hendrick on the table? Wait, why? Why Darjan? This card's flexible. Yeah. You have to trash it. You definitely have to trash it. And I do think there's going to be a bunch of game states where this could have been an agenda, and we'll see how good the HB agendas are that you want to score out. But this card is just solid. It's not going to give you your money quickly. Like I do think that Nico campaign is not entirely dead. I do think Nico campaign is mostly replaced by this. I do think if you're going horizontal and you like the card draw on Nico, that's definitely has some value then, and you can play both. I think if you want money quickly, you'll probably still play Regolith. But there's a lot of like competing assets for HB. Like you can play Prototype, you can play Auto, you can play Nico, you can play Regolith. It's up to you to figure out what you want. Would NSG ever print a card that removes credits off of installed cards? Maybe. So you can fire this faster. I think it's definitely within the design space, but we've never seen anything like that, even in FFG times. So maybe. There's a magical Christmas land where Auto and HR give an HB turn worth 25 clicks. Yeah. In op, you can do it somewhat consistently. If this ever fires, you can go get this and then fire that clicklessly, or install this clicklessly, which is good. If you like the card draw on Nico, you can just spend 1 of the clicks to draw. Yeah, Nico gives you more money too, and is credit positive on turn 1. Nico is what, 2 to trash or 3 to trash? I feel like 2 to trash. Yeah. So kind of similar. Surprisingly similar. So at least you'll have a bunch of options, and HB will be the asset spam faction. It seems like we'll be able to asset spam immediately in the core set. I think NBN will have problems doing that. All right, my voice is really cooked. Oh, I want to shout this out. For those who don't know, I'm going to share this link in the chat. Tuno's been working on this thing for a while now, and Tuno every once in a while it writes a new article. This is spike biased, and it's hosted on the QTM kind of hub, and it is just very good. It is very, very good writing about getting more about Netrunner, getting into Netrunner, understanding Netrunner on like a technical high level. Tuno is a fantastic player. One of the articles that came out recently is this whole of like deck size. Where's the deck size article? Where is it? Oh, you'll find it in here. Oh, it's so good. Is it this maybe? I don't know. It's just the articles are fantastic. They're long, so you have to sit down and read, but it's just some of the best. 3.1. Oh, this is it. Total Gas, the theory of deck sizes. This has been an absolutely fascinating read. I like this a lot, but you need to read this stuff. It's just phenomenal. Tuno writes really well. And again, for like, I don't think English first language, it's just absolutely messed up how good this is. Give this a read if you can. This whole website is like, I would say required reading if you want to get better at Netrunner. Okay. Oh man, there's so much more to talk about. Uh-oh. Clarity and complexity, creating the characters of elevation. This is now, we're like a week old at this point. But this is an article from Cobra Bubbles talking about the new identity, Barry Baz Wong. This is a lot of people's favorite identity they've seen so far. I'm not surprised. Barry Baz Wong, Trimath veteran, he, him. 4MU, 0 link. Cyborg identity, you can see the arm there. Whenever the corp reses a piece of ice, you may install a resource or piece of hardware from your grip. Try me 4515. I love this art. I like this art a heck of a lot. Zafania has been just, whoever decided Zafania should do ID art, great choice. The fact that I'm assuming this is a silk jacket, you can tell that it's a silk jacket, let alone the pink with the metal, is just really, really great. This is card 12. We've seen both criminals getting the older dude. Again, Tuno Heart, we are very lucky to have it. Yeah, for sure. Tuno's kind of incredible. This is, all right, we got to do some memeing here. I think Baz is very exciting. I think a lot of people are going to really like Baz. I really like Baz. I wanted the crime back in Criminal. We definitely have it. This is Tri-Moth. For those who don't know, Tri-Moth has been a thing that goes back all the way to the FFG days. We had a couple cards. One card largely, Tri-Moth Contact. And the idea is that it's like a portmanteau between the Triads, which are East Asian organized gang, and Mafia, like, again, more like Western Italian-American organized gang. Barry face checks Cloud Eater and will win some wild prizes. Yeah. So now we have, a gangster, proper gangster, rolling up a sleeve. I do want to say two things. Firstly, the name Baz being the criminal that installs hardware at instant speed during runs. And we also have Az, a criminal that installs things at instant speed. I have heard the joke that Baz stands for better as. There's some truth to that, I think. Why are the names that similar? Please, you gotta not do that. I think there was another one that came up that I didn't realize, like Nat and Lat is a bit too close, but at least those don't show up in the same sentence. But Baz and Az being one letter away feels kind of insulting for Az, who I think is kind of, unfortunately, a bit cooked at this point. Kaz and Daz incoming in subsequent sets. Yeah, I feel like you have to be a bit careful about the namings. The names are way too close. I also want to make this joke. I did hear somebody else make this joke before, but again, why do runners run, right? So we talked about this before. It's been really cool. Shkeepers have a bit of pride and like self-obsession, and like, they're running for some sort of self-interest. Anarchs generally like for social change, right? Like they're pushing for changing something. Sometimes they just want to be disruptive for the sake of it. And why are criminals running? Sometimes it's just because they got like a cyborg arm. This keeps happening. And this is another unfortunate overlap with Az. It's like all of the criminal cyborgs are missing an arm. I don't know why it's the case. Az also same idea, one letter away, missing the left arm. It's a cybernetic arm. Then we had Gabriel Santiago, different arm, same idea, cybernetic arm. It is just the criminal thing. If you want to be a criminal, lose your arm. And then of course we have, is he going to show up here? No, maybe he's not. Maybe we missed him. Oh no, there's Barry at the end. There's so much overlap. I don't know why this is happening. Same name, same arm, metal arm, left hand. Oh my God. Az died when Naya realized Sable did Az better. Yeah, I agree to some extent. Because the OG Crim was Gabe trendsetter. It is quite a trend. Hard to keep your arms in the Crim business. Az is really good. I think there's potentially some understanding of how much ice you're going to see. But Az's ability is just very, very good. A resource or piece of hardware from your grip, you're going to have the choices of what those are. There's a lot of really good resources, and spending the click to install them is often the worst part. Whether you're just dropping your class act, or whether you're dropping your no free lunch and running away, whether you're dropping your boomerang at instant speed, like that is very, very powerful. You can just respond. Oh, you res the bad ice. Oops, boomerang from hand. And that's actually much easier than Az. Az has to have some things set up where you have to like premeditate and get the boomerang from Masterwork or get lucky with Prognostic. Here you just get it off the top. Another really big one is Flip Switch. Okay, you can just install Flip Switch. Oops, hit the bricks. I don't care. I want to run away. They do that Mitra thing that I'm upset about. You just Flip Switch away. That is going to be an issue. Other cards too, like you could in theory play, what's it called? Airblades. It's fine. Like you can just run away if you want to. It's fine. Sometimes it matters. I don't know. Flip Switch Instance Bait worries me more. Yeah. I will say that I'm going to enjoy Baz and I'm going to play a heck of a lot of Baz. There's some really wild things you can do. Overclock out red team seems fine. Get your class act clicklessly, just install stuff. For bully the corporation into rezzing stuff. Notably, this is a whenever clause. It's not a first time a turn clause. I think this is so much better than Los. So if they're doing op tricks, they score an eminent. Oops, class act. Like, oh no, I install my side hustle. I don't know what you're doing here. I think there's going to be some problems. And the big problem is that you need them to have a reason to res ice. This is going to show up more than you think it is, where you're going to run R&D on turn 1 and they have an ice and they don't want to res it. Because you can't play around this ability. It's not like Los, where once you res one ice, you can res a second ice. This is whenever. So you need to come up with a reason for them to res their ice. And if they don't res their ice, you don't get the value. And so it's going to be this weird tension. I think having something like an account siphon, it's going to be really important. So you can force them to res ice as soon as possible because you need them to res ice. I think that's like, there's a chance that the console will fit Baz more than it could fit MuslihaT. But like Hermes makes a lot of sense to me. I think this is a problem. Maybe you could argue Penny Shaver works, but this is one of the best things you can do to kind of disincentivize them from not resing their ice. And you do kind of want them to res their ice for sure. This is very, very powerful. The image of tough guy Trimouth veteran rolling up his sleeve and saying try me, then immediately running away when a tithe is res is hilarious to me. Yeah, I know, it's really funny. Barry has strong low sassy vibes. Yeah, Saucy could see play. I think Saucy is reasonable. I think Window of Opportunity is also really good because your ability eventually stops mattering. And if Window of Opportunity is good, Sassy is probably pretty good because this is another trigger on your identity ability, nearly guaranteed. And once everything is resed, you're going to run into a problem. So I do think having some amount of D-res is kind of important for the idea that we're working on here. Yeah. It seems good. It seems fun. It seems aggressive. I do want to caution people that I do think this is going to be really tilting. I think it's hard to imagine this is not going to be massively tilting. I think Arasana is already on the cusp of it, where Arasana can install things at instant speed from hand. And I've been in situations where like, you know, the Arasana deck spams out stuff and like your ice doesn't matter. And how can you play around it? Because you don't know it's coming, right? That's a real problem. Netrunner is very different than other card games where most of the cards that you interact with are on the table. So people can start to make decisions, right? That's a very big difference. And Baz is another one who falls into the camp of Arasana that says, oh, you res your massive ice, instant boomerang, instant flip switch. And I think that's actually going to feel really bad as a corporation player. I think it has a chance of being frustrating. Obviously there's some playtesting, but I'm like kind of cautious because like Baz looks really fun. But if all you're doing is resing your massive ice and then they instant speed flip switch or instant speed boomerang and you don't know it's going to happen because you don't know anything about their hand, I think it's going to kind of suck. Like, I think it's going to feel really bad. And I'm worried about that. I'm genuinely worried about that. This is going to be more tilting than Ari. I think Netrunner, where like this, again, violates a principle is like kind of a shitty take because it expands the principle, but this does open up where like this might play like a Magic the Gathering deck that is a blue deck that just plays counter spells. I don't know how Magic works, but that is like the thing where more of the interaction is going to come directly from hand than on the table, which is very different. And I think from the table interaction is actually a very strong core tenet of why I like Netrunner more than other games. I like the pain. Crying Grandpa puts Mr. Corp into headlock. Yeah, it's going to feel mean. It's going to feel really, really quite mean. And I think there's going to be a lot of game losing reses where someone reses something and hopes there's no boomerang and hopes there's a boomerang. You described exactly how Magic works. Yes. And I do think a lot of people don't like blue decks in Magic. Things over Ari's that you don't have to constantly go action because you always have to res when Baz fires. Yeah, the timing on this is a lot better. That's for sure. Because as soon as they res the ice, then you can respond to it. That means you have priority in all the windows for like, you know, air blades and that sort of stuff. So the timing is a lot more elegant. It's way simpler. You can't mess up the timing. But the response being like, oh, I have a boomerang. Of course I do. My deck is like 9 cards left and I have 3 boomerangs. That being said, at that point, they won't be resing ice anymore. So how good is his ability? It's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. But this is definitely the runner that I'm the most interested to try out immediately because there's a lot of really weird builds. Whether it's the resource-based engine, you want to play Chesva because you're doing runs on Central so you can install your hardware and connections for free. Red Team makes a lot of sense because you can install it clicklessly when they res on remote servers and run Centrals. Like there's a lot of really cool things you can do with it and really flexible, but I'm a bit nervous about the like everything from hand deck, which is like kind of feels anti-Netrunner to me. But this is hella cool. Character's cool. Art's great. Design is great. Yeah, totally valid concern. Another design limitation placing ID, but I think it's also fair to say the lessons have been learned along the way. One-shot ice subversion that we will be hoping to model. Yeah, for sure. I think it's like the boomerang is like definitely a pain point that is like one of the things that keeps as and might keep Baz to be relevant going forward. And so like understanding how people react to boomerang, some metas it's like the worst thing and people hate it. I'm super worried. Like turn one, imagine there's an account siphon and you do account siphon turn one. Like what do you do as a corporation? And I think functionally seeing these play patterns is going to be very, very telling. Say that you have 9 credits on turn one because you played hedge fund, you iced up both central servers because apparently that's a thing we do now. And then they diversion of funds you. They account siphon you. What do? Do you res the ice and then hope they don't have a boomerang in hand? Of course they have a boomerang in hand. That's why they're account siphoning you. So you don't res the ice and they get the free account siphon. Like these are the sort of like Barry headlocks that are going to happen a fair bit more. And I think as soon as those play patterns arise, we will realize how upset that makes me. But you know what I mean? You still have the credits to install with Baz. It's not for free. No, it's not for free, but like you're going to install the boomerang anyways. You're going to install the flip switch anyways. And if it's Chesva, it is free. You ban account siphon? Yeah, right? Like this is the power that you have on turn one with they don't know what you can do, right? Like you run the remote server, they have to res. And even if you res, they boomerang it. Now they're financially ruined and you got through. Like not knowing if they have the boomerang in the opening hand is going to tilt me. It's so hard to not think I'm going to tilt from that. Stop saying there's an account siphon. The more you say it, there might be. What's an account siphon? They confirmed it. I think they confirmed it on the Neon Static podcast. I'm not making this up. They said there's cards that'll take money away. And I'm pretty sure that they didn't confirm it. They hinted it. Steve Credit Hole required so many hoops, I'm not worried. Steve Credit Hole? What do you mean, Mitra? I feel like no-win forks are so common on the corpse that I don't mind the runner having a few of those too. I don't think there's that many non-win corpse. Baz count siphon. Back in the before times. Anyways, I think playing against Baz is going to be really, really telling. I think it's interesting, it's flexible, it's very quite strong. Understanding how bad face checking is might not matter when you have a boomerang everywhere. But there's a lot of different ways to run Baz. And I don't think there's going to be consensus on what's the best way. And I think there's going to actually be 2 or 3 different distinct Baz decks. And I think that's really cool. Like the character a heck of a lot. I like the crime vibes. I want to shout out too, there was a card that has Baz on it. This art is great. I don't know who the artist is, but there's like people on the floor. It looks like this thing is producing a gas and Baz doesn't mind. This card is just called Rapid, which can't be the full name of this card. I don't know whether this thing is called Rapid something or whether there's an event called like Rapid Attack. I don't know. But this is like very, very cool theme for Criminal for sure. Amelia exists. Yeah, but Amelia is like 700 backflips to do something rough. That's not boomerang instant speed on face check. Like I'm not like for what it's worth. Amelia is good. We're in a bad spot. Let's be honest, but Baz is smoking a safety cig. That's why he's unaffected. Rapid negotiations. That's a good line, Eris. Yeah, there's no crazy in the format. Yeah, I'm not very afraid of Baz because there isn't a ton of good D-res tools. He dominates the early game and keeps the corp down effectively. But once we have some res ice everywhere, he's worth stable. I agree. Once the ice is res, I think it's gonna be really fascinating to see how good Baz is. It might not be great. There's also metas where like there's 3 ice in a deck and that might be a problem. But I do think you're gonna make a run-based criminal where if they don't have ice, they have problems regardless. I could see Rapid being the name of a console, but the art doesn't seem very console-y. No, this art is definitely not a console. If I'm not mistaken, every console art we've seen to date has really heavily focused on the machine in the abstract, not the machine in the field. I like the Baz theming. Yeah, me too, for sure. I found with the rest of the stream, still definitely a few bangers yet to be unveiled, so stay tuned. Oh no, for sure. I'm aware. David, thanks for dropping in, eh? Gassy console, make it true. Baz is cool. Hype for Baz. Very hyped for Baz. I don't know how much I'm gonna be playing as. We have seen a fair bit of job support. I guess we saw like, did we see like 2 cards that are job supported? I think Knickknack O'Brian has some relevance to as well. But yeah, I feel like this is gonna be one of the arguments where maybe you build a Baz deck and it turns out it's actually better than as. I don't know. Penny Shaver maybe? Yeah, Ava. Penny Shaver might make sense because it's one of the cards that like incentivizes your opponent to res. But I guess Hermes does too. So it's up to you to figure out what makes sense. I also do think you can play multiple consoles. Like there's a chance, specifically when you can install the Hermes at instant speed and they don't see it coming. And oh my God, is Window of Opportunity good? You can install a card from your hand, a hardware from your hand, and then if they res, you can install another hardware. And if the run ends, you can install a hardware if they don't res it, right? Like this card just seems really, really good. I also like Logjam and Pharaohs make Bazarang feel a bit less bad. Yeah. If the ice has a lot of subroutines, Boomerang is not as powerful. That is for sure. For sure. But like, I don't want to be in a Logjam meta. Baz in an E shutdown world is crushing and zero fun, but Baz will encourage long-term interaction and pushes both players forward in a way that old headlock decks don't. Tron, so what are you saying? Do you think there's a chance that we won't get an E shutdown reprint? Because I think E shutdown is actually like a pretty core system update card. I wouldn't be surprised if we got an E shutdown. I would not be surprised. Poison of Vile Mana, obviously. Yeah, super, super poison. Very, very cool. Going solo. I think this is the last article. This is really late. This is, again, sorry, we're not reading them. We've been going on for a while now. This is another story from Shoeflower. I like Shoeflower stories a lot. And this is Shred. This is a card that we saw in the marketing fan. It clearly now has Phoenix on it. It says run event, cost 1. Run any server, 1 influence, mind you. The first time the corp would end the run, prevent that run from ending unless the corp reveals and trashes X cards from HQ at random. They are trashed face down. X is equal to the number of cards in the root of the attacked server. So if you run a remote server that has, you know, a Langit and an Anthill in it, that's 2 cards unless they want you to get in, which is a pretty steep cost because they are random, and random is rough. Now, of course, Shred is HQ disruption. Shred also gives all the decisions to the corporation, which is not a great spot as long as all the decisions are bad. And getting in is bad. Trashing cards on random is bad. So this mostly comes down to how often are you having servers that have more than 1 card in them. And I would say pretty good. Tamio, they go face up? Oh, reveals and trashes. I missed that. Sorry, reveals and trashes. Good shout out. Yeah, reveals and trashes. They are face up. That's a huge, huge boon for this. We'll see run HQ synergies like Siphon, but we won't see cards that actively unbuild the corp state's board state. Okay. Yeah, no logjam meta, please. Yeah, I agree. I feel like there is some good counterplay to Baz Boomerang, at least. Like there's always a way to tech against it. From what we've seen, no. And for what it's worth, Baz is the only way to safely boomerang into that Jinteki upgrade I'm scared about. I also just didn't see that until you read it out. I feel like reveals and trash is new technology NSG is using that I'm used to seeing trash face up. And I feel like trash face up is what FFG used to do, but I can't find any evidence of that. Armed asset protection synergy. This card is interesting. For 1 influence, you could consider it in a lot of places. It's a bit of disruption. Mind you, Phoenix has 17 influence, and I do think Lucky Charm's actually like a really nice Phoenix inclusion as well. But how good is this? If you're playing Sabotage, if you're playing Phoenix, you're already taking cards out of hand, so this is a higher cost. I think if you're consistently seeing 2 remote servers, why the heck not? I think if they have 1 card servers, I don't think I like this that much because it probably fires your Banhar turn, and that Banhar run's really important. I'd rather get into the server than have them trash a card at random from HQ, so it's up to you to not play it. Got a bounty playtesting this card. Yes, and I wanted to know what this would look like earlier, but this card was shouted out. We got like 3 bounties, make Shred busted, so it was changed. You see the Phoenix in the background of the art is great, and there's this glowing like Phoenix belt buckle, which you also see on the art of the identity itself. If the corp trash a card from the root, like Mitra, does the card get trashed still count for Shred? From Mitra? No, you have to trash cards from HQ at random. They have no implication, if I'm not misreading your question, Diogen. I'm going to be living this logjam meta between Baz and Shram and Shred. Yeah, Lloyd, that's another good reason. It's like, this is another, well, a reason why like a card that I don't like Kessleroid, is actually a bit better because it has multiple end runs. So there is actually now a premium for multiple end runs. As much as 3 is the good breakpoint, 2 at least beat Shred, I guess. And that's a reason why all the other better barriers might look a bit worse against Shred turn 1. I just don't know if you do Shred turn 1. I'm not sure you do. Another NR card that could cause a runner to auto lose because they accidentally reveal the card that's being trashed. Oh, no, it's fine because they reveal it. I think that's actually a good clause that this is revealed so that you don't accidentally get a game lost by revealing the card. Yeah, sorry, Jealous Shots, you deleted that. It doesn't delete it on restream, so I read it. Yeah, this card's cool. I think it's a nice way to get more pressure in. I think I like that. I don't know how applicable this is in like a generalist Hoshiko deck. I feel like that's a lot for a slot. I think Tread Lightly makes more sense for that slot, but I do think you just need enough disruption in the deck to do something, and so Shred seems fine. The X is the number of cards in the root of the attack server if Mitra is in there and used. Oh, if Mitra is in there and used, it depends when the end the run is used. So if you see this card coming, you should Mitra sooner than later, and then Mitra will be trashed, so it won't fire. Because Mitra doesn't end the run, right? Mitra reveals an ice, and then the ice has to end the run. So it's up to you to trigger the orders in a way that makes sense. Does Essa play Shred or just light the fire? I think Essa could play Shred. I think it's sometimes hard to play situational conditional cards in Essa because if you take core damage, you can just lose them from your hand. So cards like Pinhole Threading don't see a lot of play, and cards like Light the Fire make a lot of sense because you can install them. And even installing a Light the Fire has like implications on how the corporation plays, so they don't greed their spin doctors. I think you could consider playing Shred. It's nice that's a 1-coster, so you play for free with Ghost Tongue. I think it might be a slots issue. Essa might have a couple more build paths. Essa losing Lamb is not great at rotation, but Essa was fine before Lamb, so I couldn't tell you. I feel like this is worse than Raindrops Cut Stone on most board states. So you need a really specific board state. And for what it's worth, if you were like doing weird Palangi Begamut stuff, which ESA might be doing, like you want your run to be successful, you don't want to give the corporation a choice. ESA for sure shreds. I don't know, maybe. This is another card that they actually might now res ice into, but then you're getting in anyway, so that's good. Between Baz is a good comfort runner for just aggressive quick W's and the most mind-bending shaper ID since Woo. I'm so hyped to start building. I am very hyped to start building. I think from a lot of stuff that we said, like, you know, we've been critical about stuff, and sometimes the reception is like, this is not for me. I would be very surprised if the NBN identities came out. I'm like, sick, I'm in. Like, I don't like a lot of NBN identities. Don't get me twisted on that. But there's been a lot of really interesting building. Like, I have a notes document that every time I think of an idea, I write down a deck idea, and like the document gets long. Like, there's like a huge amount of entries for Baz decks, and I think that's sick. I think that's really, really cool. Same for Magdalene, more than the other one, than Dewey. Okay, I talked way too long. This has been a 4-hour and 40-minute stream. Hopefully everyone's doing well. Enjoy spoilers as of tomorrow's community spoilers. I think it is, Rapa Nui, GLC, and Backroom Deals. It's a Wednesday. We'll have spoilers up on the channel on Monday. The video is not done. I'm stressed. It's fine. We'll get there. I want to shout this out again before I go to recover voice mode, is that we have our Continental Championship tickets and ABR is up. So yeah, that'll be, you can get your tickets. We'll see you in August. Take it easy on the voice. Yeah, Brandon, thank you. I definitely should. When are we going to get a stream where we play Netrunner? Thursday, because I don't cover community spoilers. For community spoilers, we have a strict policy that we don't talk about them because I don't want you to come here instead of going to like a blog or another YouTube channel. So if that's the case, when it comes to community spoilers weeks, we'll sometimes talk about a card, but I won't show the card and I won't do a deep dive on it. So we'll definitely play Netrunner on Thursday, for better or for worse. Hope you get some good rest. Thank you, Cody. How's it going? Thanks for dropping in. So yeah, we won't do it. What's that art in the event? Good question. It's one of our spoilers cards. It's Akira. The framing is like very similar to an earlier Kira card. I like this art a lot. I will tell you as a little tease here is that this card is really good. It's a really good card. I also want to make it very clear that this card is not affiliated with the prize support kit for the event. We don't know what it is. I just wanted to use this because it was fun. That's what Montreal looks like. Yeah, that's what Montreal looks like. Oh, these are all Montrealers. How can Patrick do his scoop this time? He did it last week, actually, on Thursday. It was pretty good. It got me really good. Hey, good evening, Supernaut. How you doing? Super sick art. Yeah, I like this art a lot. I do think I cut off a bit of the right because of framing, so I do think you can see the person here at the stall. I might have cut it off too much, I'll be honest. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. Thanks so much for hanging out. We talked too long. It's obviously a really exciting time. I'm very excited to get to the cards. We've been talking too much, not playing. I know. We'll get there. We'll get there. It's only a week away for sure. I want to give a huge thank you again to Null Signal Games folks. They've put a lot of time and a lot of effort into all these articles. They have to get written. That's a lot of time. And they have to get edited and they have to get published. And it's just a heck of a lot of work. Obviously, all this time goes into make the set. That's hype for sure. But a lot of extra effort goes in it to make this week, this month as special as you want it to be. So if you've been enjoying Scoops Month, if you can find folks from NSG and say thank you at some point between now and, well, you kind of got forever, really. I have no doubt they'd appreciate it. I want to give a huge thank you to all these names here and more. We're supported on Patreon, so we can take the time to hang out on a Tuesday afternoon, evening, to talk about stuff, do streams and stuff like that. Again, we'll have a stream on Thursday. We'll be back on Tuesday next week, and then next Thursday we'll be streaming from that week, I believe, every single day. We'll find out what the schedule is, and I'm hoping as soon as Thursday, whether we have the actual cards in person, I don't know, but at a minimum, Pat and I will be here on Thursday, maybe even just in the morning. I think Pat's here in the morning. He has to confirm it, and we'll be playing in paper as soon as we can, so it's gonna be a lot of good fun. Is Pat okay after his last show? He went to open a briefcase and I don't think he made it out. I do think I haven't heard from him in a while. I should check up on him. It's fun. Glad I could catch one. Hey, yeah, thanks for dropping in, Trenda. If you want to take a second to leave a like on the video, that does help a heck of a lot, just the way that YouTube works. And otherwise, we'll be back on Thursday. Again, you can find out the community spoiler schedule. It's up on Null Signal Games website. So if you want to know where to go, you'll find out the map in front of you come tomorrow. I do think it might have links too. So if you are not familiar with some of the channels, there might be a link to click through it. I hope there is for sure. Take care of your voice. Thank you. It's been a couple weeks. It's been really frustrating. Every time it gets better, I do something like this. It is how it is. We'll see you for the next one. Thanks for hanging out and enjoy some more spoilers tomorrow. Bye.